very unprofessional. I click the live button and then a web browser comes up with a UAC prompt. They couldn't have brought that up at any point before I clicked live. So fucking stupid. Greetings, Neutral Nation participants. I'm just going live early so that I can disappear and come back, and then we're going to discuss whatever the hell I want. I watched Uriel's first video from yesterday, and I'm going to watch the second one about Joe Rogan and Terrence Howard. So, yesterday, the neckbeard caveman decided that because I played classical music that's public domain, that they were going to prevent me from creating YouTube shorts for my live stream discussing real time with Bill Maher. So I can either create community clips, which is a pain in the ass and stupid, or I can just not create YouTube shorts of my discussion of real time with Bill Maher. Oh no, we lost another one to Ditech. So anyway, I'm concerned about the fact that I can't just peacefully share my screen and public domain classical music without some fuck in Belarus wanting to have their hand out and get some money, or say that I can't create shorts. But it's not a copyright violation. It's just YouTube disrespecting the fair use doctrine. I put a screenshot in the syllabus. It's UMG on behalf of Belarus is holding my live stream from yesterday hostage because I can't remix YouTube shorts out of the live stream, which was the whole purpose of the live stream. Specifically because I have to wait for the copyright dispute to be resolved. I don't know if I have to individually dispute every single one or just the one that I highlighted in the syllabus. I thought I could just dispute them all at once. It's just classical music, public domain, get off my case, move on. I had a couple other instances where I just put in the copyright claim, and then immediately after I clicked hit send, I could go back to the video and immediately remix the video into YouTube shorts. But I discovered this in the wee hours, so maybe I have to wait until 9 to 5 for it to take place. But so yeah, I'm a little concerned about sharing my screen with audio now. It's mandatory if we want to enjoy watching Fortnite together. It's mandatory if we want to go over spiritual live streams together. The hell? So yeah, I discussed real time, and then afterwards I played a little classical music on the screen sharing, and they're saying that because of that, no bueno. So what is this? It's when you go to the stream, you'll notice a list below it says Neutral Nation, it says share, download, save. Okay, it's supposed to have a button there that says remix, and that button isn't there because of the copyright issue. And I know this for a fact because I've had other videos that had copyright issues, and when I disputed the copyright issue, the remix button magically reappeared after the copyright issue was automatically resolved. Everything gets done automated. They automatically prevented me from creating remixes of my live stream. 29 Greenheart, Parrot 07 space 02 space 2024 space the Neutral Nation space station donuts / Fortnite public domain copyright harassment. As it says in the description, I can't create shorts because played public domain classical music on the stream. Fair use doctrine trampled. So this is just another example of the nanny state thinking that they can harass decent content creators while encouraging idiots to film themselves butt chugging and smoking cigarettes. So it's just more bullshit. I'm a little disappointed that I have to be a nanny state for myself and just sit in silence. I have to stand in silence all day because some fuck in Belarus wants to get money for what is it? Flute quartet in G major K 285A UMG on behalf of Hyperion is upset because of flute quartet in G major K285A attributed to doubtful L Adante. So I went out of my way to make sure that I fucking didn't have any shit, piss, fuck, cunt, cocksucker, motherfucker, tits in my first 15 minutes, blah, blah, blah. It's already marked 18 plus. I made sure to grovel and piss on myself by listening to shitty classical music that I don't give a fuck about, just to try to respect people's copyright bullshit. Um, so obviously when you're screen sharing with sound, you're sharing your audio. So I mean, it's different than if you're just playing speakers next to your laptop. Because I played all kinds of music all day long for the last couple of days out of the speakers, and nothing came up on the copyright. But the second that you play 2 seconds of a episode of The Daily Show, they got you. Then you have to dispute it and say that it's fair use for you to sit there with the screen sharing and play pause an episode of The Daily Show and talk about it. Like, I'm not going to deal with all this harassment on a case by case basis. I'm just going to get the message out. And if they block it, then I'll just find another place to get the message out, or I'll find another way to get the message out. But I'm not going to spend half of my day fielding concerns of intellectual property right holders that are worried about fucking bullshit like flute quartet in G major K285A attributed to doubtful entente. Whatever. The fair use doctrine is the fair use doctrine. And I went way, way, way in the safe zone by using classical music, and they still harassed me for it. So there's really no point in participating in anything that's directly tied to the religion covenant thing, because they're just going to continue to harass good people. It's sad. let's not forget about what Cree is. Highly resistant bacteria. First of all, sanity check. And then second of all, what about back in the day? What about back in the day? Typing. Just go to the beginning of the stream. Looks like it works fine. Cut us on. Moon says the moon's at 7.3%. So it's almost time to plug in the charger. When the moon gets to 0%, then it's time to plug in the charger. It's good to, they used to say that to let your battery drain between 40 and 80%, but never let it get down to 0% because it might cause damage. And then there's people that say that you have to make sure that you deplete your battery and then charge it completely, or it will create that memory thing where it'll bounce back and forth like you're doing that thing in gym class where you have to go the different lengths and it'll like, I don't know, do something to your battery to make the total capacity less. So they're like, oh, you don't want to charge it a little here and there. And then they're like, no, they fix lithium-ion batteries and it doesn't have that memory issue. So just don't worry about it at all. And then I plugged my USB cable directly into the cable, into the computer, and I still had that issue with it going in and out of connection. So it is Google Android cheaping out on their port. I can get more cables to verify that. Support, wonderful. Support, awesome. Support, kind. Support, caring. Defeat tyranny. Defeat usury. Defeat greed. Defeat evil. So yeah, Crete, highly resistant bacteria. When I crouched, I exercised, and that means the spirits came out of their forms. When you exercise, cells die, which means that spirits are freed from those forms, and then they have to stand here and listen to my rhetoric. But at that point, bees have language, bears have language, cells in your bodies might have language, sort of. It's not the same. It's not necessarily language. It's like vibe transference. What's odd to its teacher. Maybe I shouldn't think I'll have loud music in my ear. Back. So the spirits in the cells that were freed from the forms are in the room right now, so to speak, but they don't speak English. So they're like, what is he doing? He's acknowledging our presence. So when you eat a sandwich and you bite into the tomato, it gets denatured in your stomach. You're probably not thinking, hey, the spirits that are in that tomato are out here now. Better greet them. And I'm saying that when I crouch, but you're exercising all the time. Breathing is a form of pain or exercise. So the more that you can acknowledge that we were thinking about defeating tyranny and supporting wonderful, awesome, kind, caring individuals when we were crouching. So those spirits know that that their sacrifice had a purpose. It wasn't just going jogging because you heard it was good for your heart. So highly resistant bacteria. Go search for it on Indolo or Uriel's page. Learn about it. If air is water, then despite the duplicity, then there really is shit floating in the air. It's going in and out of your lungs constantly as if you're still in the womb, and there's amniotic fluid going in and out of your mouth. It's just thin air. It's just thin water that we call air because it's so thin. How thin is it? The heck is this? Me posting a YouTube like in the chat to what the video. Let's find out what it is. Yeah, it's the auto plays. Still, vanity check. What happened to all the sun? I liked it better on the thing with the sun. So yeah, the moon is going to be new on July 5th. So right after July 4th. So that means people are going to be like, hello, hello, hello. And I can't make short. I can't remix my stream from yesterday because I played classical music. So now I'm like screw you guys. I'm just going to stand in silence and talk all day and never share my screen and never uh, have any fun or dance or do anything. Understand? If the water can talk, yeah. Yeah. So as far as those other things, what the sun is in Scarab at 12, whatever 1204 is. I don't know what the second set of numbers means. Inches, millimeters, 12 degrees, and then some other thing with the hash mark in it. But anyway, if sun is at 12 degrees Scarab, then it's almost halfway through. So we're getting to what would that be? I mean, new moon, full moon wise, what would the middle of an astrological sign be? Is it an equinox? Is it a new moon? Or is it a full moon? Panel, pole. The moon is in Gemini 11 degrees, so that's almost getting to the middle there, but obviously they're not going to line up to pay attention to that. But if where is there a website where it shows the circle with the red, green, and blue lines or something? Like, is there a time where it's going to line up like an actual pentagram or like an actual geometric thing? Like, because it's always just random, when you look at your birth chart or you look at the chart for the day. There's some app on my phone. Water's definitely ready. I don't understand why the app on my phone wouldn't just allow me to download the image. What is it called? Tell me what the app's called. Time passages. It looks like I can't. Looks like that. But then when you tap on the current chart, See, it looks totally different right now than it did when I looked at it last night. On. How about it? I don't know what to say. How about if we just go like this? Come on, regulate. Lauren G had to regulate. I want it to look pretty. I want it to look pretty. Come on. It's being Steuben. There's a town in Maine called Steuben. Yeah, so anyway, that's sideways. If it's right side up. Anyway, yesterday it was making a pattern that would have been closer to a pentagram, but way off, you know. I mean, what are the chances that it would ever line up like that? Alright, so I got direct sunlight interacted with fresh spring water and kettle water. Let's be careful. Green and blue. Green and blue. Yeah, I don't know what the point of having the ambient music at all. Would you even considering using the speakers for anything? Because I couldn't even hear it on the stream, even when it was loud enough to hear it in the room. I don't want to blast music, so, and I can't play any music on the stream, so there's really no point to stream at all. At this point, Alphabet, Google, YouTube, Android, Windows, Microsoft is making the case to just have barbecues and shit and hang out physically in person. Because I don't know. And again, that's just stupid. I mean, that's like creating shittier products and services because you have too much business. It's like the inner city, like the governor saying that she's going to create a tax to get into the inner city because there's too much traffic there, so only people with disposable income can get there. That's why the stay with team in Fortnite is fucked up and has been fucked up for the last 5 seasons on purpose because they don't want anybody to use it. It's like they opened up a Pandora's box that they want to close, but they need to have people hate it so that they can get rid of it. They need other people to say, "Oh, we think you should get rid of this. It doesn't work right anyway." Well, they're the ones that didn't make it work right. When you stay with team, you chose to ready up. Okay, stay with team presumes that you chose to ready up. Okay, so I don't give a fuck what happens after that. You just keep on readying up. I don't care if everybody else that stayed with team changes their mind 500 times. You just fucking go with it. Okay, do not have to have a little woke progressive meeting every time circumstances change. When you play Fortnite, if you go play with new team initially, and then you go to the bathroom, you can come back and you can be at Spawn Island. But if you go stay with team and you go pee and come back, you're gonna have to ready up again, and then you can go pee again, and then come back and ready up again, and then you can go pee again, come back and ready up again. I mean, if you save up enough pee. But what I'm saying is that you should only have to ready up once. It's the ready up bug. It's the stay with team bug. You should only have to ready up once. It's a waste of fucking time to not know that you can't just go take a piss and come back and know you're going to be at Spawn Island. Especially if you're a streamer. But we gotta drink our coffee, and then I suppose we could demonstrate the ready up bug and the stay with team bug, where if two people stay with team, you spawn with just you and the other person that stayed with team. You don't spawn with extra teammates. New player, new player. Stay with team worked great when it first came out, and sometimes people could have so much fun that they'd want to stay with the team match after match after match. But it's so broken right now that it only works if all four players stay with team. And if any less than all four players stay with team, it all fucks up. It unreadies you up. You have to keep readying up over and over again. You spawn with no teammates. If three people stay with team and fourth one says new player, you're just going to spawn with three players. So if just you and another player stay with team, you're just going to be playing duo squads because stay with team is broken. It doesn't load in the new players. I don't know. Is it a Windows 11 Fortnite gaming thing? I don't know. Cracking. This is good coffee. Rock City Coffee. You can Google it. You should be thinking about your verb or your adjective. Google created the word, and you can just say Google it, and people know what it means. And when I say the sun, you know what the sun means. So indoctrination. You're internally taking a document and you're trining it with yourself. And it's becoming part of your nation. So, and here in the neutral nation, we're concerned about all persons with opposable thumbs foremost, and all spirits and minds and bodies first, which includes kitty cats and spiders, and not yeast, because yeast is like a virus. I'll talk to yeast and figure out whether or not it's alive. It's too early to be yelling at Google. Yeah, so I'm constantly adapting to new circumstances. Right now, I'm running a web browser called Supermium. Supermium. So what I did yesterday was I had issues with Vivaldi immediately at the dawn yesterday. Streaming, having the preview when you go to stream, it being a black screen or something. I don't know. No more audio issues, but so anyway, ironically, after figuring out the bookmarks bar and getting Vivaldi all set up and being ready to stream, I ended up Vivaldi, whatever, had the issue. And then we went to Brave, which had the issue, and didn't have the issue when I went ahead and uninstalled it and reinstalled Brave. So Vivaldi, which we were using because Brave and Edge had the black screen when going to go live issue. That's why we were on Vivaldi. Vivaldi developed the sickness, so I had to go back to Brave, which didn't have the sickness. And then while Brave was working perfectly fine when you go to the preview to start the stream and seeing your hand moving on the right and left, I thought I'd be smart and be like proactive and install some more Chrome based browsers in case anything went wrong in the future. And just the act of me installing more browsers somehow made Brave browser get the black screen of no video preview when you go live on YouTube Studio in a web browser, because Google Alphabet's too cheap to have a dedicated YouTube Studio application for the Windows 11 operating system, and they force you to hop back and forth between whatever web browser isn't fucking up YouTube Studio at the moment. Alphabet, Google, the people that prevent me from making remixes of my live stream from yesterday about Real Time with Bill Maher, simply because I played um, Flute Quartet in G major K 285A attributed to Doubtful L and Dante, some old classical song that a long time ago I found a website that had two radio streams, jazz and classical, and they said that it was all public domain all the time. They didn't have to pay any rights to stream the music. I didn't have to pay any rights to download it, and I shouldn't have to pay any rights to rebroadcast it um, in the background while I'm talking about spirituality. But for some reason, they won't let me create remixes until 9 o'clock hits, and they automate the dispute of the copyright claim. I didn't specifically say it was fair use. I just said it was old classical music. So I don't know if they'll get the message. The first one I said it was public domain, and I didn't realize there was like 10 different ones on that list when I keep going to the thing to read it, but I'm not sharing my screen. But anyway, if you see the screenshot in the syllabus, when you go to that thing where it shows all the copyright things, it has several. It had like 10 classical songs, but only one of them was like the UMG for Bella. What is it? One of them has an issue where UMG on behalf of Hyperion has an issue with that one specific flute quartet in G major K. Which is different than the other ones, because that's the one that caused can't be viewed, can't be seen or monetized. The other ones say no big deal. Who gives a shit? Doesn't affect your channel. The other classical songs, but this classical song in particular, Belarus likes it or something. So everyone can watch it except in Belarus or whatever, but I just can't remix it into shorts. And I don't think anybody wants to watch an 8-hour stream of me occasionally talking. I made the live stream so that I could make the shorts. And YouTube is cock blocking me and being a dick at the same time while disrespecting the rule of law and the fair use doctrine, first sale doctrine. I mean, this is a product that is free for anyone on earth with opposable thumbs to use as they see fit. It is old classical music. They're getting a little too nitty-gritty. They're getting a little too particular. They're being a little too persnickety. And again, it's just a matter of me bitching and complaining, because if I had disputed it during business hours, it would probably already be resolved. So I just keep clicking refresh, expecting that remix button to show up at some point so that I can stop complaining about it and move on to something else. But we're having a great day. We went down to the Broad Street. We did not see the kitty cat, but Snowball was waiting in a very tight area where there's right next to a pickup truck and somebody's porch. So doom and gloom. Um, I trust everyone's okay. But so I just said greetings and walked on by, even though Snowball was just 5 feet to my right, which my kitty cat Wally, my kitty cat, he's mine. He's the one that I associate with, that lives inside of this domicile with me. We try to take good care of him, but yeah. So I mean, I saw Snowball on the way by and the way back, but and Snowball really looked like he wanted to hang out on the way back too. He was edging towards me, but it's just in a kind of like area where it didn't seem appropriate to hang out in somebody else's yard because of property owners' rights, or maybe just because I respect other people's privacy. Whereas the other property that I filmed on is being renovated. I'm not sure whether there's people living in there. Um, I would be concerned if I thought there was. Anyhow, um, when I got back, I sat for a while and dictated to the document, and a blue jay had snuck up like 15 feet to my right, and was just standing there listening to me. And then he just cutely hopped across the road. I got to watch him hop. But I'm in the market for a blue feather. So, and then there was two blue jays in the yard across while I was still dictating. So, I mean, I'm sure they got the message. I just don't know. They don't need to be ruffling their feathers preemptively. I'm just waiting for one to naturally cross my path. But yeah, so when you exercise, you release spirits into the environment, and if you don't pay them no mind, they won't pay you no mind. Um, and to the extent that you're exercising, because standing is exercising too. So, I mean, if you don't pay them no mind consciously, that doesn't mean that they don't come out from you standing and burning calories, or lifting weights, or doing crunches, or um, they're still going to come out and they're going to be aware of your vibe. So the mood that you're in all the time affects the way that spirits that were in minds and bodies and then were released from those minds and bodies through no fault of your own, just by breathing or exercising. You're constantly releasing spirits into your environment, and they can affect your mood based partly on how you respect their transition that you caused. Um, like if you're a Mayan, Incan, Aztec person and you take the goat to the top of the steps and you put them in the furnace, you're gonna look that goat in the eye and be like, I think this is for a good cause. I think when you come out of this goat form and go into the thing, I want you to look upon me and smile. I mean, there were Mayan, Incan, Aztec, whatever. I mean, even if those didn't exist or didn't happen, people that sacrificed goats had to look that goat in the eye and say, you know what? I think when your spirit gets released from this body, um, that it's going to do a lot of good, that your sacrifice will not be in vain, that your sacrifice will cause goodness and greatness. Um, do you think the goat would ever believe that? Um, so at the end of the day, nobody really understands sacrifice of living um, beings, lesser animals. Even if you don't count livestock, for people that buy chicken legs and steaks at their grocery store as sacrifice. That's kind of like just sacrificing something with complete disregard. I mean, it's one thing to exercise because you think it's healthy for you, and we don't say healthy or well because that's hell. Um, it's one thing to exercise because you think it's good for you, but it's quite another to exercise and be conscientious about the fact that you're leaving a trail of you're leaving a fart cloud behind you as you jog, of spirits that are like, whoa, I feel like I just came out of a dream. And then, how do you feel when you wake up from a dream? You're a little disoriented, and then you get your bearings, and then you move on to the next thing. So um what kind of state do you want to wake up those spirits in when you're jogging, or when you're mopping the floor? And then furthermore, when you're exerting your blood, sweat, and tears for Domino's or Dunkin' Donuts or UPS, you know, you're not even, exercising because you think it's good for you. You're not even washing your own kitchen floor because you like it when it's clean. You're washing somebody else's kitchen floor. You're doing somebody else's dishes. So, I mean, what are those spirits and minds and bodies when they're released going to think when you're exercising, when you're doing all that exerting, when you have to raise your voice and correct a inmate or a customer? We're all in this together, and we should all be um, amicable towards each other whenever possible. The only reason a person with opposable thumbs should have their hands bound behind their back with sharp metal objects is if they're an imminent danger to themselves or an imminent danger to others. WTF. OMG. So let's go over my options. I can peacefully enjoy my day and listen to the music that I choose and watch the videos that I want to watch and take the notes that I want to watch and say the things that I want to say. And nobody gets to see anything except for me and hear me, because YouTube, Google, Alphabet is selfish and self-centered and has developed a system where they've created a wall around themselves where nobody's going to want to play with them because they can't, because the rules are stupid. Or I could try sharing a tab with audio. We'll start with the second compromise. I already tried to compromise by listening to classical music. Fuck that shit. I don't mind classical music when I'm in mixed company for something to put on, but I mean, I want something that actually makes me feel good personally. And being able to listen to music that enthralls me while I'm engaging in spirituality, that's very important to me. So um, if that means I can't do full screen sharing, or if I have to go in and out and do this complicated shit when I want to stream Fortnite, it's a calm, it's a peace out there. I'm not sure. Yeah, so anyway, we're in a web browser called Supermium, which is specifically designed to be backwards compatible with Windows XP and stuff. But anyway, what happened was I installed a few other Chrome or Edge-based web browsers as a preemptive step to make sure that I took precautions in case something went wrong with the then working fine Brave browser that replaced the Vivaldi browser that would replace the Brave and Edge browser when they wouldn't show the video preview. Um, so what I'm saying is simply the act of installing a couple of other web browsers, the one that I just said, Supermium, and the Qt browser and Falcon, I installed, and then because of that, it caused Brave, which wasn't working and then was working, to stop working again with the video preview. So simply the act of installing more browsers just in case caused the one that was working to stop working. So I mean, bugs like that are just crazy, just mind-boggling. So yeah, we're gonna try to do what we would do anyway. Happy 737, by the way. Okay, so Permium tab, also share audio. This is phenomenal. Okay, you're coming. Okay, that might work. Oh, I remember back in the, I don't even want to talk about the white border around the videos. I mean, that went away, but I was like, was that like only when you're streaming? I don't know if we'll ever run into that again. That was just odd. But the fact that you could search for all kinds of bookmarks related settings in Vivaldi, but you couldn't find the bookmarks bar, even though, if you can tell from the screenshot in the syllabus, like, super dumb, easy to find. All right. So I watched the first. Do you care? Do you care? All right. I mean, what's the point? Somebody might be watching me today and the video aired yesterday. So let's go over ARK-10139-0702224. I'm going to stop presuming anything because I went ahead and messed up and had 70324, probably because I was rushing, but also because YouTube, Alphabet, Google refuses to tell you the date a video aired. It just tells you X amount of hours ago. If it could give an absolute timestamp, then I could just say it was at 11:58 or 12:04. But they refuse to use absolute timestamps, and their tooltip view is trash because it just repeats what it already says. I don't have screen sharing on right now, but if you look at it, it says stream live 4 hours ago. It says stream live 4 hours ago. Yeah, 1713 views. So let's just go over the ARK 10139-070224 in the royal red jacket. Gilgamesh put marbles in his mouth. Was it Gilgamesh? There was some famous orator that supposedly put marbles or rocks or stones in his mouth, and he would try to talk while he had stones in his mouth in order to be better at talking. Stupid and dangerous. Probably made a character anyway. But when I think about Gilgamesh and marbles in my mouth, let me just get the link. I have to recreate all the bookmarks because I uninstalled all the browsers that had bookmarks. I don't feel like hunting down. I was trying to type in the parody and accidentally typed in the name of the title of the actual. Even when you. Anyway, the search term "smells like Nirvana." The official video comes up for Nirvana smells like Teen Spirit, but okay. So there's a line in "Smells Like Nirvana" where he says it's hard to something about marbles in my mouth. So it's a good video. And also I was just using Pipe, a app you can get when you use F-Droid on Android. You can download apps on F-Droid. It's different than the Play Store. And I use Pipe to listen to YouTube videos without the screen on. What do they have to do? Yeah. So I was listening to It's All About the Pentiums. It's a really good way to get pumped. It's just more. I don't know. All the other song, I never really listened to it. But I always liked It's All About the Pentiums. So how does that work? It just continues to share. Oh yeah, I already got out of the sharing. But, anyways, so did I even share the song? Anyways, it's a great song. Vanity check. Excellent. So how did that happen? So from the two streams from last night, we're going over my notes from the first one before we actually go over live the second one with the screen sharing. Love and Witchcraft was the song. Soon, the new moon will be in Scarab. It's going to be on the 5th, 6:57 p.m. So that we refer to as Friday. So a new moon in the evening on a Friday after the 15th day after the so there's a lot of potential right in there. New that is. New type of reaction or response to our problems and feelings. So you might realize, like, oh, I didn't have it in you. You might the people like, whoa, you might be like, whoa, like, you might have a moment where you're like, something came over. You should be ready to can that and can that and can that and can that and only let it out if and when it seems prudent. Okay, so if this energy is there, new type of reaction and response to our emotions and feelings. It's kind of like the can of fake snakes that pops out and goes everywhere. It's like the glitter disperser. Okay, how we react and respond, mood, domestic matters, food and mouth. Foot and mouth. Oh, okay, yeah, that goes back to what I was saying about be careful, because you could have a new type of reaction and response to your emotions and feelings, but make sure you know how to use the sauce before you apply it to the pizza. So pick the big switch so you grow a big dick. There was a comment about if grandma's tells you go out and get a switch so she can whoop your ass, you better not be getting a little one so that you get a little whooping. You better let her know that you're ready to get the medium one. She better give it a side eye and be like, I don't know. I guess he didn't try to get a little switch. I don't know what a switch is, but I definitely know that I'm deaf in my right ear because I tried to crush a milk jug with a cinder block while I was barefoot, and I fell into a bunch of switches, things that if you break them off at the base, you could pick them up and use them as a whip. Tree branches growing out of a stump that I'm deaf in one ear because my mom wanted to recycle. All right, new moon in Scarab. I'm coming out, or back into your shell. So like I was saying yesterday, there seems to be something in the energy that could be a great time to bring things back together, or maybe to separate from something, and that might have been based on some sort of Saturn-based thing that I read on some other thing that I don't even know what I'm talking about. But cursory search, Saturn's in Pisces at 19 degrees, and that probably wasn't what the thing I was reading was about. It was some sort of a long-term thing. I didn't see any Saturns on the, because I posted some daily stuff on the syllabuses. I went and found something where it gave you something for each day, but where's the more Saturn-y stuff? Saturn's in Pisces at 19 degrees. I don't know, but I guess I'm aware of the fact that if Saturn's in Pisces, then it's probably going to take a long time to get through that. I don't know. Just keep things in the back of our mind until we get to. It was like I was thinking yesterday. We need to educate all persons on Earth with opposable thumbs about their astrological sign and about the relevance of that to their life first, and then worry about the details later. And at the same time, for the people that are ready for the advanced class, which might not be me. Blah 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 blah. So the new moon is coming, and it's going to be while the sun is in Scarab. So it's a new moon while the sun is in Scarab. So it's apex energy. If it was December 21st or January 4th. See, if July 4th is the 13th of blah 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 blah. I don't know. It depends on how many days there is in a month. Let's verify. June 21st. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So the 13th date is July 4th. And if you go all the way down to December 21st, you go 1, 2, 3, 6, 11, 12, 13. Is the 3rd of January. January 3rd is the 13th day. How does that work? How does that work? I don't know. I just know I did the counting, and 13 days after December 21st is January 3rd. So January 3rd is kind of like the opposite of July 4th, and we're not going to talk about opposites anymore because it's just getting way too personal. I feel like you're prying. New type of reaction or response to emotions. So look out. Can that laughter? Maybe you don't want them to know that you get the joke yet. Maybe you don't want them to know that you get the joke yet. But you have to hedge your bets. Maybe it's time to come out, and maybe it's time to go back into your shell. Or maybe you come out and decide you want to come back into your shell. Or maybe you stay in your shell and you wish you'd come out right after all the people stop paying attention. Privacy processes. Pay attention to your privacy processes. This might be an instance when, where the hell is my music? Yeah, that's a good song. Polygon window. Aikita. Privacy processes. Be very concerned about it's been mentioned several times by the messenger about maybe you might regret something you said, or you might be being too open, and as a person that's blah 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 every day about every little thought that enters their head, if somebody's going to get slapped by this energy, it's not going to be somebody that's just saying nice things about everybody all the time, right? Narcissistic energy, yeah. So people are going to be full of themselves and be self-assured, including you possibly. So you need to be ready to check yourself before you wreck yourself, but also be ready to mitigate circumstances where other people are being a little too spicy, and you might be justified in saying fuck off, but you could tell them tone it down, please, and they could tell you to fuck off, and you could just leave the room, and they could be like, wow, what I did made them leave the room. I feel really powerful, and then they could gloat over that for a while, and then get lonely, and then be like, well, if they come back later, maybe I won't be as mean to them. You just not come back later. But maybe you have to be there like it's a workplace or a family thing. So you stare at your phone the whole time or whatever. But whatever you do, just make sure you're not stewing. Make sure you're not griping. The grudge thing's going to come up. Self and self-entitled assholes. Yeah, people be acting like self-entitled assholes. Yeah, you gotta be looking out for grifters, people that are just in a state of um everything's blue in this world, the deepest shade of mushroom blue. And they just try to be like, hey, do you think you could, maybe get my stapler real quick? Then free Hat McAllen. And so you could get a stapler. I don't know. Don't free him, whoever it is. I don't know if that was based on a real person. Okay, so it's protect all the least of us. Protect all the least of us. Yeah. So don't be afraid to lie and say you're broke if you're not broke. But I don't like that energy anyway. I don't like that concept of having to act like, oh, I have, like, you have to preemptively explain to somebody why you are all tied up financially so that they don't ask you to borrow money. That seems very counterproductive because you're actively putting yourself in a space of feeling like you have your back up to the wall just so that they won't, because you don't have the guts to tell them, fuck off, I got $20 and you can't have it. Yeah. Mind blown. The less time that you spend pretending that you're broke, the less time you're going to spend being broke. Okay. The more time that you spend pretending that you have to budget, pretending you have to back to wall financially, either to because it's a reality, or because you're trying to be prudent, or prevent somebody from borrowing $20 that they don't need to. But it doesn't matter if you even if you do have your back up against the wall, paycheck to paycheck. If you visualize it, and if you're constantly trying to um, budget and stuff, instead of just throwing all your money in a bucket and trying to avoid it, it's called calories in, calories out. Okay, just try to make more asset and influence, and try to expend less asset and influence until you're a big old pork belly spending bill, and then you can do whatever you want. What is the messenger has a mnemonic device where you don't make a major purchase unless you have enough capital to purchase it 3 times. I have always felt that it's prudent to not make major investments unless you have more than enough capital to expend those gains that you're going to lose. That makes perfect sense. But sometimes having it in black and white, like don't purchase something unless you can purchase it 3 times. Sometimes that can be very helpful to someone that doesn't want to have to constantly think about the nitty gritty. It's like, sorry, I can't afford that $2 candy bar because I don't have $6. And, I'm going to set the clock on my car 5 minutes fast and remember that it's 5 minutes fast, and ignore it until the fifth minute, and then it's not going to mean anything. I might as well just set it on the regular time. But people that are like, oh, I got this on sale. Stop assigning a dollar value to every little person, place, and thing that you interact with. It's just the person with opposable thumbs and eyesing. So yeah, the concept of having to pretend that you're broke to get someone to not borrow money from you is bad. And even if you're physically obligated to budget and stuff like that, um, get it done and move on. The more time you spend trying to squeeze that extra penny out of there, I mean, if you can save a big chunk of money, somebody at some point I read, like, if you try to go back and forth and find the person that has the lowest gas price, that over the course of a year you save like $1 overall or something. So there's really no point to try to shop around with gas prices, because they're all like a couple pennies off or whatnot, and you're not going to save that much in the long run. You're going to burn more in gas going around with that with price change. So yeah, don't pretend that you're broke. Just tell them, fuck off, you can't have my money. Um, or ask them to engage in trade with you, and stop with this fiat currency bullshit. Okay. We should all be like, do you have a jam? I have this yam. Um, do you have a pie? I have this rye. The more trade, the more that we can create meaningful connections with each other. But when you pretend you're broke, you're going to manifest being broke. And if you pretend that you're rich, you're going to manifest being rich. So the Nectar Caveman just tricked you into pretending that you're broke, so that you'd be broke. So just stop pretending you're broke, even if it's a reality. You might be able to fix broken bridges or whatnot. Dude, tit for tat energy. Yeah, that's the issue. Like I said, if somebody else is being spicy and you're keeping a lid on this new type of reaction and response to emotion and feelings that's going to occur over the new moon in Scarab, if someone else is being spicy, you might be justified in being spicy back. But if you hold back a little, someone could take advantage of you. Yes. But an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind, right? So hedge your bets. Maybe there's a nice way to correct them, or maybe the whole analogy about Dave Chappelle show sketch, and don't step on nobody's shoes. Don't step on the wrong person's shoes, not knowing that it wasn't a big deal to you, but it was a big deal to them. Which goes back to the not being running your mouth, trying to be cognizant, but you don't walk on eggshells either, and you got to express yourself. Right by when ranking Mark and Oh, okay. I wanted to know what Mark and Lao meant. Because the E's become A's. So it's Mercury and Leo. Yeah, it says hurt pride when Mercury and Leo. Hurt pride. Equals grudge, negativity, revenge, retaliate, mountain, molehill. So if Mercury's in Leo, you might really stick in your craw. So you just gotta remember to to be spiritual. And just because something sticks in your craw doesn't mean, I mean, obviously bottling up your emotions is bad, but you could go play football, right? Be careful. Maybe you can't. Maybe you're you can't physically go play football. Play football on the TV. Avoid shoulder shoves. Yeah, so don't be rubbing people the wrong way. Cunts will be cunts to you. Mercury and Leo equals stay home for some people, perhaps. Mercury and Leo might just mean stay out of a conversation. I have the phrase unfair advantage written. Somebody could have an unfair advantage and it could really stick in your craw. Um, or you could have an unfair advantage that maybe you don't even want, and it could stick in somebody else's craw. And if you let them know, hey, it's just a job, um, and you're like, hey, I'd give up this unfair advantage if I could. I don't like having this unfair advantage. The more that you are honest and your true individual self. But I mean, if you're like, hey, I've got this advantage, I'm going to flaunt it, somebody might get pissed about that. Prr, prr, dog call. When you step on my shoes. New moon, new horizon. Say a new, you see a new reflection of the atmosphere, of our atmosphere, okay? Re, re, it says retractive energies, I believe. Retractive energies. Yeah, because it's not a pendulum swinging back and forth between blue and red. It's a cycle, okay? It's a vortex. And you know, there's entropy, there's a wobble. It's not a complete circle. New moon, new horizon, see a new reflection of our atmosphere. So I mean, to us, it's literally ooh blah 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 blah. It's a brand new day. It's like when a person's born, there's never those exact astrological snapshots ever again. Um, so we're going to see a new picture when the new moon hits. We're going to be in a new chapter, and every moment is a shift. Every moment is a new chapter. Timestamp 2814. Grass greener grudges, yeah. Blind, bold. Gains or opportunities. Blind, bold. Use it or lose it. Diagnose yourself. Okay, yeah. So there could be instances where you would defer to a mentor or an elder's judgment, and you have to remember at the end of the day. I'd rather look out the window. I'll give you a moment and then I'll sit you down and be able to look out the window. Oh, that dresser really cornered my market. There's a second part to that song. There's a second part to that song. And I heard the birds sing it when I was younger. And now, because of what the Neckberry Caveman have done, those birds forgot the second part to their song. And I've got to teach it to them. It's going to take a long time. Or maybe if I teach it to enough birds, I'll find one that sort of already remembers how to sing it, and then they can teach it to everybody else. Because it starts off, and then there's another part to that song. But even during Lilo Dallas Multipass, Corbin Dallas, Fifth Element, when the locksmith gets to the vehicle, they said that the birds started singing more because there weren't people out, which also meant that the birds were singing less because people were out. And I read about studies before that or after that that basically said that person with opposable thumbs behavior caused birds to forget their songs in some instances, according to some studies. So anyway, when I was a youngin, I knew the rest of that bird's song, and I can teach it to the bird. But I can't teach it to all the birds. They're going to have to teach it to each other. That's what each one teach one means. Those birds just sing the first part of that song. I got to find out what bird's singing that song and teach the rest of the song to that bird. And that bird can teach that song to other birds. And then eventually all the birds on earth will know the rest of that song again. So what the Bible did was get a bunch of people to forget their astrological sign and forget astrology, but then keep doing some of the things that keeps people safe and happy every day that involve nature and involve astrology without knowing that that's what you're doing. By following Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and the good news, north, east, west, south. It's fire, water, air, earth. Okay, that's the order of operations. Everything starts with fire, water, air, earth, but the spirit is no thing. So when I say everything starts, we're talking about things, and the spirit is no thing. Spirit is a space. Like a hard drive, or like where the pot's not is where it's useful. In the Tao Te Ching. Blah 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 blah. So yeah, there's going to be energies where you could use it or lose it, or you might have to check yourself before you wreck yourself. But you should definitely not be deferring to Grandpa on what to do with your life. If it don't exist, okay. Timestamp 3510. Uriel says you can't even fathom nothing if it don't exist. So if you can think about something, it exists in some way, shape, or form or fashion. And now when I hear the word fashion, it means something totally different than what it meant to me 2 years ago. When I think about fashion, I know it sounds like the term fascist. And okay, Google, what is fascism?
According to Wikipedia, fascism is a far-right, authoritarian, ultra-nationalist political ideology and movement, characterized by a dictatorial leader, centralized autocracy, militarism, forcible suppression of opposition, belief in a natural social hierarchy, subordination of individual interests for the perceived good of the nation or race, and strong regimentation of society and the economy.
My concern is, why does she have that already like that? Like, I mean, fascism, it's just a basket of deplorables, of amalgam of different things. It's like the CPI. It's like sense from nonsense. See, there's 2 different octaves the bird uses. That's just the first part of the song. It's almost like clap on, clap off, the clapper. Like, it would be if people just ran around saying clap on, clap on. That's how bad it is to not be able to hear the rest of the song for me, knowing that it's there. I'm gonna teach them a different song now. I got the clapper stuck in my head. The bird's gonna get the wrong song now. If this is essential to all persons on earth with opposable thumbs, then I might have failed. Apparently I need to practice before I start. So apparently I need to be a little more well versed before I start reciting before others with regard to that bird song. You can't even fathom nothing if it don't exist. So if you can think about something, it exists in some way, shape, or form or fashion. Yeah, and I stopped at fashion because that's what happens. The next breed caveman, they fashion the way that you think about things that you know exist, and the way that you think about things that you know don't exist, and then the way that you think about things that you aren't aware that you are aware of. Okay, there are things that you don't know that you do know, and then someone's like, hey, do you know the answer to this question? And you're like, you know what, I actually do. I didn't realize until this moment, but I actually have the answer to that question, and here it is. There are things that you don't know that you do know, and then there's the fourth part, and that would cost $425. When you know, you know. And I say that as a joke because I do not accept fiat currency. I don't personally accept it. It's the mark of the beast, and it's just one of many marks of the beast. It's the mark of one beast. It's the mark of one man, one clan, one brotherhood, one mace, one face, one undertaking. Advantage going towards a subset of society. Nepotism. Here in the neutral nation, we're concerned about all persons with opposable thumbs foremost, and all spirits in minds in bodies first, including kitties and spiders and birds. And we're going to research the East thing. But red rectangle rancor. At the 5503 timestamp, I have written red rectangle rancor. Red rectangle rancor. We know what the red rectangle is. Somebody else was concerned about other concerns that concern the red rectangle. So I have written here, I may be God, and I have that written there just because of the following statement. That the explanation that basically the whole term God came around because somebody was a great man, or a great person with thumbs, or a great spirit and mind and body. However you can interpret a being that can speak. Somebody had a bunch of great ideas and created a great society, and then in a specific location, and then a bunch of other people after that person died were superstitious, and they were like, we're going to name this place after this guy, and we want to do everything exactly the way this guy did it because everything worked so great when he was here, and we want to keep reliving the experiences that we had while he was here. So we're just going to praise his name, and we're going to make everybody else praise his name, and we're going to try to recreate the experiences we had while he was alive because there was so much peace and prosperity. So this guy's name was God. Apparently, there's people out there named Jesus. There's people out there named Trevor Noah, born a crime. Go, go, go. So what I'm saying is that theoretically, any spirit in a mind in a body that can speak right now could be I don't understand. What about when you stop becoming unaware? How much of your spirit is your spirit? The spirit is no thing. Spirit is spirit. Space within space. I mean, how much of you is you? I mean, the point is, at some point, spirit went into mind, and mind went into body, and that body had a name, and people praised that name. And whether or not the name was specifically God or some other name, and they're just tricking us and making us use God, and it's really Jehovah or 216 or Yahweh, whatever they want to lie and say. It's not Yahweh. But for the purposes of the argument, there was just some guy named Todd, and he made everything go great. So after he died, they named the land after Todd, and they wanted to do everything Todd's way. So they wrote a Bible and told everybody you have to do things Todd's way. And then eventually, over time, people were like, we don't want to do things Todd's way. So they put the Septuagint aside and they made a new thing and they called it something other than the Bible. And then instead of calling it Todd, they called it God. And then people were like, oh, it's a new guy. Well, I guess we can give him a try. But at the end of the day, we're talking about a small subset of persons on Earth with opposable thumbs that have a superstition about doing things a specific way, that a specific person or a group of people did it on a specific property or land parcel or physical geographical location a long time ago. And they're superstitious about how all persons on Earth conduct themselves because they want to make sure that at least some of that magic from that God energy, that they can control it and continue to propagate it on Earth. The spirit that theoretically is embodied in the character of Jesus Christ can't even be himself because so many people pray to him that he has to be Jesus Christ. He can't just be. He can't be a spirit that becomes aware for the first time anymore. He has to wait for people to forget about Jesus, and that could take eons. So, I mean, Jesus Christ, the spirit, the character is like essentially like a mason trapped in a doorknob right now because people won't shut up about him. But anyway, there's these people that are superstitious about this guy called God that made things like the Aztecs and the Mayans and the Incas and the pyramids and the societies that build great structures and do great things, like build the aqueduct, like Rome. I mean, I was getting to Rome. Obviously, the first example everybody goes to is Rome. But the point is, there was just this really successful society, and the leader of the society was praised. And then afterwards, everyone was superstitious and thinks that the best way to gain their own personal private advantage is by convincing a bunch of strangers to praise God, so that they can secretly get the whatever backdoor code to the prosperity while the masses are just rowing the boat or something. So let's get to the actual quote that led me to write in my book, I May Be God. Uriel says, I don't give a fuck if you want to believe in a god or not. It's a spirit that lived and died in that geographical location, and everybody around it thought they had the coldest idea. So they kept worshiping that idea and called the geographical location after that angel that fell from the atmosphere into a space's body. That's it. So it don't matter how you splice it. It's the same thing, which how they talk about it, carnation, incarnation, reincarnation, somebody being able to take a form back down here and play out the same energy. Okay, so anybody can play God, but only one spirit and a mind and a body can be God at a time, because God is actually a spirit that was in a mind and a body that had great thoughts and feelings and was able and willing, because other spirits and minds and bodies participated, and teamwork makes the dream work. That spirit and a mind and a body was able to utilize their full potential because other spirits and minds and bodies embraced their abilities, their gifts and talents. Everybody has gifts and talents. Even certain astrological forecasts on certain days can give you special talents to do bad things or to do good things. So you have to know when to can the laughter so that you don't get a Chris Rock slap. After my last line, I have an asterisk that goes to Christ figure. So the I may be God statement goes back to the fact that if you read the Bible, or if you read any book, or if you just use your imagination and make up a character, the thing that was said earlier, you can't even fathom nothing if it don't exist. So if you can think about something, it exists in some way, shape, or form or fashion. So it doesn't matter whether you get a character from the Bible or whether you make one up off the top of your head. Simpsons did it. Simpsons did it. Okay, the bacteria growing on Lisa's tooth from The Simpsons is just a ripoff from everything's a parody. And when you see the Dave Chappelle "Give Me Your Sandwich" Training Day parody first, and then you see the movie, it makes the movie that much more funnier. But then when you realize that Training Day is probably just inspired by some other movie where some other crooked cop took some other new guy, Proby, under his wing and tried to get him to sanction his negative behavior. So everything's a copy of a copy of a copy. Everything is a plagiarism. So which makes the whole conundrum with me playing classical music and Belarus wanting me not to be able to create shorts of my intellectual property that I created when I privately listened to Real Time with Bill Maher and spoke about it on my live stream, which I will create YouTube shorts of so that people can get little sound bites about that episode, which aired almost a week ago now. So the sooner I can make the shorts, the sooner they can become irrelevant and go into obscurity. But that's okay because this is just practice for the real show, right? When I have actual viewers. So when there's people responding to my responses of people's responses, it'll get way more spicy. So we've completed the discussion of the notes for ARK-10139-070224. Good for us. All right, so now we're back to this other thing where we can share a tab with audio. Maybe we should finish this song. As nice going to do it. It wasn't a floppy disk. I don't know who the guy is behind Weird Al in the red clothing scene. Everybody else does though. I don't need to see the foaming at the mouth part. Sometimes things make a better song than a video. Oh, yeah, Sun in Scarab at 12 degrees and Moon in Gemini at 12 degrees. So, 12 times 12 is 144, and 144 divided by 2 is what? 72. And we've got 72 versions of the truth tuned in, live, or not at all. Stop telling me I can get captions for videos. Awesome browser. Different browsers, different features. But why isn't anybody reinventing the sliced bread? Why is that taskbar button yellow? I don't really care. All right, so now that's too loud. Let's have some thoughts and feelings. Okay, we're gonna do show audio. What is this? Oh, did it switch to it? Okay. Switch to it, put some blue screen, a blue square around it. It's very nice. It's very explicit. We've got a pencil. We got a pencil. I'm never, ever, ever presuming ever again Google Alphabet can learn how to have absolute timestamps or something aired, or I can wait 2 days. What I have to do is I wait 2 months, and then when I finish the book, I have to go through it and complete the dates in the book before I store the book. And this book would have been done a long time ago if I hadn't started streaming. Because I would have been blabbing on the paper. All right, so I'm just going to put 2 brackets here where the date would go, because Google Android Alphabet is too cheap to tell me anything other than streamed live 4 hours ago. Tooltip view, streamed live 4 hours ago. Okay, well, let me just concede that 4 hours ago was probably... Oh, now when I first appeared, okay, so 8 hours ago. What? Hold up. Okay, 8.5 hours ago, 7.5 hours ago. You know how it goes. If they say 8 hours ago, that could have meant 8.5 hours ago. It could have meant 7.5 hours ago. No. So it's 8:27, and it can empirically prove the chat. Does the chat have timestamps? The heck? Timestamps. So come back.
Okay.
I have to wait for there to be chat at all.
That's right.
Somebody chat.
All right now.
I'm just talking to the video. Anyway, I'm just correcting because YouTube can't tell me the date that a video aired until 2 days after it aired because they're fucking cunts.
Feedback on that. Feedback and that's
Let me think here. Is this it? If I play the music for this, does it count? That's kind of...
feedback and that's
I don't know how it works, but to think that I'm actually considering whether or not I can deface copyrighted material, I'm thinking about ways that I can deface copyrighted material enough so that I don't have to freaking look over my shoulder about 9 Inch Nails Ghosts music making my YouTube video not be able to make from a 2-minute YouTube video because it has 9 Inch Nails Ghosts music that I purposely added to the video that is Creative Commons license, but just because it triggers a benign copyright thing, they want to nickel and dime me about whether or not I can create remixes of my own videos. What a trash platform. Maybe they should fuck off.
Yes, it gets very ugly. Moment of silence right here.
There we go. We got a timestamp. It says 44. I might have presumed that this aired today because that says 044. What if the actual video started yesterday and then afterwards they wrote that 44 seconds later? You know how important this is. If OE-14510-070324 and it's actually DOE-14510-070224, then they're never going to find the fucking video unless they know, oh, well, sometimes it's a day off because YouTube, Google, Alphabet's too cheap to have absolute timestamps, those fucking bastards. So yes, anyway, I just put it in brackets. I'm never going to presume ever again. What an inconvenient schmuck Google Alphabet is.
Right here. Why you got 50 Cent cross chain on it?
Oh, and also that picture of the Pope right there looks really similar to the picture that was posted on the corkboard at St. Bernard's Soup Kitchen for a very long time. But right next to the picture of the Pope, there was a picture of some other guy I didn't recognize. He looked like he might have been a politician.
Shit like that, the Tupac chain on for the 1994 concert and shit like that, Death Row coming out.
Are we watching this together? We're watching this together. Okay, so that means I gotta turn this way down, put the captions on, and put the transcript up. They really want to talk to me. I gotta get a better whistling skills. I can't whistle, by the way. I can't whistle.
Everybody jumping from the death chair and shit like that. So I said, I look like Yamaka face. Oh, I can't grow my sideburns either face. I said, oh, Bert and Ernie. Oh, Bert. No, Andy Griffin jawline that face. And it sure do.
Hey, he's got the red shirt on. Well, he's watching the red shirt. And it was on Tuesday. Maybe.
They gave you STD that they made from the fish and stuff like that. I forgot to break down syphilis. Syphilis is from actual sheep. We're gonna get into it.
Do a handy check. Sandy check. We're doing good.
Look, I got rid of Jeepers Creepers for y'all. Uriel's the scariest thing in the sky. Got rid of them right there. I'm in the area where all the Masonic stuff at, all the rituals and spells and stuff. I don't run out of places where there's rituals and spells at. Jeepers Creepers movie is an allegory of the homeless Jesus, the chakra that went into below the horizon. I think that was another Masonic symbol. That was another Masonic symbol. I'm saying, all right, now let's get into witchcraft. Well, this is the best witchcraft ever in the world right here. It ain't even witchcraft. It's him telling you what he's doing. So it's just magic. It ain't mental manipulation. Witchcraft. All right, now boom. Now we're going to get into another Degrassi before we even get into that dumbass joke. And we all scammed through. No one got 4 hours to listen to rhetoric. I didn't know that joke was 4 hours. I did not know that shit was 4 hours. As soon as I looked at that shit, like, let me see. Oh, that shit 4 hours? Oh, shit. I ain't watching none of this shit. This shit was released today. And Neil deGrasse. So let's see what Jackie Chan Part 2 with Jet Li Stunt Devil and Jelly and goddamn Jackie Chan ain't need one. So for the most part, they say we finally found what's inside a black hole. I don't remember what's finding.
I'm not logged into Facebook. That could be bad. I'm no longer into Facebook. Huh? Let me in. No. Why does everyone have to put everything through the lens of fiat currency? Why does everything everywhere have to be put through the lens of fiat currency? Libraries closed July 4th and July 5th. So that's fucking stupid. The government closes on their holidays. That's fucking stupid. Why would the government be closed on their own holidays? That's fucking stupid. Especially the library. That's just fucking stupid. And local community members, let's not forget about story time. Very important to go to story time. So they were closed on the 1st for skylight repair. I saw a big crane. I'm seeing a picture of those big suction cups. I don't know, those must be something other than suction cups. Good for them, they got skylight repair, but they had to hire a huge crane for someone to lower it down. I wonder what the rates are for that huge crane. The darn thing, that huge crane was like, I don't know, 12 stories tall? Oh, wait, okay, how much is a story? I don't know, 5 stories tall? Big old crane. Well, so far it doesn't look like anybody canceled Walk Wednesday, so let's get back at it.
How did we find what's in the black hole?
You know what I was actually looking for? To see if they had any free vegetables, because if I go to Walk Wednesday, I don't get any food. I do have a piece of pizza in the fridge, but that's not much. I want more food. I'm hungry. I'm gonna skip Walk Wednesday so I can go to the soup kitchen. I guess if I use peanut butter and bread, I could handle. No. How am I gonna remember this? I'm gonna forget. I've got to go to the soup kitchen today.
And we didn't even find a black hole yet. Strike one. Already. Strike.
Look, what do you say?
They say we finally found what's inside a black hole. I don't remember us.
If somebody said they finally found what's inside of a black hole, just remember that a teaspoon of matter in the black hole weighs so much that it could make it so that you can't get up out of bed if you set it on your stomach. And also, a teaspoon of matter in a black hole weighs so much that if you set it on your stomach on the bed, it would go right through you and the bed and through the earth, and it would just keep on going because it's so heavy, presuming that gravity exists in the way in which they describe. They think that gravity is some sort of a magnificent force that pulls things that are out inward, which, you know, your ability to attract attention, or your need to feel satisfied or fulfilled, your inclination to feel satisfied or fulfilled motivates you to do certain things. You can gravitate attention. We all have our own gravity.
Find a black hole. How did we find what's in the black hole and we didn't even find a black hole yet? Strike one. Already. Strike one. Already.
Black holes might just be one of the most fascinating and mysterious phenomena in the universe.
Please don't be no African.
What? They said what? Black holes might just be one of the most fascinating and mysterious in the universe? Oh, I feel like I'm on Wizard of Oz and everything just turned into color. Please go on. The verbiage, grandiose language. Okay, fascinating, that's subjective. Mysterious, yes, only because you won't tell us the specifics. Phenomena. For a phenomena to exist, it has to be observable. Universe. Please define the universe. Oops, I clicked on a caption. Let's hit the back button.
And mysterious phenomena in the universe.
Please don't be no African American feminist and be like, oh, see, this is why the females is the god of the universe, and reason why it ain't no other race. It's the African American black race is because, goddamn it, listen what NASA's saying right here. And then in another.
Yeah, so let's not forget that in the Bible, men means thought, woman means feeling, black means concealed or internal, and white means exposed or presented or external. So one man lieth down with another man, that is an abomination, refers to double jeopardy, double standard, having your cake and eat it too. Two simultaneous things that cannot exist. You can't be at Disneyland or Disney World at the same time. You can't be at Disneyland and Disney World at the same time. They got it wrong. When it says women can't preach, women shouldn't preach out of their people shouldn't preach out of their emotion, is what they meant. People shouldn't preach out of their emotion, not all priests must be people with penises. That's not what they meant. One man lieth down with another man, that is abomination, means that you can't have your cake and eat it too. It has nothing to do with the booty. It has nothing to do with Treasure Island.
Breath and shit where y'all need help and assistance and shit from the government, shit like that, all about to go out the window. Yeah,
so then furthermore, when we're talking about black holes, now we're going to characterize them based on these false things. Can you imagine a bunch of neckbeard cavemen sat around and laughed to themselves in the cigar room with their champagne flutes, giving each other the finger, while a bunch of idiots used the Bible to justify slaughtering people with dark skin pigment because the Bible said they could? Assaulting people for being gay because the Bible said they could. And then Tulsi Gabbard runs for president as a Democrat, loses, converts to a Republican, and then writes a book saying that all Democrats should die.
Boil down to you use this for your narcissism or something.
They are massive.
And you know, she thinks all Democrats should become Republicans or drop dead.
Peace in terms of power, but at the same time,
And we wish all persons on earth with opposable thumbs to have a warm, dry bed and a full belly and a safe place to contemplate and pee that is private. We wish all spirits and minds and bodies a chance to express their individuality as they see fit, so long as it doesn't infringe upon other spirits and minds and bodies' ability to also do the same.
All this about to go out the window. It all boil down to you use this for your narcissism or something.
They are massive beasts in terms of power, but at the same time virtually invisible to us. Like perhaps 2 to 4 million times the math.
So black hole is invisible to y'all. Go to the dictionary and know what invisible means.
So they're able to use scientific tools to see something, and they don't know what they're seeing. They showed that video right there that you just saw.
And perhaps 2 to 4 million times the math.
Okay, so when you look at that video right there,
they are massive beasts in terms of power, but at the same time virtually invisible to us. Like a black hole weighing perhaps 2 million times the math.
So black hole is invisible to y'all.
Oh, I forgot I can't put it in full screen. It's in full screen. This is their idea of full screen. What does it look like on a stream? Oh, so it is in full screen on the stream, but for me it's not in full screen. Okay, so let's hit back. And then hit play.
In terms of power, but at the same time virtually invisible to us. Like a black hole weighing perhaps 2 to 4.
Did you see the way that it did that? Did you see the way that did that?
They are massive beasts in terms of power, but at the same time virtually invisible to us. Like a black hole weighing perhaps 2 to 4 million times.
What was going on there? How many directions are we talking about there?
They are massive beasts in terms of power, but at the same time virtually invisible to us. Like a black hole weighing perhaps 2 to 4 million times the mass.
Okay, I see something rotating to the left.
They are massive beasts in terms of power, but at the same time virtually invisible to us. Like a black hole weighing perhaps 2 to 4 million times the mass.
So I think I saw some swirling activity. Let's slow it down. Playback speed, 25.
They're massive beasts in terms of power.
I didn't realize that they couldn't just logically be like,
But
it gets to 25%, maybe no sound.
Time, virtually invisible.
Okay, so the inside is rotating apparently to the right, while the outside is rotating apparently to the left in a disc-like sense. Yeah, I mean, I definitely can't glean any like how could they do this on Earth with in a lab kind of thing, but it's not infeasible. They couldn't have put 2 different density waters in a 5-gallon bucket and shined some light on it, and made something like that happen. Whatever that was, it's not a clear picture. It was a generated video progression based on projectionalized data. I mean, it wasn't like a naked eye video of a thing that a person can see. Okay, have that, I really can't speculate as to the myriad of ways that video could have been generated.
4 million times the mass.
So black holes are visible to y'all. Go to the dictionary and know what invisible means. It also can mean don't exist.
To the sun that was put into them over the last couple of decades. We've gone from knowing absolutely nothing about them to getting to learn more and more up close. And while things have just gotten crazier, Macaque just announced that we finally got to look at what.
Oh no, things have just gotten crazier. Like, they're just trying to make it seem so fantastical that we're just happy that people are studying it so that we just move on and clock in and clock out and stare at our shoes and repeat the first grade.
What's inside a black hole?
No, stop. Is this picture and this editing right here is supposed to be some form of proof? I hope this footage right here ain't supposed to be a proof. I hope this just Walt Disney and y'all get ready to promote a new Avatar movie or something like that. Hopefully you leave it there. Don't make no, and I mean no allegory that sound like it's conflating to whatever you're getting ready to stare us into.
And it has the title of this video. So, I mean, if you want to go and watch the video, I mean, you can just grab the title of that video and search for it on YouTube and see the same thing.
And this is supposed to be the camera that represents it. Y'all never say no motherfucking camera in space. So if you say anything alluding to these is the pictures in the video we got, we already know y'all bullshitting on purpose. It's not even a lie. And the Mac will do regurgitating to be an actor. You know,
Information brings life to the details the world of science might have missed all along. Join us as we dig deeper into black holes and unveil what's inside.
Listen,
Space is big, bad.
That sounds stupid. Their whole concept is stupid. Any of their starting points, you need to know that when you go outside, God ain't gonna never show you that sun getting sucked into a black hole. And if that sun can't get sucked into their concept of a black hole, it don't exist. Because whatever distance or whatever like that they get ready to say, we ain't even got no satellite that can going on the moon and going all this other fake ass shit that they talking about that's close in proximity. So I don't think they got a camera that somehow can record way out somewhere and record a motherfucking black hole. And if a black hole big enough, should have been swallowed our sun. So all of it is fake.
Anyway, the way that I perceive that NASA type people get this data is the same way as if you've been on a boat and they have something that goes doop doop doop, like you're on Austin Powers and you're like, the big boy, it's back, and because they can see the big boy on the radar, and the radar goes doop doop doop, and each time it does this some sort of magnetic resonance thing, and boats do it to the ocean floor. The radar on Austin Powers was doing it for the sky. What does that have to do with the price of tea in China? Like, if you throw a ball at a wall and it bounces back, you know there's a wall there. So what NASA might be doing is they're just doop, doop. They're shining flashlights out into there, and then they're seeing what bounces back and what doesn't bounce back, and then they're using that data to generate shapes and colors based on that data. But all they're receiving for data is whether or not something bounces back or how much of it bounces back. And that can be based on a lot of factors, because there could be not that photons exist, there could be a lot of data going in and out and everywhere in all sorts of directions and being refracted by have you ever shouted underwater? Have you ever shined a bright light underwater and seen the way that it reflects? Have you seen the way that the sun will shard through the pool to the bottom of the pool at a certain time of the day? It takes a great force to illuminate water a certain way, depending upon how murky it is. What if the water is murky, like the God Hates Flags video? Anyway, NASA gets all their data from some sort of a secondhand source, like throwing a soccer ball up against the wall of your gymnasium, and then it bounces back and you catch it, or you throw a soccer ball and it just keeps going, and you're like, well, I guess there wasn't a wall there. That's how they're getting all their data, but all the colors and the shapes are all theoretical.
Before we get into the details of what Macaque found.
Otherwise, we'd have a picture of the moon's surface from last year. If they actually physically landed on the moon in 1969, we would have went back since then and put up a billboard or dumped some trash. So put up or shut up. Show us the selfie. And that thing last week where China claims to have gone to the dark side of the moon and they photoshopped picture. They photoshopped a picture of a realistic looking flag on a piece of metal that looked like it could be part of a satellite craft, on the most ridiculously lazily whatever that moon cheese stuff that they try to make you look. The two images we went over are just fantastical. They're trying to say that the Chinese satellites went to the dark side of the moon and came back with moon rocks and moon dust that they collected with a machine, from a physical object that doesn't exist. So obviously the moon rocks they came back with are the same moon rocks that they had when they left, and the photographs of that 1 foot pushed into the thing with that horizon where the ground looks the same at 1 foot as it does at 100 feet. It's clearly not very believable. So just last week they went ahead and reinforced the idea that the moon is a physical object by claiming that China landed on the dark side of the moon, just happened to land on the dark side of the moon. And that's like that, what we discussed about the messenger discussing that they don't need you to believe in aliens, because aliens are real. They need you to believe in things coming from the sky. They don't need you to believe in aliens. They just need you to have it in the back of your brain in case something similar happens, so that you'll have that archetype poised and ready. It is kind of ironic, I mean, because I had put it in my title a couple of times, and I have mentioned it several times, about the moon. And then they went ahead and, of course, they had already planned to do their little thing where they shoot something in the air and it comes back down, and they say that it did things that it didn't do. And you can't prove it because you don't have a space shuttle. So you just shut up or put up. You get your own NASA, or you just believe what they say. Okay.
We have to talk about the first. Even though most of us have some idea what black holes are, there's still some gaps in the right information. In 1916,
See, in 1916, some Mason came up with a fart cloud idea, and that's the top pyramid, and everybody about to start building the building blocks up under it so they can feel intelligent up under the government, and all of it is stupid. The actual Mason who came up with the idea, even if they wasn't a Mason, some Mason had to copy it. But here's the thing: I don't like when people make arguments like, "Oh, Mason's in charge of everything," whatever like that. Let's look at everything. What was going on then is going on now. You be an inventor. They won't do nothing but make you a grifter like Nikola Tesla and shit and Einstein, right? Because here's the thing: there's no mechanism we can't see in history or written down. Someone keeping up someone else's history. We only see someone keeping their own history and family. And if you just got eradicated and destroyed, you just got eradicated and destroyed. But you ain't walking around seeing nothing that someone worshiping their family, nothing else than New York City, LA, Atlanta, any city and state you in, and you see a city hall and you see a group of human statues on top of the goddamn building that you got to go into to pay the goddamn traffic ticket and shit like that. So obviously, dumb ain't your people. Dumb some people that based on oral tradition and what they doing, they know who they praising and they know what forefathers or shit they got going on in this motherfucking shit. So even if you ain't a Mason in today's time and your idea gets stole, if it was going to be remembered even 5 months after it got stole, it's in the Mason's hand. This is how we even look at certain things that get lit, and once they start to.
I'm well aware that any great idea I share could immediately be stolen by a neckbeard caveman and patented and implemented, and many people could become billionaires off of many things that I've spoken over the last several weeks just on live, let alone the things that I've written about over the last several years. I'm well aware my great idea and implemented it, that it would just be out there. It would be implemented, and that would be great. But if you're wet off of attention and validation, then you'll be more concerned about whether or not you have your name on the top of the building and whether or not Rockland gets a skyscraper.
The Jews and the Masons capitalize off of it and start to get watered down because they make it accessible to even people that start from their small energy and drop this energy. Oh, I can't do of it. Now we got lawyers that's created to goddamn it break laws and all this other type of shit that really only work in their favor. Because the moment you say something that ain't even a law, they can say anti-Semitic and still fire you, and there's no law to keep you in a union on that job that claim that's racism. So you got people running the road and doing what the fuck they want to do, and anytime you do a smaller version of it, you won't catch a RICO charge.
Albert Einstein published his theory of general relativity, which predicted the existence of.
And so,
Hey Google, what is the theory of relativity?
According to Wikipedia, the theory of relativity usually encompasses two related physics theories by Albert Einstein: special relativity and general relativity, proposed and published in 1905 and 1915, respectively. Special relativity applies to all physical phenomena in the absence of gravity.
Okay, so
you won't catch a RICO charge.
relativity.
Okay, so the theory of general relativity is incumbent upon gravity. Well, what is gravity?
According to Wikipedia, in physics, gravity is a fundamental interaction which causes mutual attraction between all things that have mass. The weakest of the four fundamental interactions are 38 times weaker than the strong interaction, 10 to the power of 36 times weaker than the electromagnetic force, and 10 to the power of 29 times weaker than the weak interaction.
Hey Google, rate of gravity on Earth.
9.8 meters per second squared. On the website nsm.gov, they say the average gravitational pull of the Earth is 9.8 meters per second squared.
See, they're lying. It's 9.81 meters per second squared, according to their calculations that they taught me in their high school. But Google is saying 9.8 meters per second squared because she doesn't want you to know the 554. 9.81 meters per second squared. And if it isn't 9.81 meters per second squared, as we were taught in high schools, then that means that they specifically made the 981 for witchcraft reasons, and then quietly put it back to 9.80 when they didn't want to get found out. So that they used their 981 energy for a while, which of course 9 plus 8 plus 1 would be what, I don't know, a lot, like 18. Plus 7. It's a 7. Okay, so esoterically, if the rate of gravity is related to 7, if you use gematria or whatever the heck it is, or numerology or number science, like the rate of gravity is 9.81 meters per second squared. All I know is they're saying that there's this thing called terminal velocity, where if you're falling from a great height, you'll start falling faster and faster and faster. But at some point, you'll get to this point where you're falling at 9.81 meters per second squared, and you can't fall any faster. Okay. So they fixed the standard of weights and measures, but this is actually in meters per second squared. So one of the measurements isn't biased by the most recent professionals doctoring, fixing the standard of weights and measures. Meters is okay. Seconds are not. Seconds are not round numbers. Maybe meters are wrong too. Maybe seconds are right. I just know that a 4-liter gallon works a lot better than 3.8. 3.81, 3.78 liters is what they call a gallon in the heartland. 3.78 liters, because that way they can take that other 12.12 liters and they can just save it for the next jug, and then they can charge the same amount for a little bit less, and then they can make a little bit more. It's called sanctioned scarcity, planned obsolescence. It's called having your cake and eating it too. It's called you've got a jug next to the other guy's jug, and yours costs more, but yours has less. But your brand name is a Callahan name, so it sells better. It's called you got to know people. It's called nepotism. Sanctioned nepotism. That's how you get sanctioned scarcity, from sanctioned nepotism. We'll come up with a better word. Better mnemonic nepotism. Neurotic nepotism. Yeah, so general relativity is based on gravity. So the reason that the reason when I got a stick poked in my ear, I fell to the ground and couldn't get up, is because I lost my equilibrium. So without my form's ability to stand against the current, my body was forced to the ground, and every time I tried to stand up, I got nauseous. Okay, because look, if you were on the rotor or the gravitron, and you just stand there while things going up, you might be okay. But if you tried to actively push against the flow, it might make you nauseous. If you're on the gravitron or the rotor at OOB, Palace Playland, if you're on the gravitron, and you tried to get out of your seat while it was holding you to your seat, that might make you nauseous. So when I got a stick poked in my ear and it messed with the fluid in my ear and I lost my equilibrium, it made me nauseous to do anything other than lay prone on the ground. Okay. Gravity is not the same as what you think it is. Okay. There's a swirliness happening in the water cycle, and the swirliness catches things in the swirliness. Okay. We'll use the analogy of you take a 5-gallon bucket of snow, and then you let it melt, and then you put that 5-gallon bucket of snow in a huge mixing bowl, and you take a big wooden spoon and you stir it around and stir it around and stir it around. And inside of that bowl, there's the melted snow water that contains total undissolved solids. It contains little physical dirt particles and stuff. And then as you're stirring it around, and the water is whooshing around and whooshing around, the little physical particles are pooling in the center, and they're spinning around, and they're crashing into each other and clumping into each other and breaking each other and combining with each other. And somewhere inside of that, there's a bunch of spirits pretending that we're on Earth. But gravity is caused by the whooshing around, and we're the spoon stirring the water. Spirits are the ones creating a water cycle in their space, and all the ripples in the pond together cause the chaos that organize as the water cycle moving to the left, which creates the vortices or the overall vortexness that causes pressure, that causes physical matter to come to the void at the center of the innermost water cycle. So gravity isn't like, you can't just point the magnet and it sticks to it like in the cartoons with the big red magnet with the negative and positive ends, and you can just stick it to the train and ride the back of the train. Gravity isn't some force you can just take out of your pocket. They got the big thing that holds the cars. The magnets work, but gravity and magnets aren't the same thing. They're trying to say that what magnets do on a larger scale is what's going on with gravity, and it's because the center of the Earth has a big magnet in it. That's what they want you to believe. But what's really happening is somebody is stirring that bowl of melted snow water, and the whooshing around is causing things to pool in the center, and we're in the center of the center. There's so much shit, total undissolved solids in the melted snow water that we can't even see outside of it. That's why it gets light and dark, because of a phenomenon where that doesn't make any sense. Scratch that, because there's no Kuiper belt. Scratch that. I'm wrong. It's not quite like that. It's not like we're inside of something that's out there, or I don't know. Is it like the God Hates Flags video? Is that water out there in the sky murky, and that's why? Hmm, hmm. Is the water out there murky? And then every so often something gets bright enough so that it can peek through. That makes much more sense. Because if the water out there was perfectly clear, we'd be able to see the whole halo, because it's going on. At one point, it was asserted that the friction and fusion that's going on at the edge of our water cycle and the next water cycle outside of it, the different density water bubble that we're inside of, outside of us, the friction between those two, the oil and vinegar, that the friction and fusion is going on equally around the entire edge of our void in relation to the void that we're inside of, or the water cycle. There's a void in our water cycle, like an air bubble inside of a water bubble, but it's all water. It's just different density water. But I mean, our water cycle has different density waters inside of it, and the next one does too, probably. But it's a trails away. Yeah, so I mean, the whole if there's the sun, so to speak, going on around the entire halo, around the entire ring of our water cycle, but for some reason we can only see it as that dot. Because at nighttime when you're in a pitch black room, eventually your eyes adjust. So it's like there is a little light shining through, isn't there? Even if you're in the forest and it's a new moon, if your eyes adjust, I mean, there's a little light. I mean, what if the sky, the waters above, is murky, and if it wasn't, we'd be able to see light time all the time. But how does that check out? How did it become so murky that it can just sort of let the sun peek through during the day and then goes away at night? No, that's not the point. The point is we're seeing the sun and not seeing the sun based on the rotation of the physical object that's in the water cycle that we're in. It's night all the time. What is it doing? What are we doing with it? Why is it a circle? But it's like the fisheye camera. Everything from far away rounds itself out like that. So is our water cycle round, or does the sun look round because it's far away, or both? What does the sun have to do with the whooshing? Is the sun the spoon? No. It's really difficult to understand things when you have to understand things at the micro level, where things are happening very, very very fast at the Scooby-Doo van Saturn return level, but very slow. And then things inside here appear to be happening very slow, but they're happening very fast. Like the Scooby-Doo Saturn return van could go one city block, and for us that would be like 7 years, so to speak. The Saturn return Scooby-Doo bus can take 2 steps, and it could be several months for us. But at the same time, when the Scooby-Doo van Saturn return cycle has a month, it's just a month to them. Even if it's 7 years to us, it's just a month to them. And by them, I mean more us, because we are us. We're all part of this water cycle, making it together. It's difficult to perceive things when you're so in the micro level. We'll get back to that.
Predicted the existence of black holes.
And so we know general relativity is stupid, because if general relativity is stupid, and any original part cloud that leads to that is stupid. Get rid of that too. Relativity is dumb.
That time was purely theoretical.
Relativity is something they're trying to over-exaggerate.
What did he say? At that time, the concept was purely theoretical? Are they trying to say it's not now?
If you have to use that word, all you have to do is relate one object relating to another object, and it produces either harmful or harmonious outcome. Other than that, they form of relativity is based off things that don't exist, like the atoms and shit like that. So the relationship of atoms in science is called relativity, but it's nothing special. It's the relationship of 2 or more objects on a micro quantum scale to a macro scale, like they're talking about the galaxy right now. Don't get lost in these words, y'all, and don't have nobody say you don't sound intelligent if you watch Al Jazeera Yale. You know the witchcraft of these words.
It took another 50 years for the scientific community that black holes.
Atheists or theists might be like, oh no, this ain't the actual definition. But regardless of the definition, let's see what's actually being practiced if we ain't had no words. It's the same. You actually describe it better than them, and they end up trying to take the argument to a meta argument. It's more about how you say something other than what you're actually saying, and they're using spiritual natures in reverse for the physical world. The physical world is in reverse. It ain't what you do, it's how you do it. You're not supposed to transmute that into it ain't what you do, it's how you do some other man's pyramid scheme or some shit like that. But at that point, it don't matter what you do or how you do it. You indoctrinated, bitch.
Holes actually exist. This happened in the 1960s. They were studying the Cygnus constellation when they noticed an oddly bright blue star.
So another constellation before the ones that's supposed to be close to us, Aries through Pisces. Oh, those to skip those ones. Saturn, none of this shit exists. These are the allegories right here. This is Masonic symbolism right here. Your neurons in your mind. That's it.
That was emitting X-rays. This star wasn't a stagnant object, but was going around a giant black something.
Lights on logo.
Investigation, it was found that the
Star Trek intro right here.
X-rays weren't just moving around on their own, but they were being sucked into the black thing they were orbiting.
Same Star Trek intro.
Thus, the name black hole.
New Osmosis Jones movie they get ready to put right here.
This discovery was significant because it provided proof that black holes
New movie producing Lemuria and Atlanteans and what happened to them, and all the people died and became these little dots, and these dots are supposed to be stars and galaxies and stuff.
exist, and that they were not just a figment of Albert Einstein's wild imagination. While that was great,
Shit, you told me a lot.
It also meant that there was this unreal entity in space that we urgently needed to know
It's still an imagination to this day. Look at this damn intro right here.
more about. So researchers all around the world got to work. This black hole
A made-up job called astrophysics, where actors get paid, and they probably ain't as paid as they claim, but they have to have that look to regurgitate rhetoric to the world to be in, I can't argue for or against, but I'm argue for or against energy, and make it sound as vague as possible, and take the word vague and replace it with I'm intelligent.
was named Cygnus X1, and it is located in the constellation Cygnus about 6,000 light years from Earth. It was no small discovery. It's a
Get ready to make a new Charlotte's Web.
located
What I miss?
Masonic symbolism right here. Your neurons in your mind. That's it. Physical world. The physical world is in reverse. It ain't what you do, it's how you do it. You're not supposed to transmute other.
Oh, I
Other than
missed a lot.
They form of relativity is based off things that don't exist, like the atoms and shit like that. So the relationship of atoms in science is called relativity, but it's nothing special. It's the relationship of two or more objects, micro quantum scale to a macro scale, like they're talking about the galaxy right now. Don't get lost in these words, y'all, and don't have nobody say you don't sound intelligent if you watch Al Jazeera Real. You know the witchcraft of these words.
It took another 50 years for the scientific community to find evidence that black holes.
Atheists or theists might be like, oh no, this ain't the actual definition. But regardless of
Who had these people searching for the evidence? The people that knew they were looking for bullshit.
definition, let's see what's actually being practiced if we ain't had no words. It's the same. You actually describe it better than them, and they end up trying to take the argument to a meta argument. It's more about how you said something other than.
So basically, very crafty, clever Masons convinced very smart scientists to look in the right places and find the right things. And they thought that they were making real breakthroughs, but they were really just in a walled garden to come to the conclusions that the Masons wanted them to come to so that they could assert the alternative facts about the universe and celestial bodies that they wanted people to believe.
What you're actually saying, and they're using spiritual natures in reverse for the physical world. The physical world is in reverse. It ain't what you do, it's how you do it. You're not supposed to transmute that into it ain't what you do, it's how you do some other man's pyramid scheme or some shit like that. But at that point, it don't matter what you do or how you do it. You indoctrinated, bitch.
Holes actually exist. This happened in the 1960s. They were studying when they noticed an oddly bright blue star.
So we're gonna study another constellation.
So they were studying a constellation and they noticed an oddly bright blue star. Okay, so again, they can't because they're getting their computer. Okay, they're getting data. They're getting yeses or nos, binary, zeros and ones, data from out there. Did it bounce back? Did it not bounce back? And then they're assigning colors based on blue shift and red shift or something. But it's not like there's an actual blue star or red star out there. All the pictures of those brightly colored stars and stuff are all based on computer generated images that are made from data. They're not actual naked eye photographs.
For the ones that's supposed to be close to us, Aries through Pisces. Oh, let's just skip those ones. Sad, none of this shit exists. These are the allegories right here. This is Masonic symbolism right here. Your neurons in your mind. That's it.
That was emitting X-rays. This star wasn't a stagnant object, but was going around a giant black something.
Twilight Zone.
Investigation, it was found that the
Star Trek intro right here.
X-rays weren't just moving around on their own, but they were being.
Oh man, I know what it is. Last time I didn't know what it is. Let me just post this in chat. There, now we're going there. It doesn't have any video for it, it's just got the music. That's pretty good one. I like that. It's the 4th Doctor Who intro. Oh, this audio is way better. Listen to the audio for the second one. The audio is way. Why would they even put that other trash out? This is the official Doctor Who. Oh yeah. Oh, and it's got the video. Oh, please tell me there's just music. Yeah, so Doctor Who is the best running show, and Rapper's Delight, it's a long song, so they made it so that people can't do that anymore. Because it was costing the neck-beard caveman money. Oh my goodness. Anyway, the kind individual that plays music for the Soup Kitchen patrons re-emerged, and I would like to go back and see if we can't have a conversation. So I've got to stay late today, just in case he wants to chat. It's been so long. I mean, I showed up and he didn't, and then he showed up and I didn't. So now we're gonna show up together. Of course, Jim Gibson is a singer, guitarist, content creator for the Mid-Coast community that sung the song "Here Comes the Sun," do 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 do, at the soup kitchen, and that makes him be pretty cool because then, because he sang that song, I made some artwork and then I gave him a copy of that artwork, and then because I gave him a copy of that artwork, he showed it to Dana, and Dana gave me paper to draw stuff on, and then I said thanks, Dana, on the back of the paper, and I draw stuff on it, and now when my current vessel becomes non-viable, Dana's paper that they gave to me because they were so moved by my artwork will live on in everyone else's memory of my memory of how cool it was that someone liked my artwork and wanted to encourage me to work on my penmanship.
Being sucked into the black thing they were orbiting.
Same Star Trek.
Thus, the name black hole.
New Osmosis Jones movie they get ready to put right here.
This discovery was significant because it
Okay, so the term black hole, the fact that they saw something get sucked into a black thing that it was
sucked
sucked
into the black thing they were orbiting.
into the black thing they were orbiting. So and ones. Okay, so they call it because on the computer, the data the computer interpreted it in a way that made that part of the data black. Okay, but it could have been any other color. They could have assigned magenta to it or teal to it.
In Star Trek.
Thus, the name black hole.
So the term black hole was arbitrary. They purposely assigned black to whatever color they wanted to be the big hole in the center so that it would look cool or so that it would have the right associations so that people would go fight their military conflicts.
New Osmosis Jones movie they get ready to put right here.
This discovery was significant because it provided proof that black holes
A new movie produced in Lemuria and Atlantis and what happened to them, and all the people died and became these little dots, and these dots are supposed to be stars. And
Maybe we should put this in the title in case anybody stumbles across this shit, huh? No, I don't need that. No, I don't need my Facebook open. The moon's was at 6.7%. The sun is in Scarab 12 and the moon is in Gemini 12. That won't be long. The video details right here on Walk Wednesday. No, we're not Walk Wednesday anymore. We are. That about sums it up. And that would be Ray Robinson Container Service. 5 generation 30. Ray Robinson Container Service. Thanks. I didn't get the trash taken out today. It was full. Whoops. Now, back to this.
galaxies and stuff.
exist, and that they were not just a figment of Albert Einstein's wild imagination. It was great.
Shit, you told me a lot.
It also meant that there was this unreal entity in space that we needed to know
It's still an imagination to this day. Look at this damn intro right here.
more about. So researchers all around the world got to work. This black hole
A made-up job called astrophysics, where actors get paid and they probably ain't as paid as they.
So there was just a bunch of data they could collect from out there, and they drew conclusions based on that data, convinced other people to draw further conclusions based on these zeros and ones that they assigned colors to. And they basically got a bunch of scientists to run around others' tails looking for data inside of data that doesn't exist in the way that they think it does, because they're presuming that their data represents physical objects in outer space, but it doesn't. Okay, so they're studying something that doesn't exist based on data that they misinterpreted, that they were instructed to misinterpret, that other scientists came and followed behind them and misinterpreted the data that they misinterpreted so that we could draw the wrong conclusions about outer space.
They claim, but they have to have that look to regurgitate rhetoric to the world to be in. I can't argue for or against, but I'm gonna argue for or against energy and make it sound as vague as possible and take the word vague and replace it with I'm intelligent.
And that's where we get the phrase "I'm not a rocket scientist," because they make it so complicated that no one can refute it.
hole was named Cygnus X1, and it is located in the constellation Cygnus, about 6,000 light years from Earth. It's about
Get ready to make a new Charlotte's Web movie. You know what I'm saying?
I'm watching that part of the video, and I really just want to play Miura's Mask and finish that game. I'd start it from the beginning if I could just finish it. It's so fun, turning into that rock guy and rolling around.
Get prepared. Goddamn it, new Cloverfield.
14 times Friday. Which
Well, when y'all probably want to go on a date with me to go see that movie. Was it The Harvest or something like that? I think it's out now. Yeah, I'm gonna go watch. I'm gonna see that. And then I'm hitting New York City Italia Fest. What fest is that? That's on the 20th of this month. I'm hitting that.
Let's just pause for the noise. I've got the kitchen window open still. Oops, my bad. Wally, did you order all this noise? Anyways, I showed the cat to the camera, and just because somebody says that cats being kept implies things, doesn't mean that it implies things in all cases. You know, sometimes causation is not correlation, but sometimes it can be an indicator that correlation may be present. But people that want to keep dogs are celiacs, and people that want to keep gerbils have no sense of smell. I know someone that keeps chickens, and they spoil their chickens, and then they give me eggs, and I feel good about those eggs, at least gooder about the eggs that come from someone that spoils their chickens versus the DeCoster farm or Eggland's Best that feeds their chickens nothing but aluminum fluoride feedstock enriched corn and soy feedstock. Eggland's Best uses nothing but corn and soy feedstock that's subsidized by the covenant and contains whatever they want. But as long as you're going to continue to feed your indoor cat Purina, Cat Chow, or Friskies, or Meow Mix, and you look at the first ingredient and it says ground yellow corn, you're hurting your kitty cat. Cats are carnivores. Cats don't eat corn. And as for my comment in the syllabus yesterday, we were discussing kitty cats, and we were using the analogy, well, what if I just offered my cat cut up pieces of apple every day and said, well, this is what I'm going to give you, so you can either learn to gain your sustenance from pieces of apple or you can just go hungry. Eventually the kitty cat might pick at it and be like, this is the only thing he's offering me. What am I going to do? Eventually he might eat it. And that's what the neckbeard cavemen did. They cats aren't supposed to eat apples. They gave persons with opposable thumbs options that they didn't want, didn't need, and weren't compatible with them. They took away all the other options, and then they said, well, let's see if they eventually give up and be a little good Pavlov dog and salivate and wag their tail for an empty dish when the bell rings. Okay, so that's what everybody's doing in the heartland. They're salivating and wagging their tail for an empty dish when the bell rings. And then Pavlov smiles and says, we got them, boys. So anyway, I put in the syllabus, what if we took the apple pieces and covered them in chicken grease? And that's basically what the neckbeard cavemen do. If in this analogy, if we're the kitty cats that aren't designed to eat Cortland apples, and then the neckbeard cavemen just try to force that square peg into that round hole, they might throw us a frickin' bone and put a little chicken grease on the apple pieces to try to make it more palatable to us, even though cats don't eat corn or apples. And I'm a vegetarian, so I don't eat masticatable animal flesh unless it's fish. I don't eat the oils, liquids, or broths, or fats, or solids from a slaughtered animal. I eat eggs and I eat fish. I don't eat cows and chickens. I can't have gelatin because Google said what gelatin was and it's bad. But anyway, the note in the syllabus is just an add-on to the fact that theoretically you could get cats to eat apples as long as you put enough chicken grease on it to convince the cat that the apple was chicken. And that's what the neckbeard cavemen do. They put enough good on bad things to convince you that the bad thing is good. so that they can keep all the good things for themselves, or so that they can make you pay more for the good things.
Fast. And before that, I'm going to see that movie, so I'm going on taking somebody on the date.
which causes it to have a strong
Now I want some grasshopper cookies. I want some Keebler grasshopper cookies right now. Right now. So glad I'm going to the soup kitchen today.
City Italia Fest. What fest is that? That's on the 20th of this month. I'm
This
in
is what I get for all I ate yesterday. I went ahead, I got the third donut, and I finished my cake. Not good. And what did I have for dinner? It was delicious, whatever it was. It was very memorable. I remember there was one night we had the leftover stuff from the beef. So was it beef stroganoff? What was it? It was a meat sauce. What do we? Yeah, it was beef stroganoff. I'm vegetarian, so it's pea protein, but it's beef stroganoff. We had, for the first night, we had some beef stroganoff over noodles, the meat sauce, and then the second night we had it over rice, and it was delicious. Oh, and then last night we had the pizza. We were gonna have pizza with some bread that I had, and then I brought home a garlic bread yesterday that I put on stream, and we made the pizza with that, and it was good. But we only ate we split one half, and then she ate the other half later, and I'm gonna eat the other half in a little while. So it's it reminds me of the kids that they're like, go eat at the table. Stop walking around while you're eating. No, complain if you drop something on the floor, okay? But if somebody wants to walk around while they're eating or stand while they're eating, that means something. When I learned that I could stand while playing video games, I was hooked, okay? When I realized that I didn't have to, the issue was to get at my desk, I would have to push my chair in, and then to get out of my desk, I would have to pull my chair out. And my chair doesn't have wheels on it, so that means you have to kind of do that crouch thing, and so that limits. You're like, why would I want to do that? I can just wait and get up and do everything all at once. But when I'm at a standing desk, if I need to go do something, I don't have to go through that process of pulling out my chair and pushing it back in. I can just walk away and come back. It makes it so much fucking easier. And once you women's suffrage something, nobody wants to repeal women's suffrage. So when you realize that if you just say, you know what, I don't care if going like this everywhere meant that I was going to get smarter every second and live forever, then I'm going to do it.
That fest. And before that, I'm going to see that movie, so I'm going on taking somebody on the date.
which causes it to have a strong gravitational pull is so strong that not even light can escape it. This is
Okay, like this video thing right here. Let's slow it down.
Taking somebody on the date.
which causes it to have a strong gravitational
Oh, it's okay. Here we go. Okay, so this thing right here, it appears to be a bunch of shit, and it's getting sucked towards the middle at a certain.
The gravitational
Okay.
pull
Okay.
is so
So it could be a huge swimming pool with a drain and a bunch of shit in it with lights on.
not even light can
Now, as a photographer, I know that you can take a bunch of photographs of random shit, and if you tweak it a little bit, you can make that shit look like other shit, and you don't have to know Photoshop, and you don't have to know deep fakes.
escape it.
And sometimes when you can make something look like something else, like when people stand and make it look like they're standing on somebody's hand because they're standing 50 feet back or whatever, the optical illusions. You think these neck-beard cavemen aren't well-versed in optical illusions? You think they're not tickled pink when they can put a 5-gallon bucket and some lights together with a little put an ice auger in a swimming pool, take a couple of videos in the pitch black with some strobe lights, and then post it online and say, wasn't there somebody that posted supposedly a picture of the moon or a planet or something, and then they found out afterwards that it was fake, but people thought it was real for a while? I mean, it's not that hard. People are so ready to believe everything that everybody says because nobody wants to be called a conspiracy theorist. Nobody's willing to doubt anybody. Nobody's willing to be a Thomas, to be a doubter. Everybody wants to believe that just because you're dressed like a goth person or you smoke clove cigarettes, that means you're immediately going to hell.
This is why.
Well, I think we got past the animation, didn't we?
Oh.
Or did we ever get to the animation?
The concept of a black hole is both fascinating and terrifying. It is a region.
Oh, really? The concept of a black hole is both fascinating and terrifying. The concept of a black hole. What? The concept that a teaspoon of matter could weigh more than everything on Earth? Theoretically, the concept fascinating, terrifying. I don't know. A man might be real.
Region of space where gravity is so strong that nothing, not even light, can escape.
Okay, and this shit about no light can escape it. I mean, that's just getting into a whole nother bucket of. Oh, and here we are with the Purina Pro plan. So let's go ahead and put those ingredients up. No, I'm not going to contribute voice clips, you stupid cunt. Purina Pro plan ingredients. They want to show a Purina Pro plan commercial during me watching somebody else's live stream and think that they're going to just skim over that. No, I don't want an overview. I want the ingredients. They have an overview. They have a product description. No, I want the ingredients. Okay, view all ingredients. No, I want the actual ingredients list, not these pictures. You have to scroll down objects. They have objects, pictures for every single ingredient. So let's go over the ingredients. In this commercial that we're watching involuntarily because somebody doesn't know about uBlock Origin. Install uBlock Origin today. Okay, Purina Pro Plan, available at Petco. This is something, it's a dog commercial, so they want you to feed this to your dog. The heck did that? Okay, so it contains chicken, rice, whole grain wheat, poultry byproduct, soybean meal, beef fat, corn gluten meal, whole grain corn, egg product dried, fish meal, natural flavors, which can contain beef, glycerin. Glycerin, isn't that what's in candles? Wheat bran, calcium carbonate, which is the same thing as chalk or tums, dicalcium phosphate, which is basically hazardous waste that they're repurposing as nutrition when it should be disposed of properly. Mono and dicalcium phosphate. It's a waste product that contains calcium, so they add it so that calcium, but mono and dicalcium phosphate is not good for you. Salt, soybean oil, potassium chloride. What is potassium chloride? Okay, fish oil, ferrous sulfate. Anybody that's been pregnant knows the difference between an iron supplement and ferrous sulfate is that iron is good for you, and ferrous sulfate is what happens when they pour acid on a pipe and then collect the frothy rust that comes off of the pipe when they pour acid on the pipe, and then they use that ferrous sulfate to supplement your body when you're pregnant. Instead of giving you iron supplements, they give you something called ferrous sulfate, which is not iron and doesn't help your body. Copper proteinate, calcium iodate, sodium selenite, vitamin E supplement, niacin, vitamin A supplement, calcium pantothenate that they're saying is vitamin B5 because it technically contains vitamin B5, but it is not vitamin B5. Thiamine mononitrate, vitamin B12 riboflavin supplement, peroxidine hydrochloride, which they're claiming is vitamin B6, folic acid, vitamin D3, monosodium bisulfate complex. Okay, menadione sodium bisulfite complex, and they're saying that that's vitamin K. No, vitamin K is vitamin K. Just because this waste product from whatever industry that you were going to have to probably dispose of technically contains a little vitamin K doesn't mean that hydrofluorosilicic acid is the same as sodium fluoride. So this product also contains biotin, choline chloride, L-ascorbyl 2 polyphosphate, which they're claiming is vitamin C, L-lysine monohydrochloride, and then garlic oil. And they didn't bother to tell us what all those ingredients were for, but unlike kitty cats, dogs can eat vegetables, but because in the heartland there's a masculinity, a toxic masculinity cloud, everybody feels that if chicken is the first ingredient, that their dog's going to be tough and strong, when in reality, dogs don't necessarily, they're not necessarily carnivores in the same way that kitty cats are carnivores. So when the first ingredient of your kitty's food is corn and the first ingredient of your dog's food is chicken, it's because of toxic masculinity and not because of dietary things. It's just because you're not paying attention to your kitty cat's food because you don't care, because they just every day just back and forth to the bowl, back and forth to the bowl. It's not my fault you round it over. My cat gets fed twice a day. So great. That's Purina Pro Plan, because your dog must eat chicken because it's a real man. Unpause the shit. I can't unpause my live stream. I have to actually unpause the video.
Your dog deserves to shine. Proven advanced nutrition.
Yeah, it's all dog knowledge. Listen.
Fascinating and terrifying.
Listen.
It is a region of space where gravity is so strong that nothing can escape.
So in this region,
it's a region of space that no one can get to, and that no one can physically see with the naked eye. And the only way that we're able to study it is by supposedly bouncing signals out and seeing what comes back, and then assigning colors to that. Okay, so they're acting like there's a black hole in an actual place that people could travel to.
put your camera at, and how did the camera escape?
But that's theoretical.
First question. Second question. No light can escape. We still see the sun. Third question. Is it going to be rhetoric? Oh, it's in an area of the galaxy that ain't by our sun. So that's why our sun ain't getting sucked in as.
Let's not forget that if our local sun in the sky is like a candle, then that means the closer you get to it, the warmer you're going to get. And we just don't see that. If the sun in the sky is like a candle, then it should illuminate the area around it to the degree that a candle would illuminate the area around it. And if the sun is a huge ball of fire and magma, and the fire and magma is emitting a candle or a campfire, or the coals in a grill would emit light, it would illuminate the surrounding area with diminishing returns as you get further and further from the sun. The same way a candle or a campfire or embers, coals in a fire would illuminate. We don't see that with the sun. That's not the way the sun behaves. The sun does not behave like a candle. It does not behave like a campfire. If anything, you should be asking yourself, why doesn't the sun act like a laser pointer? A green laser pointer can pop a balloon, okay? So how come when the sun shard shines directly on my chest, how come it doesn't physically burn me like when I touch the stove? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense at all. If the sun is what they say it is, and light travels, I mean, I feel the heat, but it doesn't burn me. You would think that if the sun generally illuminates the area on the earth, and then sometimes a shard of sun can pierce through a swimming pool to the bottom, or it can shine on your chest and warm your chest, you would think that at some point there would be some shards of the sun that would just light a tree on fire from all that power. If the sun was a independent physical object and not a collection of other physical objects, in the same way that a fluffy white cloud in the sky appears to be a physical object when you're on the earth, but when you're in a plane, the plane can go right through it and you realize it's just a multitude of little droplets that are displaced or moved out of the way when the plane drives through it. And there's no turbulence or no collision. The plane just drives right through the cloud as if it's not a physical object, because it's not.
Light, which that ain't light, it's just atmospheres interacting as a cloud, right? But then, if you try to make that make sense, then what camera y'all got? that go that far, can record with low zero, strong current, that somehow y'all ain't got a submarine or a spaceship to go through that Kuiper Belt exosphere yet. But the camera can. But y'all still taking dirty images with the Hubble Webb telescope and the James Webb telescope that look like it's recorded by a toaster. Yet the cameras that y'all got in these intros recording the satellite in question that's taking these pictures and the whole background of what the satellite is taking. Why we just don't use those cameras? So if those cameras could go that far and shit like that, why? And then this gonna lead us to the fourth question: why ain't the camera getting sucked in that light then? See, so for the most part, it's bullshit.
Anything that gets too close to a black hole will be pulled into it, never to be seen again.
And you got a lazy mind as
Basically, anything that gets pulled up. So it's kind of like, anybody that's gone, nobody's ever died and come back and said, this is what happened after I died. And that's prove what happens after you die, because nobody said, hey, I died yesterday and I'm back now, and I'm telling you, I remember this is what I was doing yesterday. I ate this, I drank that, I said this. Oh yeah, you're totally you from yesterday, and you totally died, and this is totally you now, as a new infant that just turned 18 years later.
is be like, well, these are the guys that's back there practicing. Science is pseudo. They just had expensive equipment to practice their pseudo science. But science practice itself is just having expensive equipment to practice some pseudo shit. That's science. I ain't seen no cures yet.
But that aspect of danger makes it even more necessary to learn everything there is to know about them. The answer ended up being the latter. After the discovery of sickness.
New Star Wars movie, so we're going to get the galaxy. Ninja Turtles gonna mix with Street Fighter. Street Fighter gonna mix with Mortal Kombat. Where all the wars gonna share. It's gonna be a big old Avenger movie, and the Nicaea Council of the Creed gonna come down and shit and things.
I mean, I understand that they're all computer-generated images, and I move on. But somebody that's keenly aware of the way that the neckbeard caveman will go to great lengths to trick entire populations on Earth might take it personally when someone goes to great lengths to make visual propaganda that is inappropriate.
Thanos gonna shoot one of these moons at somebody, the Titan from Saturn, all this shit. Well, all of Masonic ass retarded 3-year-old who grew up and thought they was intelligent because they had lights of patches because they were born in a family who melted metals first. That's it. That's it.
I see the Dell logo. I'm not into other people's logos. The one in the upper right looks like it could.
Started to search for other black holes. They found that there may be close to over 100.
To one black hole, and they're going to search for more black holes. I mean, all they're doing is they found patterns in data, and they're trying to find more patterns in data, and they're assigning names to the patterns in data. Do you understand this? It's all theoretical. They're wasting tons of tithe dollars on a bunch of crap that's theoretical, so that they can look like they're doing their job trying to universes while they know that they're not.
Black holes in the Milky Way alone. They are so incredibly hard to detect. We still don't have an exact number.
Yeah, of course they're hard to detect because they don't exist in the way that you think they exist. So it's a stretch.
Nevertheless, from the looks of it, there are several million.
Let's get to another Grassy shit. This is stupid. It's stupid. All this footage is stupid. I don't care what an atheist or a religious person say because they want to cling on to believing in man. When you go outside and let God, all possibility without that word God, but just let's say God right now, when you let that teach you, you'll understand that shit. If you go through a goddamn Hurricane Berlin right now.
And we already talked about God today. We know that God is just some guy named Todd that was really good at farming and ranching and building houses, and he taught everybody else how to make a great community, and it became a flourishing society like ancient Rome. And then after he died, everybody honored his name and honored his ways and tried to carry on his legacy by calling him God. And then everybody forgot why they were doing it, and they forgot what they were doing, and now everybody just thinks that God created the earth in 6 days and he's a talking cloud burning bush, and he's going to give you a spanking if you don't pray to Jesus. But originally God was just an archetypal blueprint for don't be evil, for be excellent to each other and party on. It was never that. It was never that. It was always a manipulation designed to subjugate everybody in society. The Bible was always a trick. God, the motivation behind the creation of God was always to put their knee on your neck. God is death.
But what they call that, whatever like that, it's hard for you to drive your fucking car, whatever like that. So, camera going that distance, whatever like that. How the fuck is man making anything that can endure any type of current? So before, how is a camera that steady? If you ain't got even goddamn camera walker, your videos and shit and movies won't.
Oh, what about video stabilization? I mean, I'm jealous of other people that have Galaxy S22s that probably have built-in image stabilization. You know what I'm fucking pissed off about? Google, Alphabet, Android is so fucking inflexible and incompetent and brazen and arrogant that you can't even change the aspect ratio of a mobile live stream mid-live stream. I mean, what's the point of having the auto rotate feature on your phone if you can't auto rotate during a live stream? They're like, oh no, you have to change your phone back to portrait mode because that's the way you started it. Oh no, you got to change it back to landscape mode because that's what you chose when you set up the stream. what's the point of having this fucking technology if it can't just black out the video for 1 second, keep the audio, and be like, if you don't like the black bars every time you change the aspect ratio, then keep your phone in 1 aspect ratio. But no, they're like, you just can't an aspect ratio the whole live stream. So somebody could be on there. Hence the reason why certain individuals might choose to stream in portrait mode the whole time. I'm just pissed off that I can't change auto rotate on an app by app basis at the system level, that I'd have to install some third party app that loads banner ads just to have basic functionality like double tap. Double tap isn't standard on all Android phones. They're gonna gatekeep double tap on my $50 budget phone.
Even be that steady, and you gotta put it on steady mode on your Galaxy or your iPhone or some shit like that. How is some floating off gas engineering way deep in space away from us to see the black hole and light being and get hit upside the head by Watson and electron quote unquote in space and strong currents to take it off its course from even getting to where y'all wanted to go, for it to be that steady and recording moving slow? That alone debunked any intro y'all ever had in existence on any Star Wars or Star Trek or any NPs or fucking shit like that on YouTube. It's like ridiculous. Lord Jesus Christ. Buttercream jawline neck face.
Water continually get thinner, or does it continue to get thicker, or am I perceiving it wrong? Because this seems like very thin water, but yet this seems like very thick water. And then as you go out, I've heard when you go to the top of the mountain, there's not a lot of air, or the air gets thinner. So I mean, I would assume the air gets thinner and thinner and thinner out there, but the current, I don't know. So when does the waters above become waters again? Because right now it's what we call air, and you keep going up and it's more air. Are you saying there's water out there? Are we misinterpreting what water is? When you understand that the waters and the oceans and stuff, it's like it's 5 oceans, 7 seas, 5 oceans, 7 seas. We have 5 oceans, and they work in unison together to create a water cycle. But there's still 5 separate oceans, so that might refer to the fact that we have 5 slightly different density waters within our overall water density. And then on top of that, all the shit that we're doing, somehow, how do we create the void? I'm presuming that the void doesn't exist in the other water. So this is a special circumstance. The innermost water cycle is an actual circle. The one outside of it is like a donut. Or are we viewing things in 2-dimensional mode, and it's not like that at all? You got a sphere that's inside of another sphere. Okay, but why the fuck is it smack dab in the middle of it? I mean, we've seen patterns before. What's that gyroscope thing where you wrap the string around it and you pull it really fast and it goes spinny, spinny, and then you say, I'm good at science? If it's an orb inside of an orb, inside of an orb, inside of an orb, and somehow they're all perfectly spherical shaped, and we're spinning the waters, and it's staying exactly in the center. They're all staying in the centers of each other. I mean, that seems pretty far-fetched. Unless it was a computer simulation. But it's easy to solve for pi if you don't use the neckbeard caveman's increments.
Man, I got that old half toasted on the top and got that left untoasted on the bottom. PB&J toasted peanut butter jelly sandwich face.
Began Xena's attic with the peaked roofs, or is this another scene? No, he's in somebody's studio with the big boom mic.
Not been the same since we have
Sent somebody.
What did you say? You said something about peanut butter? Oh no, he's talking about peanut butter.
And left untoasted on the bottom. PB&J toasted peanut butter jelly sandwich face.
I've not been the same since we have
Sent somebody toasted the bottom part of peanut butter jelly sandwich and it became the
He's not been the same since they had their last conversation.
part that became my hairline 60 years later.
lunch. You explained to me, and I said it here. The fabric of space might be woven by work.
So part of Neil deGrasse Tyson's job is pretending to be in awe and wonder. Okay, I mean, he designed to get all teary-eyed and doe-eyed and be like, like, this is breathtaking. He's designed to do that. Designed, as in they deprogrammed him and then assigned him a way to be.
Oh shit.
Connect virtual.
So it's right now. Mason's got both now, so it's a perfect time. So right now we must be practicing some type of ritual. 4th of July. Oh, so this is a psyop. This is the metaphysical Masons. Let's speak to each other through our puppets for all the logic to get the message of
Sanity check.
Jewish and goddamn Talmud, Mishnah, witchcraft.
Sanity check. Sanity check.
So it's like a little quantum meta.
Sanity
The
check.
whole universe is exactly right. We find that space falls apart. It discretizes into little tiny pieces and it just disappears.
This is Star Talk. The other grass I see your personal astrophysics.
Batman, Batman, da-da-da, Batman, da-da-da.
I got Chuck Nice with me. Check What's up, Leo? All right. You know what we talk about today? I do not. The only way to talk about physics, okay, is to talk about physics with Brian Gray.
Brian Greene is a theoretical physicist, which means that he studied things in physics that we can detect on Earth, and then he applies that knowledge to validating other people's bogus theories by proxy using his own personal knowledge of determine. He's helping other people rationalize and justify theoretical determinations based on conjecture.
You got that, yours made from Japanese story.
In the conversation.
If you ain't got this, yours is made from a Japanese story, a Japanese Chinaman, and things of that nature. If it ain't got that on there, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't made in California somewhere at the office. Yours wasn't made. Yours was made by some Japanese people wet off American culture.
And he's
Just like his ashy ass shirt. That ain't the Captain America blue. That's a Japanese Japan version. Hey, we have that silhouette color, silk pressed blue and shit. We might get it right. They whole television screen and Captain America was talking subtitle on their shit. The whole colorway wasn't even right. When the last time you seen me compare and contrast the phones when they take pictures of shit? You see whoever made the Japanese, the colorway would
Korean subtitles.
be writing no phones and shit. Look at his ashy ass blue Captain America false color shirt.
up the street.
Cheap ass.
Yeah. You're dual professor of physics and professor of mathematics. Wow.
None of that made up shit. Somebody was picked. That's it.
Yeah. But I got to know.
Professor. Professor. Professional. Profess. Professor. You could profess. You could be a Christian Scientist. You could be a Republican Hindu.
No faculty meetings. I don't watch any other department.
Shut up, Bateman. No.
I'm sorry. So you're author of several books until the end of time. Was that your more recent one? That came out how long ago? 2020, right at the pandemic. Right at the moment, I have a book called Until the End of Time.
You two fat fucks. You need to get from behind the microphone and go exercise or something like that. Why y'all let little shrivel?
Now, when the shoe gets on the other foot, when the show picks up, I'm going to have to create a clean room so that I can express my unbridled, unrestrained. I live in an apartment building.
Oh, goddamn Jack Nicholson and shit. No, look. The lead singer of Rolling Stones. How y'all got him up here in more shape than y'all? He about to outlive y'all. He look like he got all writers in his goddamn behind left eardrum and shit. Looking like goddamn Arsenio Hall, lost cousin and shit like that. Mr. Mischievous face and shit like that. Ain't no goddamn cousin Skeeter. He ain't nobody else but cousin Skeeter's Uncle Fester uncle. You know what I'm saying? That's real shit.
No, if they know you all, we know fabric of the yeah, that's a nice thing. That's the hidden reality. Yeah, that's multiple universe. Right, yeah, but he's all in it.
They clear your fucking throat. I still got peanut butter in the throat. Slow that damn peanut butter jelly sandwich.
You're more than 3 feet, I think, at this point. Yeah. And you're involved in a lot of things. You're writing a book. Other than being a professor, you're writing books. And are we in the 15th year of your World Science Festival?
Yeah, that's right, 2008. So if you were just a track,
yeah, his whole brain filling his nose. Goddamn, you old water sliding board, that Six Flags nose and shit. You old Sharon Stone missing nephew 60 years later on VH1 face. Oh, none of that. I was raised by my auntie Sharon Stone face. Oh, none of that. And my great auntie Cher. None of that.
Although it's a little more than World Science Festival.
But we don't only have it in New York, we also have it in Australia, and we have events in Amsterdam, in Moscow.
Bring me back a tree from Amsterdam.
In Spain.
Matter of fact, show me where to connect that.
I'm trying to, yeah. By the way, New York is the worst. Yeah. Let's be honest. I'm everybody out there listening.
Yo, big octopus hand finger. Yeah, he got water retention in his hand and his ankle. You got your wrist cap.
Sorry,
I got water retention in your wrist cap. Yo, big ass swollen thumb and index finger. One just squeezes goddamn index finger, water jump out that motherfucker. Fat ass hands. Long ass Charlotte Web fingers and shit.
Audacious would have been like the cosmic science. Yeah, then you would have had a point.
Shut up, big man.
We're taking it to the world. And what I enjoy most about the several that I've attended is the effort to bring the arts in a meaningful way. There are many artists who I would later learn are not
actors,
who are inspired by science and the universe and discoveries, and they will compose dance and music.
I mean, this article is bunk, but
later learn are not
actors.
To bring the arts in a meaningful way. There are many artists who I would later learn are not
actors,
who are inspired by science and the universe and discoveries.
It's important to note that we are all artists and we are all scientists and we are all participating in the universe. And Neil deGrasse Tyson is saying that artists are inspired by the universe and discoveries. So what if they pretend to discover fake shit and people are inspired by fake shit and they build artwork that's based on fraudulent data? Or what if the moon is otherwise I'd be able to pay $250,000 to go to the moon and take a selfie right now. What if the moon's not a physical object? Otherwise we would have went back since 1969 and dumped some trash or put up a billboard. China didn't visit the dark side of the moon and get some rocks. All the moon rocks they came back with are the same moon rocks that they left with. Just because they shot a rocket into the sky and it came down with a parachute doesn't mean that it visited the dark side of the moon. And the picture where the foot is pressed into the moon, and you can see the horizon. As I said in my previous live stream, it reminds me of Sonic Adventure 2 battle when you're on a smaller planet. And that's not how it would look if you were actually on a planet the size of which the moon has been described. It's just really lazy when they've made so many moon fakes in the past, and then they go ahead and make a moon fake that isn't even realistic, and they just expect people to overlook it.
And they will compose dance and music, and you have
There's people that are basing their leisure activities, their art, their dance, their music, what makes you tap your foot and your finger based on fake shit like, oh, heaven is a place called earth, or, you know, what if God was one of us? Only the good die young.
mixture of these sessions.
We do. I mean, the goal is to have science feel connected to everything that matters to us. Of course, culture is a big part of it. Now with AI, we're doing a program on the arts in the age of artificial intelligence.
Arts in the age of artificial intelligence.
That's AI changing how artists approach their work and how scientists think about art.
No, y'all-
The only thing AI needs to do is make us more efficient at making beautiful, wonderful artwork and wonderful mentalities that enrich the lives of all persons on earth with opposable thumbs, and protect and preserve all spirits and minds and bodies, regardless of whether or not they have opposable thumbs, including and pigs in gestation crates and mother cows that are forced to cry involuntarily when they're impregnated against their will and then have their young taken from them so that all of the milk that their udders produce can be given to a jar, and then you can go to the store and buy cow cry milk instead of single source milk, where a cow is allowed to nurse their young and then the other half of their udders can be sold, and it will be single source milk, where you can take a glass of milk and say all of the milk in this glass came from the same cow and the cow's name was Sally. It says so right on the jar. If you can't get rid and charge a little bit more for a glass of single source cow milk, then you are evil, tyrannical, greedy, usurist, neckbeard caveman.
I dumped that on. We don't really give a fuck about these AI weak ass tracks.
You gotta understand, there are people in positions of power that could change the agricultural practices overnight, and they don't. The FDA and the EPA keep things the way they are because they love gestation crates, they love cow cry milk, and they love sending an entire barge full of live chickens over to China so that little kids can chop those chickens up and put them in cellophane packages and then ship them back over to the United States and put them on your Walmart shelves so that they can save $1 on labor.
That y'all popping up with online.
Well, that's funny. People say about it. Whenever new technology comes along, like the camera, people are like, oh, because anyone can just click. But there are artists who use the camera for things that mere mortals can't.
You gotta understand. My Fujifilm S700 broke a couple of years ago now. I've been using smartphones for photography for a long. They're not good smartphones either. Okay. So you have to know how to take lots of photos and hold it still and get the right photo that's not blurry, that has the right lighting, and edit it properly. If I had a better camera, I could get a bird. I could just lift it up and snap the photo and get a bird in the sky, and I'd have awesome photos to post every single day. But every work I do is on a smartphone that has extreme lag and delay. It takes good still images. So, I mean, what happens when artists that would generate art based on science can't, because science is too busy loading advertisements instead of making my charging port not be wiggly piggly.
You take a picture and then we actually paint that picture as opposed to having someone sit for a portrait.
Like swollen ass wet cotton ball marshmallow knuckles down. They got arthritis in the right.
Oh yeah, let's remember about the portrait. There used to be these cameras where you actually had to stand still for 10 seconds because it actually took 10 seconds to take the photograph, okay? So you literally had to stand still. Some people had to stand still for a whole minute. And to the extent that they didn't stand still, it would be blurry because the photograph literally took a full minute to do the exposure for the film. You know, camera. You have a pinhole camera. You put the piece of paper in the box, and you put tape over a pinhole, and then you take it outside, and then you take the pinhole off, and you leave it off for 30 seconds to a minute, and then you put the pinhole back on, and then that's the exposure.
To portray reality, there's of course camera capture that. And that's to portray impressionistic
Beyond reality.
Exactly. That's what the scene looks like. It's what the scene feels like.
These niggas got their hands up. I never put them to use. I mean, you don't your goddamn index and middle finger don't look like they go in no twat, no pussy, like Donald Trump, and they don't do nothing with it. They don't like you cook, fix no cars with it, nothing. All you do is go into somebody's office and pick up a desk full of papers and get ready to regurgitate and be an actor online. You don't do shit with these wet cotton ball, melted marshmallow knuckle finger lobes. Goddamn it, butterfinger. Can I get a butterfinger? Get this shit out.
Now, to some extent, it's not nice to stereotype people based on their physical appearance, but when you understand esoterically that you can physically change your appearance based on think and feel over a period of months and years, how you physically appear does to some extent represent how you think and feel and who you are, a spirit and a mind and a body. Your form is your magic wand that you're using to represent your vibe as a spirit and a mind. So I certainly feel like my physical appearance has changed over the last couple of years. There were many years when I wouldn't look in the mirror.
So much expression.
So fucking hands
What
down.
do we do with it as opposed
The great Bill Maher stunt double.
to just literally depicting what's out there? So, yet that AI is going to create a new kind of art.
Yeah.
Just the way that
So we all want it.
That's the problem is we're too busy trying to let other people come up with new art that we might like instead of coming up with our own art because we're busy 9 to 5 clock in and out 40-hour.
It has to shake out.
You don't want
The AI will just accelerate.
Yeah, if they gonna fix goddamn Neil deGrasse hairline, y'all don't even.
places, because what happens is you have associations that are being made at a level that you as a human being would maybe eventually over a course of years you might
It may take the water retention out your goddamn wrist knuckle cap and shit like that.
associations.
Go back down to its regular size and shit.
Like AI, look at AI like a pencil. There was a time on Earth when there were no pencils. There were no pencils. So if somebody wanted to write something, they literally had to carve it into a rock or dry it into sand or use ash from a campfire and put it on something. Bark. There was a time before there was pencils. There was a time before there was televisions. There was a time before there were automobiles. And then we have these things and we move on. Point being,
years you might
It may take the water retention out your goddamn wrist knuckle.
I'm not going to get lost in the new technology. I'm just going to use the new technology and the pre-existing technologies to continue to make more complicated art. Just because my smartphone can take a picture and record a video and record an audio and it has a calendar and I can take down a note and I can look up a thing on a website and it can have a compass. It can be a map. I could have a paper map if I wanted to. I could have a regular compass if I wanted to. I could have a piece of pen and paper if I wanted to. People get too lost in the fact that it's an option and they think it's magic. It's not magic. I can have a regular compass. I can have a regular piece of paper. I can have a regular snapshot camera.
Oh, cap and shit like that.
Associations.
Go back down to its regular size and shit. Nigga look like his goddamn. She ain't moving.
Computer creating so much, there's a lot of chaff, that you have to separate out. Yeah.
I wish this for the rest of my life having that face.
Chaff. I don't hear that an awful lot. Chaff. When you separate the wheat from the chaff. Why do they do that? Why do they do something to the wheat? They separate the wheat germ, or they separate something from something so that it has a longer shelf life. They do so many things so it has a longer shelf life. They put chemicals has a longer shelf life. They're just worried that they might one day have to bake a loaf of bread and then try to sell it by the slice. And if they don't get enough customers, they eat the rest of the bread themselves or throw it out. They're so upset. The neckbeard cavemen are so upset that they might not make a dime or a nickel that they could have made, that they're willing to put poison in the food. So that you ever see that video where they take McDonald's fries and burgers and they set it out for 1 year and it doesn't decompose, and then they show a regular burger from a burger joint just turning to mold within days.
It's a selective high school that specialized in.
This octopus finger cats are like they're going through pain right now, trying to stretch them out. You know, you can't stretch them out that long for past 3 seconds and shit without them curling back up and shit like that. Yo, grandma, medical whiskey, saggy titty ass, goddamn finger, little nail tips. Oh, is that real shit? You go through stress and pain right now. God damn. Listen, you get pain going down to a lower spine right now. Like, God damn. It's still going on the water hole. You got your goddamn left.
In science, in a way, the broad sexual science, especially like the rivals, they're intellectual rival.
Why do you think we wrestled each other? Yeah, I was.
Did a fat joke, y'all.
It's true. That has changed, I should say.
That's it. That's why you always wrestling. I always lose. That's did a fat joke. You basically just did a sarcastic way of saying you niggas out of shape. How dare you wear Captain America shirt? Captain America wouldn't dare have no flabby gasset ass goddamn wrinkly ass shirt on and shit like that. That no man that's physique would be able to fit.
No, it made you thought more deeply about math than you thought about words.
Yeah, but the one change I would make to that statement was it was when it came to books for a science class. The book was chock full of words. I feel like, oh no, there's a lot of interpretation that's going to go into this particular science class. But it was chock full of equations. I was like, nah, this is rigorous, it's specific, and it's going to be something that I can nail because I don't have to interpret. I can just really engage with the equation.
Wow.
Next. Everybody to how shit. They talk about
It's only 18 inches long, 13 inches wide.
Let me see if they got it.
Yeah, so anyway, I would like to have the box that has electricity inside of it, but then you've got to charge the box.
In an atom, but that's not.
But it was just too quiet for me to hear.
Oh yeah, here's both on. Let's get it.
You're right. So I'm
Let's get it.
engineer, right? If I remember the question, it was, what happens if a quark falls into a black hole? Yeah.
Why would that be a question? Now, why would that be a question? Stop there. Listen to what he said.
Hey Google, what is a quark?
According to Wikipedia, a quark is a type of element and a fundamental constituent of matter. Quarks combine to form composite particles called hadrons, the most stable of which are protons and neutrons. Nuclei. All commonly observable matter is composed of quarks and electrons.
So with regard to space within space, I think they're implying that a quark is a smaller space than an atom. But you know, a bacteria can train an atom, and a bug can train a bacteria, or train a bacteria can train a parrot. Anyway, it doesn't go the other way around. A dog can't train a person with opposable thumbs. A bee can't train a dog. Can train a bee in the sense that if the dog barks at the bee might be like, I don't like that, I'm going to go away, I'm not going near that dog anymore. But the bee can also train the dog by stinging the fucking dog, and the dog could be like, oh, I'm going to stay away from bees from now on. So technically you can wag the dog to some extent. A dog might have a greater cognitive ability as a form to deal with, but a bee can sting a dog and a dog can swat at a bee. So they can both train each other to some extent. But when you scale that up, I mean, a dog isn't going to teach a person with opposable thumbs like complicated new tricks. But if you're paying attention, a dog could show you where of note is, like a pointer dog. And then, you know, the dog could be training you because it could train you to be able to find stuff better because they find stuff better. But a dog can't tell a person with opposable thumbs how to live their life. A dog can impart information to a person with opposable thumbs. And a dog can bark, but a dog can't tell a person, please don't leave, or I didn't like it when you did that, or I don't like this food. A dog can't say that. A person with opposable thumbs can say, why did you do that on the floor? Or go lay down, or sit, or stand, roll over. So like a dog can squish a bee. A bee can't squish a dog, but a bee can still sting a dog. A bee could still go inside of a dog's mouth and sting the roof of their mouth and cause that dog to become non-viable. And technically a mosquito could try to sting an ant. And an ant could try to get a mosquito off of their back. The problem is that parasite, if the parasite to be easily trained, because it's really the parasite training the atom, but pretending that it just happened all by itself. That's where the simulated nature the neckbeard caveman make gets really complicated. You think you're a victim to nature. You think that you're doing what's right, but you're actually you think you have control over the situation, but the situation has control over you. The wag the dog thing. So I mean, you can't train them, but you can allow yourself to be lulled into a state of infancy mentally, to the point where you allow lesser forms to dictate what you do as a greater form by default, simply because you're just not using your mind. And then you end up with pigs in gestation crates and cow cry milk.
Why would that be a question? Now, here's the thing. Let's say you're an atheist or a theist.
So anyway, a quark might be a smaller space than an atom. Or maybe they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and there's just different size atoms. I don't know. But they've got measuring devices in an atom, and they can prove it. And read their zeros and nums.
Yes, and you think I sound dumb. Okay, that's one thing. But when you wake up into the morning again, and when you get that quote unquote post nut clarity, aka you got to figure out how to make ends meet again, right? Then I want you to use the same template when you want to be negative towards people like you and an angel like me. When you like, no, you sound retarded. Use that same template. Explain the question he asked. How did that lead to outcomes of us discovering a cure? How did that lead to outcomes of some other than our tax dollars getting wasted? And then take your mind and think about.
Yeah, okay, so he asked a stupid question, like what would happen if a quark and an atom walked into a bar or whatever. And Sarah Silverman went on the Daily Show. Sarah Silverman hosted the Daily Show, and she said, God is fake. Debating God's pronouns is like debating whether or not Bigfoot wears Reeboks. Okay, so, I mean, you can debate quarks and atoms all you want, but if you're not quite sure what they are and how they work, and you're basing on theoretical knowledge, I mean, you're speculating.
Why would you get ready to do after he say something? You get ready to have a mental orgasm, and what he get ready to say is intelligent. Yet you get ready to die just like your grandmother, not seeing no man walk on water or her boats come to be, and what he get ready to say, a particle gets sucked into a black hole. So we need to be saying, why are y'all having dumb discussions, other than allowing them to manipulate their numbers and have these type of discussions? Yet when you wake up in the morning, life hits you again, where all the shit that they kicking at your tax dollars going towards matters none. Whether you want to claim as intelligent or not, you are lost in man.
You have a quark pair. Yes. And we only ever found them in quark pairs. Okay. And
so pairs. What do that mean? What is he actually saying? Whatever group of humans came up with the concept of quark pairs, and I'm going to add into the conversation of some shit that still don't exist.
In normal lab, if you take them and pull them apart, the force that wants to bring them together grows. Which sounds weird.
So here's the thing, right? Ready to discover some shit. I mean, explain some shit like it's
what was that thing about opposites attract from the A-tension video? Everybody likes a train wreck. Outgoing people and shy people can help each other. But the A-tension video by Saint Uno, people are more likely to give you attention if they think that you have something to lose. If you're on the edge of your seat, they're on the edge of their seat. And that's a conundrum in and of itself, because then the neckbeard caveman can use a state of uncertainty or a state of urgency that's contrived or manufactured or are untrue to trick you into doing what they want. But quark pairs, it's just more theoretical stuff, just like God, just like Bigfoot. It's a track thing. What about opposites attract? It's sometimes it might appear that matter seeks something. Equilibrium. Okay, so So our as spirits in minds and bodies, we come down here 40-60 masculine, feminine, and we're trying to get to 50-50. So I mean 60, we wouldn't have the agitation necessary to become physical forms. If we were 50-50, we would stay in the meta. So I mean it's a solution and a problem in and of itself. We became physical to see what happens. Okay, so like there's nature might have an inherent tendency for equilibrium, and then we resist that tendency by trying to be red or blue, or trying to keep things the same.
It's a discovery. This is how you know science is faulty, and he's just an actor. I think, right? For example, we're wise. I'm Uriel. Let me put my mind.
It's the opposites attract. Oh. But if there was just equilibrium, then there would be a lot less friction. Polarization completes itself. Beijing says up and down complete each other. Good and bad depend upon each other.
God's mind in action. If I'm Neil deGrasse, Neil the Pontius Pilate, Harry Potter, like, right? And they're telling me to read something about a discovery, right? The first thing I'm gonna say, even if I know what they're doing and I know it's real rhetoric and I know we're lying to the people, I'm gonna give them a more intelligent way to lie to the people, right? I'm gonna say this, yo, you about to have me talk about this discovery we got, right? Let's not put in the script any type of terminology that make it seem like we actually got this thing and we got it in a lab and we can cut it like a slice of bread. There may be an intelligent person in the world that be able to compare and contrast, like, okay, in one breath you're saying it's something we discovered and we got to figure out, but in another breath you're saying that we got it and that's how we learned about it and we were able to chop it up and shit like that. The average individual won't start saying that, why you just can't find a cure there for shit if you got the things that y'all claim y'all discovered. So this is how you know science is faulty, because the things that they discovered, the failure of the human mind and failure of comprehension, their only way of explaining it has to start at the original intent of you actually.
Well, I mean, as far as astrophysics is concerned, it's all theoretical on paper stuff. None of it's physical. None of it's usable on Earth. It's just a bunch of people studying numbers that are based on fantasy. So astrophysics is probably rivaling the Bible as far as a body of knowledge that is completely bunk.
Having it in arm length and arm reach.
And that's sad because astrophysics is based completely on nonsense, and the Bible is just a dark sarcasm way of having their cake and eating it too, by basically telling people how things are, but then telling it through an allegory that makes people misinterpret how things are to think that they were talking about black and white like skin color and male and female like men and women.
And when the human don't know that, and then they want to explain something to y'all based off of discovery, but it's off another intent, just making y'all believe in symbolism, they leave out certain things that when events happen naturally, the natural common sense comes from it on what you will come up with as a good decision or the way to react to it. When you jump into something to reach a goal with different alternative motives, your original intent thoughts is going to build up what you actually trying to steer the thing into.
Yeah, I mean, that's my point. Equilibrium would happen by itself if it wasn't for the red-blue polarization. So the whole opposites attract thing is a couple of things. I mean, it would happen naturally in nature, and we would just balance things out naturally. But it took a concerted effort by the neckbeard caveman to part the seas. I mean, that's what the neckbeard caveman did. They parted the seas. It takes a concerted effort to boil the water, to burn the coal, to turn the turbines, to make the thing go click, to constantly generate the charge in the wires and the poles. It's very wasteful. Electricity, modern electricity at the telephone poles is just as wasteful as if you bought a brand new horse and rode the horse across the country over and over again and never fed it and never watered it, and then it died, and then you bought another horse and rode it back and forth across the country for nothing. That's electricity. And then every now and then a little bit of it spills through a little meter, and then they charge you by the kilowatt for something that it's not stored in a bucket. They're not taking an apple out of a bucket. They're literally constantly burning coal turn turbines to make something go click click, to generate a charge in those wires constantly, that must be maintained constantly. So theoretically, if everybody on Earth just turned unplugged everything on one day, they would still be burning the same amount of coal and boiling the same amount of water for electricity that nobody was presently using. Okay. It's like leaving the faucet on in the kitchen on the off chance that you might want to wash your hands. Just leaving it on all day on the off chance. It's one thing if you live next to a waterfall, nobody can turn off the waterfall. We're talking about manually, physically, purposely burning coal. That is, and when you run out of coal, there's no more coal. They're creating more sanctioned scarcity. They're in a hurry to burn up all the fossil fuels so that they can create more sanctioned scarcity. They're trying to use up as many of the resources as they can so that they can complain that they don't have any resources. And boy, am I looking forward to my sausage sub.
So you're going to lack certain qualities of actions that a person and wanted to learn about something.
It's important to remember, naturally smart. As I said, people as young as 15 need to be allowed to vote in the heartland immediately. And I think we should go even lower. I think we should at least take a poll on 5-year-olds. Okay. We need to stop dissing Proby, stop dissing the new guy, stop acting like that we should respect our elders, because old or the Proby is the one that can say, why the fuck are you guys doing it that way? Sometimes the Proby or the 4-year-old is the one that can see what the adults are doing and see how stupid it is when they can't see it for themselves. And if we're constantly developing a society where we subjugate the Proby and subjugate the kids at the kids table, then we're shooting ourselves in the foot, and it hurts. It hurts my feelings to see you do that to yourselves. And then immersed amongst a sea of sods that don't want to sow any seeds.
So what you think is smart to work for your manipulating alternative motive outcome may lack the body expression, the body language, and the word, and that a person can look at to be like, oh, this person is going through a mental process to come up with that at this moment. You lack that, and you already have a sure type of facial expression based off the immanences that develop into that, the mind and into the blood flow and adrenaline. So the mind you're in represents the spiritual space you're in, and that spiritual space will represent the alternative motive that don't have anything to do with the mind and the body and the false light you're presenting to steer the direction into which you want a person to go in. And if a person is intelligent that you're trying to rock to sleep, they're able to see the missing qualities of genuality that's supposed to be there. And what's being fulfilled there, maybe other things that a person will be able to see as self-serving.
You can tell when somebody's blowing smoke up your ass. It's just there's so many blowing smoke up your ass every 10 seconds in line at the bank, at the cash register, at the grocery store, at the stoplight, at your intersection. Everybody's blowing smoke up your ass. There's so much smoke being blown up everybody's asses. People forgot what it looks like.
So based upon Neil deGrasse being an actor, him not knowing, or even if he do know he's spewing rhetoric and he's doing it on purpose, they're not even intelligent enough to know that there may be intelligent people in the world to be like, wait a minute, in one breath you say we're discovering something, in another breath you're talking about it like you got it in a science lab and it's an object and you chop it up so you know about it. But the person with equilibrium with God knowledge will be able to separate from all that dumb shit and be like, yeah, that's it. You're starting from an intent that don't got nothing to do with discovery, and you're trying to manipulate people like it got something to do with a discovery. But behind it is just you're trying to make people believe something that don't actually have anything to do with the discovery. The discovery itself.
Like, imagine if you lived on a property and then 5 properties away there was a dog in a fenced-in area, and you used your binoculars to spy on the dog, and you took notes on what the dog did all day, and you studied the dog. But you were really far away, so you couldn't see what the dog's eyes were. That's what astrophysicists do. They study something from far away, and then they make a big deal out of whether or not they can eventually get a telescope long enough to tell what color the dog's eyes are. But they don't give a shit about whether or not the dog's even relevant, or whether or not the dog's even real, or whether or not the dog's even there. They just know that they think they see. They think that there's Jesus toast, and they're going to prove it. Okay, so astrophysics is toast. It's essentially a whole nother hoax. It's astrophysics is kind of like legalized flat earthers. It's Don Quixote for your mind.
We'll leave it vague and open enough for people to believe other things that you can fill in the blank. So when people stop believing in alien, they believe in asteroid. When stop believing in asteroid, they believe in Jesus. The Ghostbuster slime that came. Stop believing in that. The creep from Marvel Comics came. Whatever the case may be, they don't get rich off y'all dumbass brains.
Weird when you do things where this just makes something weaker, but they're like really creepy identical twins. Like identical twins that are like super creepy. They're all language. Yeah. Okay, right. So, but it's kind of like a rubber band. Yeah, there's a stretch rubber band for.
So kind of like a rubber band. Where is the discussion? Where is the real common sense discussions like this? Hey, Neil deGrasse, where did you discover that?
Anyway, knowing the eye color of the dog in the fenced-in area 5 properties away, how are you going to use that to feed your children? How are you going to use that to get a raise? How are you going to use that to cure cancer? That's my point. That's one of his points, is that these people are studying nonsense that doesn't do any good for persons on earth with opposable thumbs on the handy later. What does the dog taste like? Maybe we could ask Obama. Do you know a taxidermist that's willing to take care of everything all at once? Is there a Sweeney Todd taxidermist that also slaughters canines? Obama ate dogs.
This substance is like a rubber band beyond a computer software program. Do you got the substance, or you talking about this something y'all discovered? And CGI programming is what y'all putting together based off y'all allegory and hypothetical. What I'm saying? Which one is it? We got to have common sense in today's time. We can't be so low, and your level of comprehension represent you when you start to express yourself. It only can go as far as using a person who in the same position as you, victimhood, slavery, or something like that, and trying to find how you can debunk them, not knowing all y'all laws. Y'all need to stop that shit. Learn to raise your comprehension. Then you're able to look at a source that's blind to you and look and cherry pick real good to the sources that can be useful. Fighting logic against it, not using logic for it. That always leads into contradiction, misunderstanding, misrepresentation, false interpretation, bearing false witness, and just being motherfucking lost and confused. That's all the representations of what the devil means.
Yeah, the gluonic force between them.
Gluonic force. There's nothing over there. The cool part, there snaps. As I understand my nuclear physics, it snaps with the exact amount of energy you put in, so that it creates two other quarks. Yeah.
Listen, y'all. Listen. Energy is just a different term for something's moving. So we got a whole bunch of different terms for kinetic energy, right? But listen how he described it. He described it from a mix of symbolism, which makes them the same as religion. Listen.
The energy you put in, so that it snaps with the exact amount of energy you put in.
So the substance snaps like a rubber band based off the amount of energy you put in. Can somebody please ask Neil deGrasse, what superpower do you got? Where is this energy that religious people, that God made the world, but God ain't of the world, and God is separate from the universe and not in it, but he made the substance out of it, whatever weird God is. Whatever Neil deGrasse Masonic symbol he doing with his hand right now is the possession. I got that book to show y'all what symbol that is. I don't feel like going to get the book, but it's the drawings for the symbol. That's what he actually doing. But the common theist or atheist is just, or conscious community teacher won't even be thinking about it and think that he's just moving his hands to represent. So Neil deGrasse know what he's doing right now. But they think he just moving his hands to represent something that's really nonsensical. He never explained energy, what energy is, which is just a different term for moving. Energy is never explained as actual object. Then he's just describing it like it is right now. And he just said, just like the seasons change, it's just a tip. He's talking the same rhetoric right now. So the amount of energy you put in it, the rubber band break. Where can we go practice that? Is it going to be a college that we can practice that at, where the substance is not on a computer CGI that y'all making hypotheticals on? You actually got the substance that's like a rubber band. And then where is the mental thing we got to go through that we can add energy to it and see it snap? And then we just start getting rich and be professors in this career.
Yeah, so theoretically, if we could get to the dog, maybe we could make a new kind of paint if his eye color is an eye color that we haven't seen before. That's what they're saying. That's what astrophysics are saying. If we could get to the dog in the fenced-in area 5 properties away that we can only see with our binoculars, then maybe the dog has an eye color that's all other eye colors in the city, and maybe we can make a new kind of paint with the dog's eyes. That's what astrophysics has to contribute to society. They're like, that thing over there that we cannot access and that we cannot see clearly, maybe in the future, if we could do something with it. So rather than move on and grow some corn or build a car, they're going to continue to study the dog 5 properties away with the binoculars, rather than say, this is pointless, maybe I should go read a book. This is pointless, I could watch a TV show, or I could build a birdhouse. They're going to sit there and stare with the binoculars at the dog, and they don't even know what they could do with that information if they got their hands on the dog itself.
Right? But I don't think we even gonna make sure it's being in this mental concept, which is why astrophysics is a made-up job. They're just actors, y'all. Astrophysics is a made-up job.
So how that energy
Yeah, astrophysics is a made-up job because they're studying studies about things that don't exist, that are theoretical, and then they're compounding the problem by studying the studies of the studies, and then assigning importance to it. As the beginning of this video tried to say that black holes are scary. And then why is Neil deGrasse Tyson doing this? Because they're coming out with a new movie in 6 months. Remember when they had that movie with that lady that was in space with the tube, and she was just out there in space, and it was a really groundbreaking movie. Remember all the movies about all the things? I mean, so all of this theater is just for the other theater. They're just bouncing theater off of theater. They're having him talk about this so that they can have a blockbuster film that depicts a scene that has something to do with what Neil deGrasse Tyson talked about on his podcast. And then it's like, oh, that reminds me of that thing he was saying. So it's just synergy. I mean, when I learned the word synergy, it was already associated with corporations. Okay, when I learned the word synergy, I learned it through the lens of corporations. But synergy simply means cooperation, working together. When you know, you know what a symbiotic relationship is? There could be bugs on your back that keep other bugs off your back, and then they eat stuff off of your back, and they don't bug you, but they bug the bugs that do bug you. That would be symbiotic. Well, listen to Milk It by Nirvana.
Creates two other quarks. Yeah, so now I have 4 quarks, more anti-quark.
He's made
Yeah, okay, there's okay. So now
Do you want to see what happens?
you stand up your quarks down the black hole.
in the lab. He described it as like
Why can't we talk about the double slit experiment?
it's in the lab. Don't ever forget that if you're a motherfucking atheist and you're a religious person and you really try to debunk me right now, you are part of the problem. I'm teaching you how to think for yourself. What they call that autodidact? This is the mind state.
Well, in Halo, there was a didact. Hey, Google, what is a didact?
On the website collinsdictionary.com, they say, noun, a didactic person, one over inclined to instruct others.
Whoops. Oops. Sorry. I didn't realize I was a didact. What the hell were we talking about?
Me right now, you are part of the problem. I'm teaching you how to think for yourself. What they call that autodidact? This
Hey, Google, what does autodidact?
Here's the definition of autodidact, a self-taught person.
Hey, if you sit in a room with a loaf of bread and a jar of peanut butter and a butter knife, you might figure out how to make a peanut butter sandwich all by yourself, okay? Yeah, hey, Google, what is eidetic memory?
According to Wikipedia, eidetic memory, also known as photographic memory, and is the ability to recall an image from memory with high precision, at least of time, after seeing it only once and without using a mnemonic device.
It's a skill. Eidetic memory is a skill. You can see something and memorize it immediately and keep it with you always. An eidetic memory. A didact is just somebody that feels compelled to direct other people. Oops. Being self-taught. It's a conundrum in and of itself, because you didn't make the butter knife, and you didn't bake the loaf of bread, and you didn't slice the loaf of bread, and you didn't smush the peanuts into peanut butter. But if you were in a room with if you were born yesterday, so to speak, or if you just run a culture where they didn't have sliced bread and butter knives and peanut butter jars, you could still you could eventually do something with it. You're like, hey, there are these things. What could I do with them? What other conclusions could you come to if you have a loaf of sliced bread, a jar of peanut butter, and a butter knife? What other conclusion could you come to other than to make a peanut butter sandwich? Okay, so this is an analogy for self-taught. So I mean, but it's not like you're going to sit in a room with flour and egg and metal and a smelting operation and a plastic melting thing and make the jar and smush the peanuts and stuff. If you're inside of a factory and you had all the things to make a peanut butter jar and make peanut butter and make butter knives and bake bread and slice bread and put it in a plastic package, you're not necessarily going to do all that. Self-taught. Sometimes people will say you're a natural, or they say, wow, you picked that up really quick. So there's just, you got to understand that's an indication of, when you've got a least of us that's smarter than a most of us, you need to respect that. You need to respect your spiritual elders. Because for some people, there are certain aspects of life where it's like riding a bike and they already learned before they were born. So when they get to age 18 and they go get on the bike, it's like riding a bike. They already knew what to do. They're a natural. It's right up their alley. So there's certain people that are good at hammering and certain people that are good at sawing. And the neckbeard caveman want everybody to be jack of all trades, so everybody feels bad about themselves, so that nobody can actually excel at what they're actually good at. But if we actually allow all persons on earth with opposable thumbs to hammer if they're good at and saw if they're good at it, and encourage people to embrace their gifts and talents, then we wouldn't need money, because the economy wouldn't be an issue, because everybody would be expending their effort efficiently, to the point where there would be plenty of eggs being laid and plenty of bread being sliced and plenty of peanuts being smushed, that we wouldn't. The whole concept of sanctioned scarcity rests on your backs of denying your right to express your gift and talent, and say, if I'm good at sawing, I'm going to saw every day, even if somebody wants me to hammer. And if I'm good at hammering, I'm going to hammer every day, even if someone says maybe you should try sawing. But we can try different stuff and be good at different things. But the fact of the matter is sometimes you can be born and grow up and be good at things, really, really good at things that other people aren't. And if somebody says you have to wait in line and go to college with the rest of us, that's what he's talking about. If you're self-taught, if you're a didact, so if you're self-taught, whatever that word was for that isn't didact and isn't eidetic memory, but the third thing, if you're self-taught, you could be ready to be to do greatness in 4th grade, and they tell you have to wait until you have a diploma, and that is a sin. And that goes back to my point about this cronyism and toxic masculinity discouraging people from listening to probies, and discouraging people from allowing 15-year-olds to vote in national elections, and discouraging people from taking the advice of a 4-year-old over the advice of an 18-year-old based solely on the fact that you should respect your elders, when what you should respect is the rule of law. And the rule of law states that there's a right way to do everything, but the right way for me might not be the same for you or for you over there. And that when you arbitrarily deny perspective based on constraints such as age or proximity, you're saying, well, I'm not going to listen to the dog that's 5 houses away. I'm going to listen to the dog that's next to me. Well, I'm not going to listen to you because you're only 4 feet tall and that person's 5 feet tall, so I'm going to listen to them. No, you shouldn't listen to anybody for any reason except for the reason that you decide. And when you accept other people's pre-decided reasons to come to conclusions, you're practicing religion and not spirituality. Anyway, if somebody is self-taught, they could come into this earth and be ready to hit the ground running. And the neckbeard caveman designed a system where you have to hurry up and wait. So there are great writers and great singers and great dancers and great authors and great inventors that are told you have to go through a special process. You need a key to the patent office. You need to be shown the ropes. You need to earn your stripes. Sooner would a rich man get through the eye of a needle is kind of a lie. They're saying if you're rich in spirit, you're not going to survive well unless you pay the Pied Piper. It's not fair. It's not fair that the neckbeard caveman continuously suppress our gifts and talents and say that we have to express them only in the ways that they describe and only at the times that they describe. It is a sin against all persons on earth with opposable thumbs that must be corrected. And there are so few people that are ready to didact. Okay, Google, what is a didact?
On the website collinsdictionary.com, they say, noun, a didactic person, one over inclined to instruct others.
The neckbeard cavemen have convinced everybody not to step out of line, have convinced everybody not to correct people because they're afraid they'll be corrected for correcting people. They've convinced everybody to doubt themselves and to say, maybe my silence is golden. Maybe if I don't ask them if they're wrong about what they said. But the fact of the matter is Louisiana governor put the 10 Commandments in the kindergartens in Louisiana, and Bill Maher got it wrong. He said that they put the 10 Commandments in some other fucking state. It was a, thing where he said the wrong state and it's no big deal. But I know he got it wrong because I was paying attention. There were two other television programs we watched, and they both discussed Louisiana as the state that, and I listened again to see if maybe there had been a second state that had banned the Ten Commandments. But I really think that Bill Maher just, or his writers, put the wrong state in, and he probably noticed it right away and moved on. He probably knew it was Louisiana, and he read it, and he's like, well, you can't take the genie back out of the bottle. But there are people that are ready to hit the ground running right now that the professionals have kept in place, making Britney Spears sing like a baby into her 20s so that they can make a couple of extra bucks. The conservatory. They've got us all in a conservatory. Why don't you check yourself out?
This is the mind state I was born with. God made me refuse this. You could call this a hatred spirit. I'm fighting fire with fire, fire baptism. So it's for God. So it's good. Everything is in reverse. You only can think it's evil because it don't suit what you want people to believe. But God damn it, this is nonsense. Now, I'm teaching people how to look at things before you even get into the contradiction. Now we got black hole in the lab. But yet a black hole is something that's light. But he's describing it like it's in the lab right now. And this rubber band, all you got to do is add energy to that rubber band substance. It's going to snap. And now all we got to do is add 4 quarks that we got in this lab. And then we can shoot it down the black hole. The black hole don't suck like no more. We got to shoot it in the science lab. Because he's speaking about it from the lab. I know atheists will be like, no, he's speaking hypothetical. No, he's speaking about it like they're doing it in the lab. He just said you shoot the particles. So then we have to go back to the original question. Is you doing this on this computer software app with CGI models for hypothetical, or is it the actual substance you're doing it with? And both of those don't exist. So even if he was to argue for either one of those, which would be the only way for him to even use a whole hour to talk about what he's talking about, like it makes sense. So you have to believe that to argue for or against it, where in all actuality,
he doesn't have access to the physical dog eye, and his binoculars can't actually see the dog, so to speak. So, I mean, you got to understand all the data that NASA has is zeros and ones based on them pinging out and getting a response back, or not getting a response back, or getting less or more of a response back, and then generating numbers based on those pings and using the numbers based on those pings to assign colors and shapes to determine what they think they're looking at. But they're only determining what they think they're looking at with their binoculars, and through the dog's eye 5 properties away. They're not actually in the property, so they might not actually be looking at a dog.
that concept itself is made up. So he's just reading something that he ain't even a real man. Any real man that's in a position to see, they probably wouldn't even be in a position to see because they already got the character quality. They're not going to have no job where they're just coming to the office, being passed down paper, regurgitated. He got actions of that. In no way he's thinking about these things himself. He's in a, no way. Get the fuck out of here. You
make 2 other quarks.
That's bullshit.
So wouldn't the quarks eat the entire gravitational field of the black hole?
Yeah.
And then you wouldn't have a black hole, you just have a ball of quarks.
You have to realize, number one, that we still don't know the physics of the singularity of the black hole well enough.
Why else did I think I shoot into the office?
So one day I pray and I'll sit here and tell you what happens at the singularity of the black hole.
No,
Yeah. But here's the thing, there is nobody on planet Earth who knows the answer, unfortunately, yet.
Okay.
When we follow the mathematics of the actual singularity of the black hole.
Stop.
Okay, so what those astrophysicists are doing right now is called edging. They're at the edge of their seat, and they're giddy over the fact that theoretically in months, years time, if they keep at it, they might be able to discover some new equation about black holes or whatever that will just knock everybody's socks off. And that's why it's edging, because it's kind of like people 100 years saying, oh, you better be good because Christ is going to be coming tomorrow. The return of Christ is coming. I remember when I was a kid, they're like, oh, there were Christians that were saying, oh, Jesus is coming back on this date. Oh, you better be careful. The return of Christ could happen at any point. He could come down. You know, it says in the Bible, at some point he's going to come back down and straighten stuff up, and then the Jews are going to have one chance to accept Jesus Christ as their savior or be cast into hell. Everybody's waiting for this special date. Jesus like, oh, I'm running late. I'm going to be there eventually. Everybody's waiting for that date. What do I have to do with that anyway?
Oh,
Yeah. But here's the thing, there is nobody on planet Earth who knows the answer, unfortunately, yet. Okay. When we follow the mathematics of the actual singularity of the black hole.
Stop.
Yeah, so anyway, these people are on the edge of their seat about mathematics, because they think that they're about to discover God, or they're about to discover the fabric of the universe, or they're about to discover anything. Okay, they're literally chasing after numbers that are based on numbers that are based on nonsense, on the off chance that they find some pattern that they can convince somebody is the next God, is the next thing that we don't understand, but we do understand. They're on their edge of their seats because it's edging because they're never going to come. You can't get data from nonsense. You can polish the turd all you want, but it's still a turd. You can look at it from every angle. You can back your donkey right up to the line. They're never going to get anything useful out of it.
Stop. That ain't no motherfucking answer for people to know.
So they're basically getting all excited, so that other people will get excited at the theoretical possibility that they could discover something tangible or something actionable. It reminds me of the Shake Weight episode a lot. It reminds me of the Shake Weight episode of South Park a lot, because they're all running around jerking each other off about how they're going to discover the fabric of the universe and stuff, and none of them's focusing on the fact that there is no answer based on their data. So they're all like on the edge of their seats, like they're about to discover something awesome, like they're about to find out who the bad guy is on Scooby-Doo. But there isn't even an episode of Scooby-Doo to watch. It's theoretical.
This is every starting point since Galileo and Alexandria. They've been coming up with shit at the top pyramid, and you have to believe, since you're already indoctrinated and it's common and normality of the world and it's general consensus, you think these are the only things to argue for that's supposed to make sense. So when they say things like this, we don't think nobody in the world. So that's a human thought. Who told a human to even think like that? Who told y'all to think like there's things you'll never know? That's dumb, over-exaggerating things. How would you even know to put your lips on your mother nipple? Obviously, there's something you're already doing based upon natural causes for you to be aware of it. There is no such thing.
When you're in the womb, amniotic fluid goes in and out of your mouth, and you learn how to suck your thumb. Suckling is a learned behavior that you learn because fluid goes in and out of your mouth, and you close and open your mouth, and you can choose to blow the fluid out or take it in. It's just a natural behavior that you are caused to do by the act of being a fetus inside of a womb. And then the umbilical cord is at activity one way or the other that the baby can sense. And then when that suction activity ceases, when the umbilical cord is cut, I don't know how to describe this properly. You know, like a relay race. It's not a good analogy, but when the umbilical suction activity is interrupted, it doesn't cause the suckling, but it does motivate the suckling, because there's a transfer taking place with the umbilical cord. The nutrients are going in, and then when that stops, the baby already knows how to go in and out and close and purse the lips, and then the mouth becomes the belly button when it hits the nipple. It's just like your chakra. So, I mean, if you get the physicality out of it, and, you know, if you think about having eyes in the back of your head, I mean, the belly button understands, the chakra that's around the belly button understands, hey, nutrients are coming in here naturally, connected to the host organism. And then when the umbilical cord is severed, it's kind of like, there's another analogy I could come up with, you know, like when you realize something that you didn't know you knew, but you didn't have any reason to have cause to have realized it until a certain circumstance comes about. So the baby didn't know it knew how to suckle so good until it stopped having that suction in the belly button. And then it's both saying, hey, my flow of nutrients has stopped, and also, hey, that area that had the suction is closed off now. Where else can I do that suction? And they're like, oh yeah, right here. So the lips become the belly button, become the opening for the nutrients. But the act of suction ceasing, sort of like it creates a little archetype in the mind, so that the lips know, hey, I could fill that role. So there's a lot going on with suckling. And again, when we die, we know what we wanted to do with our life or whatever. And then when we go back into a form, we forget our past life, but we don't forget our skills.
As you just don't know, but you are experiencing natural causes. You're in a body. You know. That's just like saying we'll never know how we was born, and we see people being born every day. We'll never know how the wind blow. We see the wind blow every day. So any concept about the sun, we see how the clouds and rainbows and the sun is made. When they won't know about, they try to figure it out and to stay in the type of position that they're in. You give them some credence of authority.
And you know how they can put dye inside of you so that they can see the swirls of your blood or your fluid. They can put dye inside of you to see parts of your body illuminated better. When there's smoke in the air, the smoke personifies the invisible air so that you can see the way that the smoke moves in the air, but it's the smoke moving in the air. It's not the air itself moving. So the astrophysicists need to take note of the fact that you can study the movement of air by putting smoke in air and measuring and observing the smoke, but you're not observing the air. You're observing the smoke in the air. And if you don't account for that distinction, then you just presume that the smoke in the air represents the movement of the air itself, and that may or may not be a presumption of a fact.
And then now they're able to say, we don't think nobody will ever understand this. But what you need to replace that with what they're actually saying is, we don't think nobody will understand what's going on in another human mental illness mind. No one's trying to. I don't care what Einstein was thinking.
General relativity, and even some of the modifications that have come from more recent thinking.
And I don't give a fuck what you theists or atheists say. Point to me a cure that Tesla created. You know what I'm saying? And everything you point out, I'm gonna tell you, when you're arguing with your family, sound like the same shit you be complaining about that they taking your tax dollars. Bitch, you look like you're on the wrong side and you just hating another person who look like you, because you ain't shit.
Well, not there yet to truly understand what happens. And I should say there are ideas,
Yeah,
ideas of things I don't think you've heard of called fuzzballs, where there isn't actually a singularity and the black hole is actually a more fuzzy. So there are ideas.
So it's a black hole where you can see in a mechanism in the world. When you got a hole, it's see-through. You got a hole in your goddamn Barbie draws or your Batman briefs, it's a hole in it. Now this black hole in a hole, it got substances in it. And now little Pac-Man ball, particle balls can eat it up, and it's no longer a black hole.
Waka waka waka.
Beats me.
Yes,
Yes, we have a new Galaga video game.
Make a mathematical
black holes were the singularity, the center of black holes where God is divided.
Stephen Hawking quick or something. I think it is,
Keywords. What was in Stephen Hawking's mind? Nothing we should be going to school and y'all put that weird cloud peer pressure on us to make it seem like we're not smart because we don't want to get an A about that. Why make us go to school and get in college debt and then put that peer pressure where all the students look at this person as dumb because everybody said, hip hooray, I got an A, but you just got an A to get lost into Einstein mind. You just get lost in dude's mind. Come on, man. This is
Zero. It's not right.
And it's actually, in a sense, it's literal, because if you calculate what's known as the scale of curvature, which is a number that characterizes how warped a region of space is, okay, it does go
no such thing as that.
infinity as you go.
Entropy. The circle isn't a. One? Oh, there's one. I don't know why I'm not using picture in picture. I guess because I'm smart. Okay, well here's the I can't see to see whether or not you can see. There, that's the unbroken circle. Or the broken circle. The broken circle. When you measure the path of the sun, the water cycle, we have leap years for a reason, okay? I don't understand. If the universe is expanding, if the circle is going out a little bit every so often, then how does just having a leap year every 4 years fix everything and make everything hunky-dory? I mean, if the year is getting literally longer, won't we eventually have to just have a 366-day year? Why don't we just rip off the fucking Band-Aid? Why can't we do it now? Do we have to wait like another 300 years? How slow is this clock moving? So it's like they're edging on that table. It's like, I know if I just stayed alive for another 600 years, we could have a 366-day year. Is there a point when we had a 364-day year? How does adding a day every 4 years fix things once and for all, like the Ice Cube on Futurama? YouTube studio.
To the center of a black hole, just like when you divide by zero.
You talk about nonsense. Why is he rich, America? Why?
Divide by zero goes to infinity. divide by a space. If you divide something by a space, and dividing means that you're going to cut something up. If you cut something up by a space, you would be cutting it up by nothing, because the spirit is the space and the space is no thing. So, and he says it would be
infinity as you go to.
He says it would go to infinity. So, I mean, he's half right, because if you, whatever I just said, he said,
number that characterizes how warped a region of space is. Okay, it does go to
No such thing as that.
infinity as you go to the center of a black hole, just like
if you divide by if you divide by zero, it goes to infinity. I'm just cherry picking information. If you divide something by zero, it goes to infinity. Assertion. Response. If you divide something by zero, well, divide means. So, I mean, if you divide something by 1, you didn't divide it at all. If you divide something by 2, it's commonly referred to as dividing something into 2 pieces or dividing something in halves. Okay, so you can divide something by 1 by simply not dividing it. Okay, you just ignore the dividing part, because 1 divided by 1 is 1. 1 divided by 2 is 50%. 2 divided by 2 is 1. So if you divide something by 0, is that the same as 0 plus 0 is 0, 0 minus 0 is 0, 0 times 0 is 0. So if you divide something by 0, you're chopping it up into 0 parts. Because if you divide 0 by 1, 0 divided by 1 is 0, right? Right? 0 divided by 2 would be half 0, right? But if you divide something by 0, you're dividing it by space. And the spirit is a space and the spirit is no thing. So if you divide something by no thing, it technically, theoretically could equate to infinity, in the sense that infinity could refer to the universe, even though the word infinity is used to describe a concept that means it goes on forever. And then you'd have to define what that means. Like, you mean you're going to keep going in a straight line in all directions forever? Or the candle in the wind keeps burning forever?
Nonsense. Why is he rich?
I'm gonna get that butterfly photograph, you guys. I'm gonna get that butterfly video. Oh yeah.
America. Why is he rich? Why on earth is he rich? He's talking about nothing. Or describe
And I'll work on getting some more videos up. I just grouping.
to me whatever you talk about right now will lead to a cure. And if you're a theist or atheist, for you to say, why everything gotta be about cures and shit like that, obviously that's another narcissistic crab in the bucket spirit energy of I'm not smart, so let me pull somebody else down. So we all could sing Christmas carols up under the government and wait for them to come up with information and accept taking a jab. Nobody care about that.
The 6th power of your distance, so we know very well how badly behaved is.
So that's infinity fast.
It goes infinity fast. That's crazy. Yeah, and
So something goes to infinity fast. Yet infinity is a language.
Okay, something goes to infinity fast. Okay, let's back up a little bit. When someone kicks you out of an airplane on your way up in the sky, you start falling, and you start falling at a faster and faster rate, and eventually you get to terminal velocity, which is 9.81. No, gravity is 9 per second squared. Hey Google, what is terminal velocity?
According to Wikipedia, terminal velocity is the maximum speed attainable by an object as it falls through a fluid. It is reached when the sum of the drag force and the buoyancy is equal to the downward force of gravity acting on the object. Net force on the object is 0. The object has 0 acceleration.
Hey Google, velocity on Earth.
Around 53 meters per second. According to Wikipedia, with air resistance acting on an object that has been dropped, the object will eventually reach a terminal velocity, which is around 53 meters per second for a human skydiver.
Wow. Well, I guess I was wrong about whatever I heard about. Hey Google, what is gravity on Earth?
The gravity of Earth is 9.81 meters per second squared.
So the 9.81 meters per second squared gravitational pull is caused by the vortices. It's caused by the whooshing. It's caused by the stirring of the bowl of melted ice water that causes the solids in the center to swirl around and clump against each other. And then we're inside of the chaos of all of that physicality that's being collided by the movement of the water. And then within that chaos, we see this stillness, and we don't even realize that we're in this chaos because you don't see with your eye, you perceive with your mind, like the Gorillaz song says, Clint Eastwood. So terminal velocity is 53 meters per second, and gravity is 9.81 meters per second squared. Does that mean that it's not 9.81 meters per second? It's squared. When does it square? Does it wait until it gets like keeps doubling, or when does the squaring part? What is the square? What is math?
Based off the terminology that we created off math, if something is incomprehensible or we can't microlize it. So it has infinite patterns, shapes, forms, or numbers within this context. Get there fast. We can get to a goddamn synonym fast. I'm saying we can get to a mind concept fast in reality somewhere. Like we get in a car and go here fast. Wow. I bet the comics eating this shit up. Lord Jesus Christ.
If you ask what really happens to something that's just being crushed at the center,
Just tell them all of this was made up in somebody's mind, but it really don't exist. Boom, we good to go.
And that's the problem. The comics don't exist. There needs to be intelligent comics. Okay. Joe Coy's ex-wife thought that the sun just went down and then popped back up as the moon, and she was bright and buoyant enough to share that with us, and we thank her.
Oh, next. And then we go to that Terrace Howard shit because they're gonna be even dumber than this. Okay, they say the beginning. What's this question? The beginning of quantum physics and Einstein Nobel Prize. I don't care about anybody being picked. He was a grifter. Same way how people right now get Nobel Prizes. If will make me think it's anything different with Nikola Tesla, goddamn it, Martin Luther King, it's all the same.
Yeah, I can solve pi. I just won't.
Like this bullshit ass shit, right? Look, like the Apple, Eve, Apple phone, computer, shit, that's all this is. The same software they use for this, the same software they making theists and atheists believe in Alpha Centauri constellation. Okay, what's this
When
question?
it comes to nuclear
Discovering the Higgs boson. Oh, let's get it. Let's get it. This is about to be stupid.
and keep right from that out. One, we should critically analyze all the information we come across, and two,
What?
be open to our
What did this guy say? That's heresy.
He's stupid.
the key points to take
This guy just said
from that out. One, we should critically analyze
we should
all the
critically
information we
analyze all the information we come across. Did you hear that, viewers? Did you hear that, subscribers that watch my live streams? Take a high-resolution photograph of the moon every day for 30 days and post it online, and encourage your associates and family to do the same, and compare the details of those images. Critically analyze all the information you come across.
What?
be open to our views being challenged.
To be
Yes.
open to views being challenged, such as the moon is not a physical object. If it was, we would have dumped some trash, put up a billboard, and taken a selfie, and we'd be charged $1,200 a minute to go to the moon and back to take selfies right now, if the moon was a physical object, which it is not.
New study on
Yes, because if we're discovering Higgs boson, let's know what that actually means. We're trying to discover what some dude named said is about a particle that they're calling boson. I'm cool. I don't know any of my tax dollars going towards any other DC comic superhero powers and shit. Come on now,
the uncertainty
please.
being debunked, for example.
Oh my God.
The universe's expansion is not driven by dark energy, but
Who said dark? What? This is made up.
by weakening
They mentioned the universe expansion, so let's not forget about the broken circle. The reason I learned about the broken circle is because when you measure the year with a sundial or something, when you visually see what it does or something, circle, it doesn't make a perfect circle. It doesn't make a perfect circle, hence the phrase a perfect circle. It doesn't make a perfect circle every year, every 4 years or so. It's a little bit out. So that means the circle is getting bigger, which means that the universe is expanding, or we're shrinking. Let's not forget about the thing I said yesterday. When the sun shines up against the wall here, it shines up against the wall here, and I put my hand here. It's going to be from a different angle and a different amount and a different way than the house next door that way or the house next door that way. Even if both walls are exactly the same, it's going to be slightly different, just like your birth snapshot isn't going to be the same next year as it was the year before or the day that you actually took your first breath. So the universe is expanding, and we need the details. So we need to study.
Forces of nature. Now, when it comes to new theories that challenge our
So it said what? What?
suggests the universe's expansion is not driven.
What?
We can
Okay, so the universe's expansion is probably driven by the fact that action even works. I mean, when you get smarter, you expand, and when you get dumber, you contract. I mean, if you want to become aware for the first time again, if you want to be naive again, you have to completely contract your spirit and be dumb enough to not know how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich and learn all over again like eternal sunshine of the spotless mind. Okay, so the spirit is a space, the spirit is no thing. The expansion of the universe has to do with our expansion and contraction of our spirits, our spaces. Theoretically, the universe is continually expanding because as spirits and minds and bodies are continually expanding. And theoretically, we could make it daytime all the time. Theoretically, we could make it summertime all the time. And theoretically, we could make the broken circle break on the inside if we did something different, if we thought and felt less, if there were less of us, if we all did the ministry of silly walks at the same time, if we all walked backwards, if we made our houses upside down. Theoretically, we could cause the universe to expand or contract. It just so happens that we don't know what the fuck we're doing and we don't understand nature, so we're just doing whatever the fuck we want. And right now, it happens to be causing the universe to expand. And that might be partly due to population growth. More money, more problems. I'm going to go run up to the soup kitchen and I'm going to sit down and I'm going to stay Gibson and see if I can't thank him again for passing on my artwork to Dana and perhaps offer my thanks to Dana again, because a long time ago I made a piece of artwork based on the song Here Comes the Sun. I gave it to Dana. I gave it to Jim Gibson. He showed it to Dana, and Dana bought me paper so that I could draw more stuff. But I was going to thank Dana, and I said, I'm thankful, but Jim Gibson wanted to call Dana on the spot and have me talk to a stranger on the phone. And I said, well, I would like to thank them at a later time because I had to go. So that was a year or more ago. So in the interim, Jim Gibson was busy and then I was busy. So we hadn't had time to talk. But I did want to eventually get back and say, hey, I really meant to have you offer my thanks to Dana again for the stuff. But so much has happened since then. I may have given Jim Gibson some artwork that was watermarked with information that said stars are water and stuff like that. And it was also, what do you call it, tagged with my old screen name. And I never really knew what became of that, whether he discovered the watermarks and went on a rabbit hole, or whether or not he didn't notice them and just thought that it was regular old artwork. So I guess I'm just remembering that I may be walking into a hornet's nest. I may be walking into someone being upset that I tried to introduce them to spirituality that they disagree with. But I haven't seen that in his smile when I've came on previous days when he was playing and I didn't stay. So I'm assuming I didn't offend the guitarist, singer, songwriter, performer, content creator. But nonetheless, I skipped Walk Wednesday specifically so that I could go and run to him if he happens to be playing today. And it's 11:07. They open at 11:30. The bell rings at 11. So there are plenty of people that like to show up after 11. If I run now, I can say greetings to Snowball and get there just in time for the doors to open. They stop. Okay, don't you read. Oh, that's it. So besides bread and that same bag of potatoes, they're all the scammy looking potatoes. I don't want potatoes. Oh, you need to learn to eat your vegetables. I don't think anybody's gonna be able to read it from that distance, but okay. I don't think I should be getting too close to it. I mean, these are like followable metal objects. Or is that a clear enough message? What? I am screen sharing. I should have put something on. Oh, I'm only tab sharing. When I used to screen share, I could have put on some Zelda videos, but I don't have a lot of videos, so I should wait. And then someday when I can do full screen sharing again without worrying about the copyright clan. Stay safe, but stay dangerous. If I don't of my girlfriend. And take care of me. We have one new message. Okay. 11:56. I'll send you a message when I get home today if you're interested in getting water. We'll go. Okay, thank you. Just let me know when you're heading in. Ready. Um, 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 I don't consider it funny that somebody got sued for using the happy birthday song. That's stupid. Happy birthday to you. Late night talk shows make slightly off versions of popular songs because they're not allowed to sing popular songs. Like, it's pretty stupid. Pretty mean. Wally cat, Wally cat, Wally cat. Mine says I'm not back. Pay attention to me. Yeah. Man, hell, let's have it. Tax in here. What's going on here? Oh, is this the entity check? Entity check? Loaded check? Loaded check? Loaded check? It loaded checked it. Go to what Wednesday and we did speak changes. So we got whatever this is. Is that right side? It's definitely right side. I knew I smelled tomato. I was like, I didn't get tomatoes. So when you go to your local thrift store and you see the exercise equipment, go find the elastics with the handles that you go like this and buy them for $2 and then take the elastics off and then grab that handle and take it to the grocery store with you and then go like this. And then it won't hurt your hand because this is foam and this is a solid thing. So it won't pull on your hand the way that a heavy bag of groceries will, so you can carry. If you get one set of exercise equipment, you get two handles, so that means you've got two bags that you can take for a great distance with very little fatigue on the hand. And all you have to do is remove the brightly colored elastic that comes with the thing at the thrift store. Or even your Ocean State job lots and your Rennies and your Kmarts. So pick one up today. As far as exercise equipment goes, it didn't really catch on for me, but I didn't break them all. I still think it's a solid piece of exercise equipment. So if they have a bunch and they're only $2, pick up a few. Give one to a friend, give two to a friend, and break one ahead of time and say, use this for this and use that for that. I got 2 ears of corn, unfortunately, because my mother was a fanatic for recycling. She asked me to crush some milk jugs, and I was barefoot, and I used a cinder block, and the cinder block hit my foot, and I sort of stumbled forward into a area where there were a lot of switches, and one of those switches apparently went into my ear, and it went into my ear canal. It punctured my eardrum. It destroyed my stapes. It dislocated my anvil. The stapes is also called the stirrup bone. The anvil probably has a technical term. So it deafened me, but that's when the equilibrium went away, and that's when I learned that being able to stand upright is something. It's not something you just have naturally. There's a fluid inside of your physical form that gives you the ability to walk upright. I don't know if it has something to do with the legs being the new guys, and the legs and the feet and the knees being the new chakras, but It was really wild. I got a stick poked in my ear, and the next thing you know, I was lying on the lawn in front of my trailer, and I couldn't get up. I couldn't lift my head up without feeling nauseous because I didn't have any equilibrium. My equilibrium fluid had been disrupted, the balance, so I didn't have balance. So I had to lay down in the back of an SUV with the seats put down all the way to Portland because would it would just be too cruel to a person to make them stay upright. It was that nauseating. Of course, once they patch things up, the equilibrium could be restored. You know, I may have lost a lot of blood, so to speak. What does that do? I don't know. Does your body generate more? If you lose blood, your body can generate more over time, but it takes time. I guess my body can make more. I can't regrow. I can regrow a fingernail. I can't regrow an arm. But they put a fake stapes bone in my ear. But you know, if you need to crush a milk jug, just get the hot water on your faucet going real good, and then rinse out the jug real good with the scalding hot water. And then when you're done rinsing it out with the scalding hot water, just while it's all softened up from the scalding hot water, just smush it up real good, or flatten it from the sides actually. And then call it good. If it's a screw cap, you can flatten it and put the cap back on so that it doesn't stretch back out. But it's a good way to reduce it somewhat. That seems like a milk jug is something that should be recycled. I think everybody should have the big red plastic recycling bin that claimed the hearing in my ear. Um, how hard is it to pay somebody to sort through if people properly rinse shit? Anybody that doesn't properly rinse shit will just have the recycling bin thrown out, and they have to buy a new recycling bin. Or it won't be thrown out, it'll just be confiscated. Anybody that has a smelly milk jug in the recycling bin can fuck off. But people that properly rinse their soup cans and stuff, all their Campbell's soup out, and then put them in the bin, and then can collect it, sort it, and reuse this stuff. Where do we go? Putting all the cigarette butts on the ground and not picking them up and getting up to the 34 trillion in debt. It's fucking stupid. We should be recycling. Why do we talk about it in the 80s and the 90s and then never follow up? Why do we let them do that? They pull at our heartstrings to tell us where to put our tax dollars, but they don't actually have recycling bins next to the trash cans. The neckbeard caveman, the professionals are only professionals that keep everybody repeating the first grade. If you got, ears to see and eyes to hear, is that how it goes? I have to come up with my own shit. That's not my line. But I do have the ears of corn, and so I got some. I got this from the breadline. Come on, what does it say? So to do this, it's got a flower on it, and that's what sealed the deal. It's a nice little bird. I don't know if that's a feminine-looking blue jay or if that's some other species because of my botanist. But you see, I bought this. I got an orange that seemed like it might be okay. I got something you could make into a bread bowl if you were lazy, but basically it's like a really big burger bun that you could make. You could make a big sandwich for two and split it with somebody. If you're a cold cut and sliced cheese person, what do they want me to do with it? What does it say it is? I can't read it. It's better. It's easier to read it on screen than try to read it. Mini boule. On the sandwich. And not a peanut butter sandwich. Anyway, I got my tray contained a cookie in the wax paper, so I saved it for later. And let's see, got something low carb off of the bread line. Oh, that doesn't even nothing. Yeah, so it's here, it's near, and it's dear to me because it's the yum yums. Fridge. Cookie and cheesecake. Oh, but at the soup kitchen, they had. I ate mashed potatoes with canned peas and corn discs with my the kind of roll that has the flour on it. The kind of little dinner roll that has the flour on it. Well, it's not little. And a cookie. Seems like the tray might have been missing something. I asked for a vegetarian one. They had some more roast beef like looking thing on with gravy on the mashed potatoes and the thing like, every day. Once I zipped up the other one. Have a wonderful day, pigeons and squirrels and crows and colors. Lend an ear. If you can't lend an ear, ask someone else to lend an ear. I was going to forget about my pizza. Suppose I should eat it with a fork and a knife. There's an awful lot of it. You know, banana for scale. I don't know. What do you tell a cat that follows you to the kitchen after sleeping peacefully? Just follows you to the kitchen when you get something to eat. How often am I supposed to be feeding this kitty? Pro plan. Now the moon's at 5.9%. Up. Now the sun's in Scarab 12 degrees and the moon's in Gemini 14 degrees. So that 12-12 thing. But yeah, we ran into Jim Gibson and he says he shows people my artwork. And I asked him to thank Dana again for the paper. But not only did I afterwards think, well, gosh, I haven't been making an awful lot of artwork lately. I know I made a whole ton of artwork after Dana gave me the paper because I used all the paper that they gave me. But things did trickle off a little. We need to get back to making artwork. To check. Tab. You're it. Dark matter debunked in a revolutionary cosmic study. So they thought it was a critical part of the universe. Now they're saying it might not exist. according to a study challenging current cosmological model. I mean, they talk about it like it's a court case. You guys, dark matter got overturned. They overturned Roe versus D. The universe expansion is not, and we're not. We're allowed to make that joke because we have a we have a whole platform on the matter. Colin Powell is openly open. So the new model suggests that because they didn't specify anything in the first part about expansion. Okay, so the new study says that the universe's expansion is not driven by dark energy, but by weakening forces of nature. I think my phone made a noise. Uh-oh. I saw Barbara on my way to the post office and asked her if I could go to the spring, and Tom just got back to me today. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to alarm you. I got the rest from this guy Randy in Italy. Now, as far as the weakening forces of nature, what if you got if you've got a little bubble when you're blowing bubbles, it's okay, and it's pretty sturdy and stiff and firm. But if you blow a bubble that's like this big, it starts to get wobbly and weak because the blowing bubble stuff is just like sodium lauryl sulfate or whatever, surfactants or whatever the heck it is. Soap. It's just soap and water. So, I mean, if it was made out of a different substance, I know there's that thing where you can blow the bubble and it literally just sort of freezes that way, and it's this thing you can just like put in your pocket or whatever. You know, if your pocket was three-dimensional. But that's neither here nor there. Weakening forces of nature. If the universe is expanding, then that means the fish tank's getting bigger. So like if you live in a one-bedroom apartment and you have a birthday party, you might have a lot of people in your home when you usually only have like 2 or 3. So you might find out that you ran out of plates and have to wash some plates before you even get to dinner. It might get pretty elbow to elbow when it comes time to eat the meal. But then people might fan out into the living room, and some people might go vegetate in the bedroom and watch a movie or something. Then maybe a couple people might go home early. And then next year, you might move down the street into a bigger apartment and have another party with more people. but you got a bigger place. So bigger place plus more people, but proportionally not exactly more people to the proportion of more space. You actually got, you know, a little more wiggle room than you did before. So they're like, yeah, this place feels more comfortable. We have this exact same amount of people. Oh, well, we got these 2 extra people, and it still feels like, you know, we're not cramped. So, you know, theoretically, if you had 8 people at the 1 bedroom and then 13 people at the 2 bedroom, instead of having 16. So this perceived phenomenon could be the universe expands and then the forms inside of it become less relevant. Like, you know, like when people leave the kitchen, like when everybody's in the kitchen, it's all elbow to elbow. It's difficult, but when some people leave the kitchen, it's spread out throughout the entire apartment. Or if you have a bigger apartment, then you have more wiggle room. That's perceived as a weakening forces of nature. But you know, if you've got less people in the pool whooshing it all around, then the waters are going to be slightly more calm. There might be parts that are completely calm for a moment of the surface of the pool, the swimming pool. So they're just grasping at straws.
Forces of nature.
So the universe expansion is not driven by dark energy, which is a faulty reasoning. But let's replace it with someone updating Mason faulty reasoning with, but it's expansion by weakening forces of nature. Think about that, right? Their starting point is made up. Think about going in nature, characterize and physicalize, and show me the scientific method where any weak thing expanded anything. The right fruit on the fruit tree is the only fruit that's more expanded than the crab apple. A stronger person in their muscles, the only person who's gonna be able to lift up more pyramids than the weaker person. The more air put in a balloon is the only way that balloon going to be bigger than the inflated one that got weaker amounts of air in it. I don't think no form of expansion in any form of fashion that God showed us, which are ritual spells of words, show any form of goddamn expansion. I don't see nothing in nature that's weak and got any concept of expansion behind it. Not about to believe in man. Get ready to make that in the middle of Star Wars movie either.
Nature. Now, when it comes to new theories that challenge our accepted
I'm glad you said theory. Good word. Good choice of words. Hey, you on your way.
understanding of space, it's important to see how different scientific sources are interpreting these new findings to fully understand it. Luckily,
y'all didn't find them. It's a computer CGI that y'all making the world believe these actual pictures, but it's a satellite y'all put up there to catch the vibration of the current. And then y'all start making up what it possibly is there based off the red, blue, green, RBG. And then putting the red, something that you think ain't there no more. AKA you put the satellite in a certain hemisphere, in the atmosphere, the distance. And if it's not as strong as a current that you claim is something past or gone, or a quasar, or a star that died or moved. So the red shift there is what you're catching up. And so it's less on the current. And if it's a strong current and sound that the satellite is picking up on the computers that y'all breaking down over there in California, Hollywood, the stronger current, it would resonate as the blue color on y'all CGI computers. Then the green, you blend the red and the blue together, and based upon what was light in that space and what was heavy in different other areas in that space, the green is supposed to make different shades or emanations of what was small or big based off the hypothetical you're getting ready to filter the computer program through because your faulty starting point. Hey, it stars there. So you take the faulty starting point computer software and mix it with the vibration sound. The less sound, red shift. Large sound and vibration, remanence is blue color. Then mix it with the green to make the emanation on, which y'all make it up, what you think is up there with the computer software to match it. And now we have a whole Star Trek, planetary constellation app, motherfucking goddamn Nibiru coming back, and Planet X, deleting everybody's dim dome death.
So the word was created with the vibe. So they're apparently getting all their zeros and ones from sound waves. I mean, they're not even taking pictures. What are they doing? Are they receiving sound waves? Are they getting sound waves? Are they detecting sound waves? Are they banging a drum and then seeing if it bangs back, if it echoes off the wall? If NASA's getting all their information from sound waves, when the word is created with the vibe, like it's like a one-way mirror. It's like a two-way mirror. You know, because there is no Kuiper belt. There's no physical matter out there. So, and they think there is. We're raining our misery down on us. It's as above, so below, but it's as within, so without. So it's like we're causing things to to come in from out, but we're causing them as within, so without. We're causing as above, so below to happen, because as within, so without. So there's no physical matter out there. So when they think it's bouncing off of something, how are they tricking themselves? They know. How are they tricking the people that don't know they're being tricked? They're getting data that they can use to convince people that there's there's a Saturn and a Mars out there. They're getting data. Well, they could get that by putting a satellite out there and detecting the satellite, but they didn't know it was a satellite. And the fisheye camera theory dictates that from a great distance, all objects are going to look round, maybe. But they're RGB. They're getting a bunch of RGB, or they're getting a bunch of data that they can assign to redshift or blue shift, and then add the green to give it a perspective, like to triangulate a position, like the prism on Pink Floyd, like making something three-dimensional, like when you draw the square and then you draw the other square and you connect the lines and you make the square look three-dimensional. Like they use the red shift and the blue shift to create a picture that you could theorize as three-dimensional, but it's how are they getting the data? How are they getting the sound waves? They're detecting sound waves. So what are they trying to see out there with? Sonar, like a dolphin, like Echo the Dolphin, like Flipper the Dolphin. Echo the Dolphin is badass. The shit Nightmares are made of.
Yeah, I'm at the bars.
Ground news makes this much easier to do. With Advantage Fan, you get access to original research, plus every article covering it and even insight on each news publication's political bias and credibility context that could influence their reporting. Their founder and former NASA engineer also designed their blind spot feed, which uses patented technology to help us easily
That's a limited hangout website, y'all.
step out of our echo chambers and see important news stories we might have otherwise
Limited hangout.
exposing
You get a limited hangout with Craft.
helps ensure
You get a limited hangout with
know
Craft.
enough about an issue to seek your right, but you actually know enough to recognize when you might be wrong. So avoid the Dunning-Kruger effect.
AKA get on this limited hangout website so you can get put in vague la la land, so you can be out here and we can see y'all when we click on these apps to see how much y'all arguing for or against something and vague la la land and still don't know shit.
And it's also important to note that the IP freely video that was being watched on the stream from yesterday, the day before, it specifically said, like, for more of these IP freely videos, what's his name there? Oh yeah, no. Oh, what? Why? I think here. Okay, so wow, I'm gonna have it all memorized. So Manly P. Hall, his birthday is on March 18th. But I remember I did some research on Rudolf Steiner with regard to, was it the number? There was numerology involved, and by research on Rudolf Steiner, I mean like maybe a Google search and something on a video to do with the court case. And afterwards, found out that Manly P. Hall's birthday was on the day that I had my ass handed to me for observing my right to remain silent, which if states' rights can trump the U.S. constitutional right to remain silent under all circumstances, then local laws can trump state laws, and the way I feel can be the supreme law of the land as long as it's me, and I'm not telling someone else what to do. So the court proved the case that the state is going to side with the state regardless of the facts, simply because the state is the state. So if you're not a government employee, you're in the outer party, and if you are a government employee, you're in the inner party. But The only thing that matters is we're all persons on earth with opposable thumbs foremost and spirits and minds and bodies first. And we should care about the kitties and the spiders and the bunnies and decide whether or not we want to make peace with the mosquitoes or go to war with the mosquitoes because, you know, they seem like pests. More bee houses, more cat parks. Dog licenses that require DNA tests. We don't even need to follow up. We just need it to require a fee for a DNA test and then actually get the DNA test done and then figure it out from there. The fee in the DNA test, the fact that it has to be conducted in and of itself will be enough to put the thought in the mind of the public, hey, if I'm going to let an animal shit in a public space, it's my duty to pick it up. If you worked on a farm and you wanted to live and work on your own farm, you might have your own shit policy when the animals shit. But when you take your livestock out in public and just let it go to the bathroom wherever, I'll take it a step further. You fucking cucks. Not only do I not want to see any more little tiny blue bags of dog shit on the grass next to the sidewalk, but you have to carry around one of those little spray bottles like the modern pest services guy, like the Orchid Man does. And you have to spray off the area where your dog pisses with water. And maybe it's got to have disinfectant in it too. If you want to be woke bitches, we can be woke bitches all day long. All I'm saying is that you should have picked up your dog shit. And if you're going to take the time to put it in a blue plastic bag, but you feel silly walking down the street with a bag of dog shit, then maybe don't be a dog owner or just get over it and walk down the street with a bag of dog shit. Don't take the time to bag it up and then put it on the side of the road. Pick up all cigarette butts. Erase this 34 trillion in national debt. Stop kidding yourselves. Stop lying to the American public. So we can DNA test the dog shit you leave behind. Find out it's your dog. And then you just have to pay however much it costs to pay a city employee to properly dispose of the dog shit that you discarded. And just the cost alone to pay a city employee to go to the scene of the dog shit that was discarded, pick it up, and put it in a trash can involves so much fucking paperwork that by the time that dog owner was done looking at it, their head would be on a swivel. They'd be like $500 for a government employee to get out of his truck, walk up to something, pick it up off the ground, walk over to a trash can and put it in. That's right. Next time, pick up after your dog. I mean, cameras would work, but then people would just go where there aren't cameras, like the back of Walmart in the dairy aisle behind the case with all the candy, behind the island case. Right before you get to the Simply Cranberry. Good blind spot. It's a good blind spot. Or maybe it's not. If it is a good blind spot, that would certainly prove premeditation on the part of the boyish-faced employee and the tattooed employee. And if it's not a blind spot and someone thought it was a blind spot and did something stupid, they'd be like, haha, we got you. So.
News and critically analyze the information you consume.
Nigga, stop selling shit.
Zero budget with a superconnecting superclient. And you read reports, well, we have
I want to get my tech.
somewhere in there. Yeah. It's a French acronym. My words are in the French.
You can say, you can laugh and you're a conspiracy theorist. Shit, go back to your history class, get on Google and describe to me the wars and describe to me the participants in the war, and then tell me about pseudo.
There. And I think our lawmakers don't
Who else made the missiles other than the people participate with the war? Gotcha. I'm gonna get you, sucker. I said, John,
really understand that we don't do the physics, someone else and will. We don't own
if you don't use your mind, somebody else will. You don't own their expensive equipment to practice their pseudoscience.
all access to future discoveries of science. And so now the Earth does it. And so
Point proven.
they went ahead, built a large hadron collider, and then successfully found the Higgs boson, the big holy grail.
July 4th, 2012.
Wait, stop. Say that again. I got discovered
That
it.
found the collider. And
Wait,
the Earth does it. And so they went ahead, built a large hadron collider, and they successfully found the Higgs boson, the big
stop. I could have swore 5 to 7 years ago when they took our tax dollars to build the Higgs boson, they were talking about all the news and shit, right? I could have swore, and I'm gonna go fight. Don't delete it. I shouldn't say nothing because they probably gonna go delete these. It was being spoken about for us to be at oohs and ahs, but rock to sleep, and now y'all forgot 10 years later. Y'all taxes went towards that. They took y'all taxes. It was being spoken about in the context of we need the Hadron Collider and the Higgs boson. Now it's being spoken about as the Hadron Collider is the thing they use to find the Higgs boson. Witchcraft. If you're a real conscious community teacher, if you're a real Jew, a real Mason, and you want to show us you really against them, please keep track of that. Go 7 years ago and go to all those videos. Because goddamn, I'm pretty sure I probably already got a few of those screenshots and a few of that shit. Because I was talking about this shit. I was going in on the Higgs boson in 2016 and 15 and shit like that. So I remember like it was yesterday. We gotta take our tax dollars, and for people in the world to not look at it like that at the moment. And a few people was the only people saying that. People like the 13th son and shit like that, saying like they take your tax dollars from this shit. Duh. Shout out to him. I don't know what happened to him. It was being spoken about within the context of we need this to find this God particle Higgs boson. Now it's 2024. He's explaining it like the Higgs boson is how England found it, and this is how they're getting ready to find it. So they forgot their own lies.
holy grail.
July 4th, 2012.
Look at that. It's July 4th. That's been to us.
Wow. Yeah, it was. And you know they really found it on like June 28th. You know they found it on June 28th. We're going to sit on this for a few days. Yeah. but there are a lot of Americans involved. And
So that's that what they really created Juneteenth for something for?
yes, exactly right.
Yeah, even Peter Higgs, is he American?
He was Scottish, I would think. I think he was Edinburgh. Although I think he was Edinburgh, but I don't think he was.
He was a Scottish Rite Mason. So the Higgs dude is a Scottish Rite Mason. That's why his knowledge is only going to be the one remembered 2,000 years after this, like Galileo and shit. Not you or your grandmother.
Gosh, maybe he was English. You know, I don't know. But yeah, you know, he predicted its existence, and then it was discovered, and that the announced.
Stop. How did that work? So only Masons and Jews allowed to do that? They're allowed to make up something in their mind, and then y'all can fulfill it. So y'all could be like, hey, it's a particle in Africa and India. And all of a sudden, on the news channels, they discovered what came up in your mind. Wow. No wonder y'all ain't got no cures. Atheists and theists, please don't be up under this shit. And oohs and ahs. Please change our mind. Like, is y'all retarded?
I predicted the existence of debit card readers on soda machines. Sure, other people did too.
Y'all them getting rich with Marvel Comics and the Avengers for you to even see Thor go make a cold ass hammer and sword with the Dyson Sphere. You're only gonna see it on their movies. Dyson is a dude who came up with a human idea that now they about to waste our tax dollars based upon you being in oohs and ahs because they told you they discovered that in space by another alien source. How can a human have an idea on Earth about what any of us? I don't even know a human that know what a bear is doing right now.
I was going to say, it's no mistake that NASA suddenly went from being an active operation to suddenly getting shut down. Essential shit. Obviously, just like when Twitter went public, instead of being a private company, became, obviously, yeah, it was just something happened. NASA just went from being the place where all the space shit got done to just being a supporting actor in it's basically what they did to NASA is probably do it at the same time too, is when they reorganized the company, they reorganized the professionals, reorganized the company under a new name, Alphabet, and then Google became a subsidiary of Alphabet. So, yeah, so they wagged the dog. They wagged the dog. They just said, "Hey, the person, the place, the thing that does all the space stuff, you work for me now. Hey, I'm in charge here. Not anymore. You're not." They just sort of demoted NASA to being a supported actress in the whole space game. And then all the missions weren't based on what was best for science. They were based on what was best for government. But that's the way it was all along. I mean, as far as perception is concerned. But they had to more focused because the stakes are higher. What the frick? I gave Wally some and the gal's conversation about how the dogs, I think they're Chihuahuas, will take the food out of the dish in the kitchen and bring it to the living room on the couch. I assume they just take a whole mouthful of dry food and bring it out there and then spit it out and sit there and chew it up one at a time. And I noticed my cat likes to take it out of the dish and then drag it to the floor and then eat it off the floor. I don't know how to discourage him from doing that. I don't really feel like sanctioning that behavior. But, well, it's already 1:14, so we've wasted a ton of time, but we're gonna get through this video today. All day, and it was, well, yeah, and we did all kinds of good on the syllabus. We're up to 22 pages. And we didn't get to any Fortnite because that would involve sharing the whole screen with audio or changing settings. And we're really comfy with this spirituality here. Like I said, I'm in the syllabus. I could just stream Fortnite over fiber internet over a competing streaming service because I'd have enough bandwidth to do two. And then I could just say, hey, just pause the stream, go to this link, watch me play Fortnite for an hour, and then we'll be back to this stream. If I have to have two streams from two services because Google can't get something as simple as making sure that the mute button, when you come out of screen sharing in YouTube Studio, if you have the mic muted, it will continue to display the slash through it, but it will unmute the mic. So if you understand what I'm saying, I'm simply saying it's giving you a false negative. It's saying that the mic's muted when it's not muted, and it's activated when you come out of screen sharing within the YouTube Studio. So as long as they're going to have shoddy software like that, they get a vote of no confidence anyway until they fix their shit. But I mean, I can easily get fiber internet for a couple pennies more than I'm paying now for DSL, and then just stream the Fortnite just while I'm playing it on a competing service, or I don't know if Google allows two independent live streams from the same source at the same time from the same device. They might have something against that. I don't know why they would, but you never know. There might be limitations in place, but it doesn't matter because they're inflexible YouTube Studio settings.
So how can a human come up with an idea with a bee nest is getting ready to build, and then go find a human had to get stung by a bee, follow a bee, go see it was a queen bee, go see that they was making honey and pollinating and study it from a distance with a smart energy and can't do it themselves, like jumping a basketball shot from their fellow humans, just to learn about it. So when
you actually have to go 5 houses over, get the dog, and then dissect the dog. You have to cut the beehive in half. You have to study the bee, freeze drive that thing. How are you going to know for sure that the queen is in there? How are you going to get the beehive cut in half exactly? You can do a tree rubbing, and you could do a tree chunk ring, but it takes a lot of effort to discover that there's a queen bee inside of a bee's nest. The darn thing's in the center of the bee's nest. It's hiding. It never comes out. To know for a fact that there's a queen bee and how everything operates around that took vigorous study for years and years and years. And then people that originally studied it and said, yep, we confirmed it, there's a queen bee. People came behind them and found more complicated ways to study it by putting little tube cameras in there and watching them more. And then those guys were like, yep, now we know more about the way that the queen bees behave. And then people came behind them and made little rigged up situations where they didn't even need the little tube camera, and they could study the bee in an environment where they could see the whole thing at once, and they tricked them into not knowing that they were on a two-way mirror. And then someone will come behind them and study their shit. And then there's people that think that they can, if a cat bangs up against the right side of a box, that they're saying yes, and if they bang up against the left side of the box, that they're saying no, which is kind of subjective. And then there's technology where you can think something and images will appear on a screen in an etch-a-sketch fashion, and you can literally think about a puppy, and then an image on the screen will come up as a puppy. So they have technology right now that can literally read your mind if you're hooked up to a machine physically. So how much longer until they can get a vague etch-a-sketch picture of whether or not you're thinking of a puppy from across the road? They can already read your electricity meter without actually coming up and looking at it. They can just park on the side of the road and wirelessly connect to your electricity meter. All that coal being burned unnecessarily to maintain a charge just in case you use your toaster. It would be much more efficient, like the commercial shows, to just have a bunch of lithium ion power bricks. And that's what we can use all those black eggs underneath Hawaii for, to make sure that everybody has lithium ion power bricks like you see on all of these YouTubers off-grid channels, and with all their Yetis or whatever. And get all those telephone poles the fuck out of here, because constantly burning coal to boil water, to turn turbines, to make something go clicky click, to maintain an electrical charge just in case everybody wants to use their electricity at once. Like I said, if everybody took a day off from using their electricity, they still have to burn the same amount of coal. They still have to boil the same amount of water. They still have to continuously do that to maintain a charge, just in case some numbers change on that little thing. It's a racket. Telephone pole electricity is a racket, and it should have been gone a long time ago. I mean, telephone pole electricity fucking sucks just as much as a horse-drawn carriage. If people could wrap their heads around how stupid telephone pole electricity is, to the fact that I'm comparing it to if we still had horse-drawn carriage on the highways and the freeways right now, if we still had to drive behind in a motor vehicle somebody with a horse that could shit, and the shit could bounce up on the hood of our car, okay? We don't live in that world anymore. Take the telephone poles down. It's the least efficient. I already used my analogy. We're not going to beat a dead horse, literally.
When you don't got no other species organ system being able to do that, you believe in a man's mind that could put a word behind it to make you believe it's something outside of you in reality. So this would make religious people say God is a floating disc of information, and the information, wording, and language and meaning behind it consists of the crafting of Masons and Jews.
Look, you got to look at it from a technical standpoint. We just went over the fact that God may represent a really popular guy that had great ideas, that implemented them and created a ancient Rome-like society of prosperity and peace that everybody afterwards. They didn't worship him. They just thought he was a great guy. They made holiday after him. They named a country after him. Everybody wanted to be like Todd. Somebody else could be like that. And then there are people that say, what?
Just to learn about it. So when you don't got no other species organ system being able to do that, you believe in a man's mind that could put a word behind it to make you believe it's something outside of you in reality. So this would make religious people say God is a floating disembodied mind.
Okay, so this concept of a disembodied floating mind. How did the captions butcher that? What did he say?
That could put a word behind it to make you believe it's something outside of you in reality. So this would make religious people say God is a floating disembodied mind. But
they start. God is a floating disembodied mind. So as we said at the itching. Hello, spider. Not only have a great day, spider. Have a great day, Ebony. It's okay. Yeah, so I mean, if the one referred to as God refers to a spirit that was in a mind, that was in a body, that was a great leader, that helped a community become a great society, and you happen to be a spirit in a mind and a body, and it happens to be that one, you have an obligation to guard the shit out of that, okay? So we all need to be we all need to be sniffing each other's butts, so to speak, esoterically, and trying to find that Dalai Lama that is God, that they call God, the one that made things so peaceful and prosperous that they're willing to fight wars and kill people over it. If you found out that you were the reincarnation of Nero, Would you want to go be like, hey guys, I got some bad news. You may want to check me before I wreck you. If you found out you were the next Nero, you'd want to know. If you found out you were the next Dalai Lama, you'd want to know. But they don't want you to know that. I don't know how it works exactly. I mean, is it really to the point where you just have to Russian roulette until the God character comes up again? Can anybody relate to a character to the point where they can adapt a character? Think about it. If you could just do that, then that means I could become Raphael, the arch, person with white wings or whatever, like just by oh, I really relate to this character. Like I really feel like my skin is this color. I really feel that I'm left-handed. Can we get the sketch? The butterfly. I'm gonna get that butterfly video. And of course I won't be able to find the sketch again. Probably didn't find it last time. Hey, that looks like that guy from that. Wow. They literally have the phrase psychotonomy blacklisted. You want to know how I know? 1, 2, 3. Is that a separate video there? We'll go by title. 1, 2, 3. That's a channel. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. They have 13 results for psychotonomy. Okay, so they blacklisted that word. And if I add UCB, I get more results, but I don't like them because UCB involves comedy, improv comedy, not just the show. I'm getting the other sketch that I showed last. No, that's not it. Man. Can you imagine if I looked up Upright Citizens Brigade and then the word cult, and then they gave me like a a concern message? No, I'm just not gonna find it again. But anyway, it was a Upright Citizens Brigade, the TV show sketch where the psychoautonomy people claim that they can re-educate you and make a white person black and make a person that was right-handed left-handed. And then somebody from the audience threw a ball at the person that had been rehabilitated to be left-handed, and he says, "Haha, you caught it with your right hand." But I mean, if you're God, it's your duty to beat to God the shit out of that. It's your duty to be God. If you're something mundane, it's your duty to be that mundane. It's your duty to embody the character that you handed yourself. Or maybe it's your duty to change the character that you've been. What you've been doing is what you've always been doing. Sounds like a it is what it is statement. What you've been doing is what you've always been doing. Sounds like a dooming you to never. The spirit can always change. So what you've been doing is what you've always been doing is in my list of questions. Because I mean, to some extent, what I coined this phrase, whatever you do, you're more likely to do. So I mean, the moment you start doing something new and doing it more often, yeah, eating more apples, eating more whole food, then get off the bread. I'm just having a relaxing time with a little excess bread after having a very stressful 2.5 months from March 18th until June 27th, when I decided that I was gonna pay money rather than go to trial for other people harming me and then saying that I committed a crime.
But that mind consists of information, and the information, wording, and language and meaning behind it.
Yeah, the disembodied mind, when he's talking about the disembodied mind, he's referring to something that could be considered like God, not all possibilities, but like a great man that wasn't the Messiah, like a great man that could create a great community. So instead of wishing to maintain, at one point the Neckbeard Caveman said, "Hey, instead of trying to maintain this guy's shit by using this guy's shit, why don't we find a way to have our cake and eat it too? And we can make a new mascot and make everybody fight." They're trying to square peg round hole this shit. If they would just go with God, so to speak, if God really created a great society, and they were really using that energy, then they would continue to create a great society. What they're doing is they're using the Callahan name. They're using the Callahan name from Tommy Boy, of God, to push forward an agenda of usury, tyranny, greed, and evil. Just like White Stag. One time, an old lady told me that White Stag is a very prestigious brand, and I thought to myself, no, that's cheap ass Walmart crap. Everyone knows the White Stag tan, brown, white shirt with the thin blue stripes. So anyway, this disembodied mind that Abrahamic religion adherents and Christians believe is God, could just represent, just like a worldview, or a remembrance of a person, or a remembrance of a character that a person played out. And all of that is information. So you can look at it from a metaphysical, non-physical vibe point of view, but when you get down to the earth, I'm standing here speaking English point of view, that's literally translate to this vibe, this disembodied mind, this body of emotion. We can't understand it as emotion. We need the thought. We need the words, and so that means God becomes a group of information. So the Neckbeard Caveman were like, well, we have the ability to write shit down now. And before we didn't, think about it. Before we had trouble. We had to scribe a couple of things on the wall, and it was a pain in the ass. We had to do it in stone. But when we found out we could mass produce writing, it's kind of like when we got the internet, things exploded. It's kind of like when we had Model Ts, the horses didn't get used anymore. Yeah, so understanding that there was just an overall vibe that this one guy made this one society be great, and all the people in the society reflected that guy's niceness, and everybody was nice for a long time, and it worked for longer, and people honored the God thing for a while. But then the Neckbeard Caveman came along and said, "Hey, we can take the same Callahan name, God, and then swap it out with cheap ass parts that have planned obsolescence and sanctioned scarcity, usury, tyranny, greed, and evil, and with the toxic masculinity cloud." They perverted God. They took a good idea and they made it bad. Or there was a word before God, and a word before that. There was a Septuagint, and then the Septuagint is just the Bible with the books that they took out of the Bible that deemed heresy. That's what the Septuagint is. It's the Bible with the books that the Catholic Church deemed heresy added back into it. It's a trick. It's a trap. So I mean, it's like when you had hot pockets when you were younger and they tasted good, and now they just taste like crunchy rocks with lava inside of them. They took the creamy center out of God, basically. They took a good thing and they made it bad. They made it be biased. But that still initially meant that somebody tried to take this disembodied mind, this concept of a great society, and put it in a book. When being able to print books became, and mass produce text and literary things became available as a technology, it was like the internet to people back then. So people were desperate to create the first Wikipedia, and the first Wikipedia was like the Septuagint, or maybe there was 10 of them before that. Maybe people were making Septuagints left and right, and this Septuagint / Bible was just one of many large literary works. Or maybe it took a vested effort by a cabal of individuals to create something like the Septuagint or the Bible, and it was difficult to make a book that big, that long, with that much information. But nonetheless, people tried to create a handbook for life, and I've heard a couple other book names mentioned. So I gathered some other people tried to make handbooks for life, but these handbooks for life were written by people, right? Not bad people. Who's monitoring the monitors? At least we can get that clip, right? We can get that clip. Saves my history across browsers. It can be good if you disable it. All right, so there's the monitor, the monitor's sketch, scene. At the end of the day, somebody wrote the bag idea, whatever that thing that Bill Maher mispronounced was, that he said he almost got it right. The Bhagavad Gita, the Mishnah, the Krishna, there's the Mishnah, there's the Talmud, there's the Torah. Sometimes when you're in kindergarten, you'll draw on paper and you'll use crayons. But books might have been written by people that already knew what they were doing before the books were written. So all those books could be second editions or fifth editions or seventh editions. They could be precursors to precursors for all those religious texts. These could be the polished, finished products of this could be the seventh draft, so to speak, of a bunch of different carefully crafted spells and curses that they made adjustments to over time, just the same way that you might renovate your kitchen and put a hole in the wall to make a bar, or put a hole up to give more privacy in the living room.
Consist of the crafting of Masons and Jews. So no matter how you slice.
So they're trying to control the idea of what could make a great society inside of information, and then they're trying to control who has access to that information to, by default, control prosperity and peace. Okay, so the neck-bearded cavemen are holding prosperity and peace, that word that people can't say. They're holding prosperity and peace above hot sage, and they won't let us have any prosperity or peace. They will only let us have a little at a time, and they dole it out in small amounts, and money to go in the inner city to solve the traffic problems instead of making solutions.
It. You even saying a Jewish Mason person's mind is floating that built the world and they had the best concept of it. Or let that thought cloud come itself and speak. And if it don't, you got the wrong starting point of how you think. That's your problem. Nobody else's. You don't need to be a preacher no more. No theologian. You lie and apology.
But my question is are you born God, or can God actually come into you? I mean, and by God, I don't mean all possibilities. I mean the character that they're referring to that was a great man that created a great society. that they exalted and praised in a similar way that they praised Jesus Christ. Nobody's praising Lao Tzu that way, because Lao Tzu didn't ask to be praised that way, and specifically crafted language that would discourage people from exalting Lao Tzu, that wrote Tao Te Ching, and then supposedly disappeared into the forest and was never heard from again. The one that says where the pot's not is where it's used.
AKA you apologizing for being a fucking demon.
Announcement. You saw tears welling in this man's eyes, who'd been waiting decades for this idea that at first nobody believed. Right. Ultimately, it was accepted theoretically, but it was proved experimentally. Finally,
What is the Higgs boson? Exactly.
Of the particle categories, one of them is bosons.
Right.
Okay.
The other particle categories. Because if we want to talk about quantum physics, to make it simple is just like energy. Energy is just a different term for moving. So if we see a bunch of quantum mechanics happening, quantum things, micro things, breaking a rock down to all the salts of it and shit like that, right? Then for the most part, that will be what they're talking about. So what he get ready to say is made up.
Bosons is bosons. Right. Okay. And bosons.
Wait a minute.
What is the Higgs boson? Exactly.
Of the particle categories, one of them.
So other particle, what particles? Rock particles? You haven't explained what particles is yet. And I'm not going to have somebody just be like, oh, because studies. No, that's just them rocking you to sleep with rhetoric. He don't even know what you're talking about. So what is the other particles and what make the Higgs boson separate from those particles? And then why is the Higgs boson being so special just because it came from the Scottish Rite dude?
Okay, Google, what is the Higgs boson?
According to Wikipedia, the Higgs boson, sometimes called the Higgs particle, is an elementary particle in the standard model of particle physics produced by the quantum excitation of the field, one of the fields in particle physics theory.
Okay, Google, what is the Higgs boson?
According to Wikipedia, the Higgs boson, sometimes called the Higgs particle, is an elementary particle in the standard model of particle physics produced by the quantum excitation of the Higgs field, one of the fields. Did
you guys hear that? Give me the full one. Is this the full one? It can't be 9 minutes long. It is? Oh my goodness. It can't be. Oh goodness gracious. Okay. So in order to describe the definition Google just gave me for the Higgs boson, I pasted the MTV Movie Awards Reloaded link into the chat, where Will Ferrell does an apt impression of the definition of Higgs boson when he says ergo vis-a-vis. I have no idea what I'm talking about, because it's just a bunch of grandiose verbiage.
Higgs, what made him so special? Oh, because he in masonry and we not?
Like, it was like a definition that attempted to define itself by saying a bunch of fancy sounding words, but it didn't actually coherently describe anything. Oh no, that's just because I'm stupid and uninformed. I don't even understand like basic debate concepts like the that gish galloping. I know about Gilgamesh. I didn't know about gish galloping.
This is the only thing we can point it to. Another concept of them just reminding us we ain't they shit. This whole thought form is not important. Or describe to me how does this lead to a cure somewhere?
Is bosons. Right. Okay. And
it's not even important.
Are force mitigating particles. Okay. Okay. So
made up shit. What is a force mitigating particle? What the fuck is a force mitigating particle? Force mitigating particle. There's no such thing.
Hey Google, what is a force mitigating particle?
Sorry, I don't understand.
Who are you? Are you Newman? Have a great day, Newman. I'm going to call you Newman because you have a little sliver of white. Anyway, there was some point on a stream recently when I came to the lectern, and I remembered that there was no sound, so I didn't get to say out loud that whoever designed the fucking packaging for the pastries and baked goods for Hannaford obviously knows how to put them in the container, but has never taken them out of the container and needs to be kicked in the balls. I just gave the cat way too much cheesecake. I mean, I just took a fork and took a little smooch out of one little bit, and it was still too much. Onward.
There's no such thing. Nothing comes up. You got mitigating dust particle contamination. That's a science lab website. What force repels particles? That's just something that came up. What other people asked, who was asking about things.
And ask Google, and Google said, I don't know what you're talking about.
With particles. There's no such thing as force mitigating particles. Look at his dumbass face. Somebody asked Neil deGrasse, what is a force mitigating particle? So we can do our studies ourselves, so we can see how to compare and contrast what separate the Higgs particle from these other mitigating particles.
If 1,000 people ask Google, what is a force mitigating particle? And she says, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It might make the news. If it's a famous person. And if 1,000 people are saying it, that means that there might be one person next to each of those 1,000 people. And they might tell somebody that knows somebody. And they might say, hey, Neil deGrasse Tyson, they're making fun of you online because you said whatever that thing was that we asked Google, and Google said, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Force mitigating particle.
I don't remember that being a study. I don't remember that being a curriculum. I do not remember a force mitigating particle. So what is this, word salad? What is it? How would you get ready to describe something that don't exist? You get ready to describe something that's not a study. What the fuck is the force mitigating particle? And don't be no fucking atheist trying to speak for them. You get ready to say some shit they ain't even thinking about. Trust me. You can't even go on Google they shit and type in, listen, I just did it. Force mitigating particle. I have comprehension. This is the only term you're saying for me to know what is the group of particles you're explaining. Because who's to say that I don't want to get into some other particles because I don't give a fuck about the Higgs particle? So,
Hey, Google, what is a mitigating particle?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Man, that cat's really going to town on that cheesecake. I'm concerned.
so as soon as you say a force mitigating particle, I'm going to do my study on that and go beyond that. I don't care about one of them, which is the Higgs boson, the way y'all try to make it important.
Hey, Google, force particle.
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Hey Google, what is a
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Hey Google, what is a mitigating force?
On the website, they say the act of mitigating or lessening the force or intensity of something unpleasant, as wrath, pain, grief, or extreme circumstances. Social support is the most important factor in the mitigation of stress among adolescents.
The only force mitigating part of with their toxic masculinity cloud, worshiping usury, tyranny, greed, and evil, imposing sanctioned scarcity and planned obsolescence on the populace. The professionals are keeping us all repeating the first grade so that they don't have to look smart, so they don't have to be smart to you, because they're lazy. And most of them are stupid because, unfortunately, the neckbeard caveman worshiping a toxic masculinity cloud of tyranny, greed, usury, and evil. Naturally, there's infighting. So in addition to them trying to make the populace stupider than them, they're also trying to make some of them stupider than each other. So a lot of them think that they're so smart, they have no idea what's going on. But they think they do with all of their heart. They believe in something the same way that station and said, I don't believe in God anymore. I'd be like, no, child, it can't be that bad. Nothing could be that bad. You have to restore your faith in this thing that created the earth in 6 days and talks from clouds and burning bushes.
I'm here. God's child is here now. You're not about to rock my God's children to sleep. No.
Force
No.
action in terms of the particles,
Nah.
the category of particles of the boson. One of the bosons is this Higgs boson, which has what properties?
Well, very good. Yes,
Very good.
Already rhetoric. Quarks, atoms, the Higgs boson. Their whole concept of them as an original intent is supposed to be this is the black or dark matter or dark energy research of what's fulfilling that atmosphere. How is these things is filled up with things now? So here
You know what I want to know is how is this an appropriate camera angle for a podcast between 3 dudes? This setup looks like they're under us. Like there's just somebody on the other side of that camera that's making them do this. Like that is a shit setup for a podcast. Just have to sit there with your hands on your laps the whole time and go like this with your arms. Like, okay, that guy's got arms on his chair.
Here goes some more studies that y'all tax dollars about to go towards that now we need another name for something that's beyond gluons now. So now we need things that's holding together the Higgs boson. I thought the original context of finding these different things was the things that make up everything. So I thought Higgs bosons will be the actual particle that we're pointing to as part of the makeup of reality. Not that we find in a Higgs boson and now it's made up of something. Also, here we go. What course get ready to be made out of now? We will never find an instance of the universe because it's a Mason thought. This is dumb. You don't even need to go to school to know this is stupid. Perfect time to laugh because it's a joke.
Can I answer your question? It's what endows other
I'm starting to think that laugh is even scripted.
particles, even as mass.
Interesting.
Now, where does that come from? Well, just to take one of the ideas, it starts with the idea of feel. That's how you get rid of this idea of action.
So keyword. If you're a real atheist or theist, you might be like this.
I'm messing up here. I'm about to think about leaving for the when I have to stay. I have to stay. I mean, I requested to be informed when the arrival happens so that I can grab all the shit because I didn't recently watch the floors. What is it, Wally? Is Timmy stuck in a well?
Listen to it. No, you need to understand the rhetoric so you can understand everything they talk about is retarded and shit. Listen to what he just said.
The distance to take one of the ideas, it starts with the idea of feel.
Keyword. It starts with the idea of a field. You probably thinking like, what's wrong with that? Everything. Just how they got y'all on bread and yeast. They got y'all on everything that don't grow in nature. So when he say it starts
That's a little deep for a ratio. I think they messed up on the crust. That's a little too much crust.
with the idea of a quantum field, it's just that something that didn't start in nature, something that started with somebody's idea. Let's not get lost and keep allowing them to waste our tax dollars on somebody's idea. Tell these motherfuckers to start going into nature and something that's actually real, so we can have these good discussions. What the fuck?
Action at a distance. You imagine space is filled with stuff. You don't have to feel. Yeah.
Okay, so he told you who invented quantum fields. So it's not in nature. It's in somebody's mind. It's not something they found. So they telling you, why on God's green earth are we giving our tax money and allowing this to seem like it's normal? Because they've been rocking y'all to sleep for so long with your grandmothers. That we keep giving our tax money to people making up shit that ain't got nothing to do with nature. They're making up shit in their head, and all of our tax dollars is going towards discovering shit in people's head. I wish we would take our tax dollar to discover its potholes on these New York City street roads. What the fuck? That is bananas to me. It's like y'all don't know. It's like y'all mind don't even know how to think naturally. Y'all so far from y'all natural way of thinking. It's crazy that y'all allow them to get away with this. So all y'all tax dollars is going towards people's expensive equipment to do some science pseudo shit, basically.
Oh, really? Well, that makes sense. Yeah,
Well, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, let's just not question that. So yeah, this was created in somebody's head. It wasn't created by God or in nature. It was created from someone's head. So yeah, that makes sense. Let's go and give our tax dollars to this. Yeah, we might discover it. I thought shit, somebody need to be a brain surgeon. That's the only way we're gonna find out who was in retarded ass Nikola Tesla head, bitch.
Yeah, it is. That's an insane leap.
Yeah, it's an insane leap to sit here and think we can discover something in the universe that a human made up in their own funky ass mind. You damn right. How the fuck we leave from that aspect first? The fuck?
You're looking at nothing. You're seeing nothing.
Yeah, you're looking at nothing. You're seeing nothing. It's somebody's hot breath talking about that they created fucking something in the galaxy that we never see, just like your grandmother, her bolts, and somebody walking on water.
Yeah, there is something there. Yeah, that's an amazing thing. But he was talking electric and magnetic field, right? What he's talking about is a new field called quantum field.
So they just creating fields that don't exist now. So we got electric fields and all this shit. Look, listen. Electricity is produced by chemicals.
Oops.
There is no such thing as electricity in the world. There's chemicals. And if there's lightning and thunderstorms, it's because too much shit in the water particles go into the atmosphere, don't belong in, so it make it heavier than it's supposed to be, and it causes extreme explosions. So we know how electricity is created. He's talking about some made up shit, right? Listen what he said.
What he's talking about is a new field thing. But he's talking, you're positing that there is something there. Yeah, that's an amazing thing. But he was talking electric and magnetic field, right?
So somebody else made up some fields. The electric field, right? And Higgs boson making up another field. You probably asking, what's wrong with that? It don't got nothing to do with nature. Trust me, if there was a such thing as electric fields, there would be certain geographical locations, even beneath the goddamn tropics of cancer, where as soon as you get on the freeway with your cell phone or some shit like that, shit might blow up, or shit might be like a phone, or dropping a computer in your bathtub, or some shit like that. If there's a such thing as electric field, but you better not have you better not be one of group of bitches after y'all just got done having a wet t-shirt contest, bitch.
But he's talking about
everybody get ready to blow up, talk about they going on vacation, and it was a certain quantum field. Don't get on no plane and don't have a wet t-shirt contest and think y'all about to go up the street because y'all on vacation and scientists ain't teaching y'all where these quantum fields at, because you might go into that electric field with your wet t-shirt on and you disappear like the end of the movie goddamn Powder, bitch.
The new field called
Sorry, I just realized I need to clean the house because I've got company coming over. But we're still trying to finish this video. What's with all the light up, dark up stuff? Is that like, I don't know, must be vision problems. You guys, I get to go to the spring. I get to go to Mount Pleasant Spring. So I can put this up when I leave and say, I'm going to Mount Pleasant Spring, unless of course I leave late and then I'll end the stream. I probably should end the stream before I leave because I want help bringing the water back into the home after I get the jugs out. Anyway, I have slightly more mop water than I needed because of you. It's your fault. Don't let the bathtub overflow. As in, the national debt was under $1 trillion when I was in the womb, and now it's 34 trillion. Where you charge people for taking photographs in big box stores. Hey Google, turn all the lights on. Hey Google, turn all the lights to 100%. Hey Google, turn all.
Okay, setting 8 lights brightness to 100%. Sorry, it looks like porch isn't available right now.
Command? What command? Okay, Google, turn all the lights bright white.
Changing 8 lights to bright white.
Shit color that down at this again. Slowly. It's getting there. It's getting close. Give me the fan already. Qualities at the lectern. I'm getting closer. I don't know why. Think of changing the shoulders. Where's the order of operations for me? Back. We are vacuuming. It's a great time to utilize the mute command. It was done vacuum a while ago, but there's really nothing to hear yet. How disruptive. How very disruptive. Like, so rude. Jeez. From ourselves. Nice to have a reliable pair of jeans for sorts of things. I guess I'm gonna have to go with the jeans. Shit. Deep pockets. We'll have a short-lived, short line. You enjoying that cold air, Molly? Because I'm not. It's beautiful. Hold my door so we can share. The same color on both sides. I would like a fan. Let's check my phone. Says somebody's back that went active on YouTube. Wow. So far, nothing. Google is such a good listener. She got right on there. A light. It turns on, and then it goes to auto on feature, and that's obnoxious. But then if you press it again, it turns off. But the important thing is that it's magnetic, so it can go above my sink because it came with 2 pieces of metal that I put Velcro on. Otherwise, I don't know. There's not metal where I need it. It's not a magnet where I need it. One red one here. Why would they have a red one? Use security alerts. Yeah. I logged in 6 hours ago. I logged in 2 days ago. And what is the information it gives me? Google is fucking stupid. Okay. They're like, login alert. There was login 5 hours ago. We're going to give you a key that has a bunch of letter number combinations and no other information. What do you want me to do with that, you fucking cuck? New login from Chrome 2 days ago. 05 F5 36. What the fuck am I supposed to do with that information? Why is there a little red dot that I have to go check in my Facebook Messenger app? There's still a red dot. Go away, red dot, stupid fucking cock. Yeah, there's still a red dot. That's obnoxious. There's just a red dot for no reason indefinitely because they want to be a fucking cock. I didn't mean to switch to that. Oh, this is stupid. No, there's this. What is this? It says jump into a conversation even while you're using other apps. Not now, turn on. But then there's a little green dot, and then there's the search for the chats. In other words, its own message is being blocked by its own search bar. So how am I supposed to know what the first line of that is to decide whether or not I want to? Stupid fucking cock. Stupid fucking cock. Stupid. Facebook, Meta, Google, Alphabet, Microsoft, Windows as a service. What does it matter? It's got 3 old farts fucking around with our feelings for their amusement. It's on charge with and then what the great massive. So the music line should work. It says it's on very. What is the notification doctor? Really only feel like a big plan. And we'll turn all of your talk. If I had a nickel for every time that I made sure that I'd be a very rich man. The Google Android system is. I'm going to Mount Pleasant Spring. Maybe. It's the best. I just drank some Mount Pleasant spring water that I got last time I went there. There's just a persistent notification from my web browser that I have to manually X out. It's not going to like go away for a short period of time. It's gonna persistently protract over the chat box for my live stream until I manually exit out. That's fucked up. That's stupid. Douchebags. Wonderful douchebags that make supermium that is backwards compatible with a notification. Somebody went live. Let's just get to the
field.
I don't hear anything. Is this thing on? Yeah. Maybe I didn't wait long enough. Beep choice. Beep choice. Beep choice if you're connected to both devices. And then when that's the fucking bullshit. That's the fucking bullshit and why Google Alphabet is a cunt and deserves to die. Because if I don't turn the Bluetooth off on my phone, then I won't hear the notification because Google and Bluetooth and Alphabet are fucking cunts and they deserve to get kicked in the balls. Because as I've explained many times before, Bluetooth 5.3 to when you're connected to your laptop and your phone simultaneously with Bluetooth, you can't get any sound from your phone. So there's no point in being connected to both at the same time. They say that you can be connected to them both at the same time, but you don't receive any sounds from the phone. And it'll even play a YouTube video while you're connected to both, and you just won't get any sound that's coming from the phone. Android, Windows, Microsoft, Alphabet, they're fucking need to be kicked in the balls, because I have to turn the Bluetooth off on my phone and make sure it's near me so that I hear the notification, when I could just be connected to both of them with Bluetooth, and then I can hear the music and the TV show on the laptop, and then when I get a notification, it can interrupt that sound. And what's the point of being connected to both at the same time, you fucking ignorant caveman? It's so stupid. So, I mean, anyway, I learned the hard way that there's no point in trying to use technology, because technology is stupid and obtuse. There's no point in being able to be connected to Bluetooth on the phone and the PC at the same time. If I walk out the door, my Bluetooth starts going doo-doo, 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 and I literally have to turn my Bluetooth off and then turn it back on, because it has a conniption fit, because if it's connected to both, even though I can't get the sounds from both, it gets all insecure when one of them gets disconnected. So if I'm connected to my laptop and my phone, and I walk out the door with my phone and my Bluetooth, it starts going doo-doo, 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 and I have to manually turn it off and then manually turn it on so that it understands that it's only connected one. Otherwise, it keeps beeping for 10 minutes straight because it's so insecure about being disconnected from the laptop. But yet it doesn't give a shit about delivering the notification sounds when I'm connected to both the smartphone, the Android smartphone, and the Windows Microsoft laptop. Google and Alphabet and you know, Microsoft and Windows are fucking cunts. What's the point of being connected to the phone and the laptop with the Bluetooth if the notifications don't come through on the earpiece when I get the notifications from the phone? It's fucking stupid. It's fucking stupid. It literally, like, it's just fucking stupid. How the hell did they make Bluetooth 5.3 support connecting to two devices simultaneously and say, oh, it's good. Maybe it works if you're connected to two phones with Bluetooth simultaneously. But these stupid fucking cunts don't even test Fortnite on PC with a controller. Where's the push to talk on controller PC? Who the fuck is going to use chat if you don't have push to talk? Open mic. Yeah, let's just broadcast the sounds in our living room to anybody to hear. It's fucking stupid. Microsoft and Windows and Alphabet Google are fucking stupid. That I have to fucking turn the Bluetooth off on my phone. Make sure that I get important notifications. Why did they develop the technology to be connected to the phone and the laptop at the same time with the Bluetooth? If they're just going to mute all sounds and notifications from the phone, they don't even let me know. There's just no like, hey, by the way. But it's kind of like, reminds me of my laptop. Sometimes I have to use, there's two receptacles in my apartment building that don't give me the red don't do it light on the trip light surge suppressor, okay? One for the refrigerator and one for the expensive laptop, okay? I don't even know what to tell you. It's just, fuck those guys and their fucking bullshit. Anyway, what I was gonna say is that occasionally I unplug it for safety when I use the immersion of the hand blender, because one time it popped the breaker when I simply had my laptop plugged in to the triplet surge suppressor, plugged into one outlet in the receptacle, and then the other one was using a beater, a 1500 megahertz, whatever, like a toaster, 1500 watts. So twice now, maybe 3 times, I've left my laptop unplugged, and then I'm in the middle of whatever the fuck I'm doing. It just turns off. It just literally waits until it gets to 1% and just turns off. When Microsoft Windows is a fucking cunt, needs to be kicked in the balls. Like my laptop just literally just goes from I'm in the middle of something to just shuts down immediately. There's no like, hey, your battery's getting low. Hey, your battery's getting low. Battery critical. They have 16 million settings in the fucking laptop, and they can't even fucking go from full screen to out of full screen. Just I gotta wait 1, 1000, 2, 1000, 3, 1000, 4, 1005, 1006, 1007, 1008, 1009. I'm still waiting. I don't know. Well, it's kind of hard to tell when that's going on. What am I not streaming? Did they get upset? I don't know. I was looking at the wrong thing. It's just fucking stupid to say out loud, turn the Bluetooth off on my phone to make sure that I get important notifications when they specifically have the option to be connected to Bluetooth on the phone and the laptop at the same time. But then they just if you unless you physically turn your headphones off and on again and make sure that it's only connected to the phone, you don't get any sounds from the phone. So there's no point in having Bluetooth that supports connecting to two devices simultaneously if it can't know, hey, fuck face. When I'm listening to music and watching a YouTube video on the laptop and I get a notification on the phone, make a sound in the Bluetooth, you dumbass. Who makes this technology? Who checks up on this stuff? Who's monitoring the monitors? Nobody. They're just pushing shit to market before it's ready to go. It's stupid. And if you don't call people stupid, they're not going to know they're stupid. They're going to keep thinking they're smart.
Which you didn't call.
Okay, we got another Marvel comic character now. In the quantum field. Don't get on no plane and don't have a wet t-shirt contest and think y'all about to go up the street because y'all on vacation and scientists ain't teaching y'all where these quantum fields at. Because you might go into that electric field with your wet t-shirt on and that be you disappear like the end of the movie Goddamn Howler and shit.
The new field called, which you didn't call.
Okay, we got another Marvel comic character now. The Higgs field makes sonic stars right.
That's what we call it.
What's his superpower?
So it's this field that fills space and adds particles that otherwise would be massless.
Okay, so his particles, his superpower ain't massless right here. So we got a different part cloud. His part, okay, so his shit don't stink. This Mason shit don't stink. The other particles, those shit stinks. This part Abraham Bosom shit don't stink right here. Okay, so now we know his power. We know the Higgs boson goddamn particle Marvel comic power now.
As they try to go through space, they have to burrow through the Higgs field, and that creates a kind of drag force on them, which is what imparts the mass that they have.
Oh, so it's like Scorpio right now. Get over here. So it put out like a rope, and then it take the other energies, and that's what it has.
Right? And that's the field. Now, is what burrow through the Higgs field, and that creates a kind of drag force on them.
Get over here, particle, and guess what?
Which is what imparts the mass that they have.
Damn, okay.
Well, if you have this field, if you hit it hard enough, like hitting the surface of water.
Okay, Honda, now we gotta hit it now. We gotta hit it. Need a hammer now. Hit it now. You gotta hit it just good. You gotta do with God in nature. There's something in somebody else's head. We ain't finding nature, somebody in his head. But we took this out of the Higgs dude's head and we found it as a substance. And it's in the science tab. Now you gotta hit it now. You gotta hit it with that grapple. You gotta hit it with the gotta hit it now. You gotta have esoteric ammo tablet, Thor, Dyson sphere, goddamn hammer to hit it with it though. You gotta go find that. Hey, buy my Billy Carson book and shit like that. I'll teach you how to manifest it in your life and shit. You gotta go to the land of Atlantia.
Little particles of the field to spray out. That's what the Large Hadron Collider did. It slammed proton against proton, and that way jostle the Higgs field and cause a little.
Oh, okay. So we got two particles that the shit still stink, but we need these two particles to collide to make the shit that don't stink, the Higgs particle. Hey, but first, we gotta go find this Higgs field. So the dude that's in the Higgs mind, let's go in his mind. So we can go in time in an Inception movie with Doctor Strange and all them and shit like that, and go find this area with our pseudoscience metals and shit like that, so we can practice science, right? Okay, boom. Now we with Marty McFly and behind time energy and shit like that, getting in the car. Okay, boom, we're in the area. We're in the area with the Higgs field because we can't be in America. We can't be in Africa, India. We had to go inside a homeboy's mind. We had to go inside a Higgs dude's mind. That's the only place in geographical location in Babylon we gonna find this goddamn Higgs field. We gonna find this Higgs field though. We gonna do the scientific method. Hey, we gonna take it to the top. Whole world gonna give us their tax dollars now. We got to jump in somebody's fucking mind like the movie Chakra. We gonna do it. Hey, we on our way. Masonic NASA, just we're gonna get the batteries, AA batteries and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Take AAA and include Aquarius microphone here. Now that we in his head now, let's make sure we find this Higgs field. Okay, now we in his field now. Let's create a goddamn military system here now. Okay, now let's set up this particle system here. Now we got these two particles from America that they already know about, but we told them those shit stink. We need those shits that stink to collide so we can find the one that don't stink, the Higgs boson. But first we jump in the Higgs dude's mind first, because you know they ain't even in this world. We can't find the Higgs field in this world. People gonna die without their boat being made and Jesus still not walking on water alone with them not seeing no Higgs field or no electromagnetic field. So after they wife had a wet t-shirt contest when she was cheating and doing, I know he was cheating and shit, she was cheating until he went on Facebook and seen it. She blew up and went through thin air. He couldn't even cuss her out because she blew up because she went on vacation with a wet t-shirt and went into a quantum field. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. So for the most part, boom, let's jump in his head. Now we went to a quantum field. Let's take the two particles we do let the world know about that do shit stink, collide these together in a quantum field. Now we got this particle shit that don't stink. So Mason Scottish white dude named Higgs. We're gonna name it after him though. Now let's jump out of his head and tell people what we discovered now. We got this substance. We gotta hit it in a certain way. Hit it. Do it to make the thing go right. Hit it. Don't say 6 on. And you gotta hit it at 6 o'clock. Military time.
Of it to break free, and that's the end of it. Oh my God! So you see the actual piece of the field.
Yes.
Oh my God! So the Higgs field generated by equals MC squared.
Yeah.
Oh shit! So the Higgs field equals Einstein MC squared about something on Earth, but we inside Higgs dude's mind at the moment. Inside dude's Higgs mind right now, he got something that got MC squared to it and shit like that. Oh shit!
That's amazing. That's right. Okay. Or you can say it's a quanta to go back to the other language. It's a quanta of the Higgs field, like the photon is the quanta of the electromagnetic field.
Okay. So the photon is the field, but we needed to go to the field and class protons together to make this new proton. That the original context of it is this supposed to be the makeup of a field, but we gotta go find the field and crash them together. And once we crash them together, we start to realize, oh, this is the field. Oh yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's amazing. So let's go.
Okay. Now I get it.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. It's not a particle that is imbued with mass.
Right. So it's not. So we're not looking for the Higgs boson, and we really don't need these spark clouds that they smell like shit. And it ain't really got nothing to do with the Higgs boson that somehow this shit don't stink because it's a Scottish writer's dude idea. So yeah, it really ain't these though. So what is it?
My concern is that these very intelligent individuals are trying to wrap their heads around these concepts that are based around these concepts, and they're trying to visualize and conceptualize what they're talking about astrophysics wise. Okay. And I've spent my whole life saying, well, if it's difficult to do, then maybe we shouldn't do it. Like I can visualize what it would take to make a peanut butter sandwich with a jar of peanut butter and a loaf of sliced bread. But I mean, if I had to make commercial sliced bread with the dough conditioners and make the peanut butter jar and smelt the metal to make the butter knife, then I'd be fucked. but I can visualize how to smelt metal, and I can visualize how to melt stuff and put it in a mold. I can visualize how to smush peanuts. I can visualize how to make a dough and bake a bread, or how to make a plastic bag or a bread tie. I've seen Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. I know how to make spoons. First, you start with a flat piece of metal, and then you run it through the machine, and then it becomes a spoon. But these very intelligent people are spending time trying to wrap their heads around concepts that they're never going to be able to while I'm trying to wrap my heads around concepts like the 7 seas or the 7 water cycles and the 5 oceans that make up our water cycle, and the void and the friction between the bodies of water and the different density waters and the belt that could protect us from harm lives based on sciences that they're not paying attention to because they think that white is black and up is down. It concerns me that these people are spending a great amount of their mental energy trying to understand things that they're never going to fully understand. But you know, people have explained it to them, trying to understand these Bose-Higgs-on God particle dark matter bullshits. Theoretically, they're trying to conceptualize what it would be like if they could actually understand what the hell they're talking about. Talking about which beer tastes good. I don't know who the fuck you are, but I know one thing is true. All beer tastes like shit, okay? Alcohol that has flavor in it tastes like the flavor, and the flavor tastes good, and the alcohol tastes bad. All beer tastes like shit. Apparently making wine and beer is, and it's more prevalent because it's easier to do. Make beer a lot quicker than you can make hard liquor. So it's more common that there's beer around and wine. And, you know, apparently wine went out of style after Jesus went out of style. So people switched to drinking a lot more beer, and wine used to be more popular. But beer tastes like shit. All beer tastes like shit. All beer tastes disgusting. And I don't know what that guy on the, what's the rap song called? I don't know what that guy on the Sugar Hill Gang song is talking about. Collard greens don't taste good. Okay? They don't. They don't taste good. That's why they call it eat your vegetables.
It is the thing on which the particle is traveling.
Oh.
The medium itself.
Oh, so it's another thing. So the field and the particles is on this other thing that, let's just stop there. Let's not describe that because we're going to freak out in the comments. We'll be like, oh, I can't wait till 15 years.
Part for a quick second, and then that itself becomes a particle and has mass.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Damn, we cured cancer.
Holy
Shit, no way. The shit. Yeah, we did we? Oh my God, I can't wait to have the talk come out. Shit, you think I'm up there? So you're going to see them. Oh my God, Xbox 19 just came out. Oh shit!
It's a relay train. We're going to Mount Pleasant
Is when I explain
Spring.
the Higgs field to people, I say it's like a Hollywood party.
Shit, you could have said it better. Next. Shit, you could have said it better. Ain't nothing better than Hollywood parties and shit like that, right? There were a lot of movies came out. A lot of movies won awards at the Sundance Festival and shit like that. You right? Don't want to hear no more movies. Y'all get ready to rock and sleep, be blockbuster hits and shit like that. Next.
Had he not gotten to this yet?
Oh, Jesus Christ, have mercy on my soul. Reprobate.
Good job, Logan. Experience.
Got third eye blind. He got legs in the third eye. He got glaucoma in the third eye. He got eye trust, but even.
Now, mind you, back in the day, I used to watch Joe Rogan all the time. And then when he bought out to Spotify, he stopped putting his full episodes on YouTube, and I immediately stopped watching him. And then more recently, all of a sudden, he started putting his episodes back on YouTube, probably because Spotify realized that they had already gotten the cash grab that they needed to from the first year or two of him being owned by Spotify, and that maybe they could go back to pandering to a wider audience because people like aren't going to go through all the hoops that you have to jump through to watch something on Spotify when their platform has very limited feature sets, very rigid controls and interfaces. YouTube's really simple. It shows you the video and then you're done. And it has all the features it needs, and then it gets out of the way. Spotify is very intrusive and obtuse. Going in and out of things is obtuse. Saving your place is obtuse. Losing your place is obtuse. Spotify is obtuse. The freemium model's obtuse. Radio announcers mid-sentence talking about products when they were just talking about something else is obtuse. before Joe Rogan got bought by Spotify, I knew what Joe Rogan was like before he got bought by Spotify. And then after he got by Spotify, he became the ZipRecruiter MeUndies guy. He became no different than that other guy, Mark Maron. Mark Maron has a podcast, and he'll talk about Postmates.com and MeUndies too. The moment Joe Rogan stopped being Smoking Joe and started being Sinclair Broadcast Commercials Joe, he sucked ass. But for a little while, he was able to convince people that he was a sincere person that cared about so many people and so many things. And I watched so many meaningful conversations between Joe Rogan and other people that I will cherish for the rest of my life. But after he got bought by Spotify, he said, you're supposed to sell out when you get what you want. And he said that's why he sold out, because he was getting what he wanted. And this was his nest egg. This was his cash cow. But the Joe Rogan, the Smoking Joe that I found out about in a drunken haze one week and got hooked on immediately and selectively watched the good episodes with the good guests, very enthralling. I will cherish all the conversations, all the episodes I watched, even the shitty ones. I didn't watch all of them. I only watched the ones that I thought might be good. And some of them just because I wanted something to watch. But I don't know. I used to love my mother too. I even went to public speaking and made a whole speech about it. But after Joe got bought by Spotify, Smoking Joe became Recite, Sinclair Broadcast Group, Parrot Advertisements Joe, and he went from doing questionable activities on stream to not doing anything inappropriate ever. He became a straight edge, straight arrow guy. He was on a leash immediately. All of his guests reflect that. He didn't have any yucky guests after the first week. He didn't have any controversial guests after the first week. I even checked back a few times to see if he had any decent guests, and he never had any decent guests or any guests I'd heard of. He just got fed a bunch of intellectuals and sophisticrats. There's a word for you, sophisticrat.
God damn, he got big old goddamn trash bag.
I remember the first set when he moved to his new set in Texas.
Underneath his eyeballs and shit. No wonder he liked that logo and shit. It can remind him or make him forget about his goddamn waterbed eyelids. God damn. Yo, what's up?
I remember Jamie. He had a little sidekick, Jamie, that never talked, that did all the technical stuff. I remember watching David Blaine eat a frog and then throw it up.
You know, house wild girl out here, nigga. God damn. Cry and miss his whole cheekbone and everything. Go straight to his goddamn collarbone and shit. He don't got the face structure to catch his tears and shit. When his tears don't run down his face, his tears drop down. His tears drop down and goes to his collarbone.
And a big company like Microsoft and Google should be able to fix something as stupid as being connected to my phone and my laptop with Bluetooth at the same time. And then if I get a notification, I don't get any sound on my Bluetooth. What's the fucking point of being connected to both at the same time? Android, Google, Alphabet. What's the point of being connected at the same time? Microsoft. What's the point of being a big company with lots of money if you can't get stupid shit like an on-off switch on your YouTube Studio module correct? What the fuck is all of our tax dollars going? Oh, it's going to the corn and soy and going to bail out the airlines and going to give Halliburton the oil contracts in Iraq, going to bail out Wall Street, going to bail out the mattress firm industry. What are they going to do? Bail out Rent-A-Center next?
God damn. Oh, god damn.
How are you letting them use your tax dollars to feed their corporations? Corporations are people, my friend. They take the taxes from the poor and they give them to the rich. They're robbing the hood, and you're letting them, you dumb fucks.
Ideas endorse. And then my friend Eric reached out and he said he would love to do it. Eric, one of my most brilliant friends. You can tell everybody your background, but if your academic background, so people understand.
Yeah, got
sure. So I'm a PhD in mathematics,
video game,
in mathematical physics.
Indoctrinated person.
I had positions in
had arthritis in my left collarbone.
Mathematics and physics departments.
I went in audition for the family, Adam's family, but I didn't get the role for professor.
Oxford.
I wanted to get born. I wanted to get married and shit like that. But
have I mentioned that for the most part, I can't hear his video, but I can hear him. So, I mean, I can't really get anything that they're talking about, but I can get what he's talking about, what they're talking about.
Always admired
Which may be the case with me, too. Sorry.
We have a lot to do with all of these things.
I gotta make it right now.
My favorite episodes of any podcast was your interview with Werner Herzog.
My favorite rock band is Kiss.
If you had him in here, I have not, but I would love to, because it seems like that's the conversation I want to listen to. I was like,
Yeah, 'cause I love Billy Joel.
I believe that Grizzly Man was a secret comedy. I really do. Just talk about the way he edited Grizzly Man. Like, this motherfucker is being funny on purpose. I know he is.
Who is that? Billy Kravitz?
Oh man, he's gonna say motherfucker and shit, piss, fuck, cunt, cocksucker, motherfucker. He's gonna be badass with his mouth because he can't smoke pot on stream anymore.
Editing these like short clips. So the guy's so ridiculous. Yeah, but you start laughing.
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, I thought Billy Kravitz played tennis.
By the way,
Michael Jordan.
And also, the smoking on stream or on the show was an issue because if there's secondhand smoke and there's some people that don't smoke, and they would have to sign a something. When I go to Walk Wednesday, you have to sign a release. Get hit by a car, you might want to sue the library. So you have to sign a piece of paper saying that you won't sue the library if you get hit by a car during Walk Wednesday. So I mean, that's pretty stupid.
So many good songs. I love Michael Jordan. That's why I like them songs.
It's pretty stupid that somebody can get hit by a car on Walk Wednesday and their first thought is liability. Their first thought is people have been sued before. We better protect the entity that's hosting the Walk Wednesday and not let's just worry about the awesomeness and wonderfulness of all persons on earth with opposable thumbs without.
So I don't think I just like Elvis and stuff like that. I like Michael Jordan
I
too.
wanted to make sure
I like
that
the thoughts.
had his position steelman.
Yeah.
Know how to do within mathematics that was legit. Gave a chance to put his best foot forward before he got like reviewed.
You need to do something. Some goddamn face cream for these two big ass tick bumps on the side of your goddamn chin that you done took 3 days with some new sharp blade on a razor that you thought you didn't know what you got on your face. I said, what is this? How a goddamn skull cap head skeletor get ready to talk? Nobody here's a white man.
Thing. Sure.
Yeah, I know.
If you think about it, though, if you think about the number of people in podcasts,
No one want to keep listening to Robin Williams brothers.
they sort of have tried to lift each other up. It's pretty good, right? Like, like you, Lex, all
Hey Google, why don't you fucking come up with a way to make different color captions for the video that he's watching and what he's saying so I can actually tell the difference between what he's saying people on the video he's watching are saying. Why don't you use your artificial intelligence for something useful, you dumb, useless fuck sack of shit, waste of space, paperweight, Alphabet, Google, Microsoft, Android, waste of space.
Sam Harris, all sorts of people do good to each other.
Can't even get right. I should be able to have Bluetooth connected to my phone and my PC and know that the second I get a text message or a phone call, I'm going to get a little beep on my earpiece. But instead I have to turn the Bluetooth off because they can't make technology right. They can't make freaking peanut butter jar lid go on right.
The reason
And you and Jack Nicholson.
is that there's enough money in it. What happened in academics is that it went into
I went out to try for the Michael Keaton 1992 Batman movie and shit like that and realized Seal was on the soundtrack. So it gave me inspiration and courage to go try out for the movie
a
role.
contractive state in which you killed or you died, right? And so basically the ethics
Basically, I was an extra for Penguin, and I was one of Penguin mercenaries and shit. So they said I need to have no makeup, and I was a good extra because they had to take 6 hours for makeup. They said all I had to do was show up, and I was perfect for the role. I was the goddamn stunt devil for Jack Nicholson Penguin and the Michael Keaton 1992 Batman.
after the early 70s. It was always very competitive. But really what it is it's the Hunger Games. And, in acting, for example.
Listen, we ain't about to listen to you, man. Real shit. I'm gonna say that right now. We ain't about to say I listen to you, dude. We passing a blunt.
Upgrade is different. Checking
Yeah, upgrade y'all knowledge.
through Upgrade, offer high
This bitch broke as hell.
and have no overdraft or monthly fees.
Bitch, you broke as hell. You don't need to be discussing no money, concepts, literature, no being money literate, nothing. All you doing, you broke as hell, bitch. You don't need to be making no commercial with a bakery in the background, making other people hungry to eat yeast, wasting money on yeast and shit like that. Bitch, you better pay your fucking bills. Bitch, you ain't got $1,500 in your goddamn. Bitch, you ain't shit. Bitch, you don't need to be getting no direct deposit. You need to directly keep that shit in your bank account, bitch. You ain't doing no money, goddamn practice efficient good qualities and shit. Real shit. You ain't practicing good saving. 2% out of that, you damn near broke. You can't pay for your car, your phone.
That's right. If you go with your local blacksmith, he'll give you a deal. If you go with the out-of-town blacksmith, he'll do it right. So the neck period caveman tried to keep you in the city. Nero's city in Rome. They reel you in with the low prices, or the episode of the Mormons on South Park. If you don't root for the home team, they hold a shame, cause it's nepotism inside of the Heartland game.
Or your goddamn water bill and that goddamn high ass New York City small ass rat infested apartment building and shit like that. Talking about 2% or something. Bitch, you out your fucking mind on check deposit either, bitch. Who teaching you about credit? Take this computer ass CGI shit off here.
Who the fuck cares about all these stupid little minuscule conveniences?
People,
And think about the future when you add our high yield.
bitch, how you gonna teach somebody how to save with $1,500 fucking dollars?
Okay, now you've lost me. A 5.21% APY. What the fuck is a 5.21% APY? Oh man, I watched that other advertisement and they only had a 5.22% APY. This APY is a performance savings. This sounds like a bunch of schmuck fucks that hold stock options. This sounds like a commercial from middle class fucks that support the corporatocracy and believe corporations are people and that money is free speech.
In your goddamn bank account, bitch. Shut the fuck up. Real shit.
5.21% APY garbage nonsense.
Upgrade offers secure 24/7 access to your account.
Hey, no, bitch. About to take $500 out of your $1,500
Google Play
to even get the
Store.
program to start saving. It ain't no save. You being in debt.
Apply for any
Well, you gotta apply for that.
Okay, so it's upgrade.com, and I'm not sure if that's a financial assistance app or something that links up with your banking app. You can deposit checks. Upgrade. They bought upgrade.com so that they could have a nondescript commercial that displays an app that appears to do something related to your bank account or your checking account. And says that it'll give you 2% cash back if you route all of your financial interactions through this thing called upgrade.com, but it doesn't really explain any of the details. It didn't get me hooked. I mean, they spend 99% of everybody's tax dollars on commercials, owns all the advertisements on earth, and this is what they can come up with.
Count that. This apply probably take you out
At
$200.
least the Geico gecko is a little entertainment. This is just not even a mixed message. It's not even a message at all. It's a waste of a commercial.
Down and get this shit out of here. I don't want no app with it either. I don't want no AI virtual reality glasses with it either.
Spoiler alert.
God damn, bitch, you ain't shit. Oh, orphanage ass having ass like God.
Orphan Black was a great show. Is that an actor from a show I recognize?
Damn, you like a lizard. God damn, little snakes in the kid's face. I said, why you all in the dark? Damn, bitch.
I recognize that actor.
Yo, pay off fucking electric bill shit. God damn, pay the light bill, bitch. Man, pay off fucking light bill. One time I see light outside and shit like that. Nobody pay the electric bill. This bitch. Oh, stupid ass shit. Who mother is that? Somebody's mother.
We're actually watching commercials together. I'm streaming watching commercials in between the thing they actually want to watch. This is what we've come to.
You know, feminists, you won't see no husband in sight. But they put on a date. Look at my nigga mutual hers. These bitches metal Tinder and shit. Nah, ain't shit. So somebody probably getting blown up. Nobody going to jail though.
Orphan Black was a good show.
Just like Trump. And this who y'all gonna vote for and shit. Well, Wednesday Adams and shit. Wednesday Adams. Oh, you know, fuck this shit.
Oh, Orphan Black echoes. So they're going to use the same person? I don't think so. I wasn't paying that much attention. Orphan Black, it was like these three individuals that were supposedly clones. And I liked the show until I realized that all three of the clones were played by the same person. They did such a great job of making sure that all three of the clones had different personalities. And I got lost in the mystery and the magic of the show. And then when it was confirmed to me that the same actor played all three, and I thought about the fact that they had to do that stupid camera magic where they're never in the same room at the same time. You know, Tyler Durden from Fight Club, where they're never in the room at the same time. When I realized all the work they had to go through to make it look realistic while not having them in the same room or using camera tricks to make them be in the same room, it just cheapened the show for me. Why can't they just find three triplets and get them to act good? But no, they're gonna find Olsen twins, and then they're gonna say, well, you did a better job, so we're gonna give you more screen time. It would have been cooler if Orphan Black was actually triplets, was actually identical triplets. I don't know. Revolution was a good show. Fringe was a good show. Oh, I really like that show with oh, now I want to watch TV again. I'm gonna get right wasted, guys. Did I find a show to bring me back? I really like that cool show where there's these two guys and they're like on separate sides of a dimension, and they could go to this little spot and go between the two dimensions, and they were very different. And they had to swap places, and they had like a spouse and stuff, and that's a good show. One of them was like a creepy pasty white guy, and then the other one was like a standoffish pasty white guy, and they had to play that whole Coming to America where they are trading spaces, where they took each other's roles, and people in their lives realized that they weren't each other or they weren't themselves or whatnot. That was a great show. But at the same time, it was a show that you could follow and it was compelling and stuff, but it wasn't doing anything productive for society. Or was Family Guy. It's 3:39. It's time to get.
Look, get that shit off my damn camera screen. Stop trying to rock people to sleep and make money. God damn. Hebrew candlestick hand face. God damn, Hebrew Israelite. I don't practice Christmas. I practice Kwanzaa. Like the 6th candle. Goddamn middle part of your head face. I want to make Empire. I want to play Lucius Grange. Lucius Part 2 next. You don't know that marshmallow steak puff marshmallow head face. I want my hot dog with relish on it. Goddamn head neck. Goddamn. Goddamn. Stephen's car face at the end of the bed line neck. That real shit. How did I have a cheekbone that carved this way? It's optical illusion. How tight these braids is. I'm getting ready to have a headache. I'm only seeing optical illusion.
Terrence Howard, the guy that was
the
talking
mythical
about
data in my head
numbers.
that's making me think 1 × 1 is 3.
This is going on all the talk shows. They'll do the circuit.
Every atom is filled with space. I mean, we can take this down to like the matter. That is We can get crazy.
No, we can't. No, we
Have you seen
can't.
that Mexican cave? That's the best example I've ever. The Mexican cave is amazing. It's insane. The best example I've ever seen of crystals.
Yeah.
Where, have you seen it?
No.
Oh my God, it's insane.
Okay.
You just for a little sidetrack. Let's take a look at it because this Mexican cave is probably one of the most spectacular things that exists on Earth.
Show it.
Oh, the spaceship behind you is supposed to be a mushroom.
No, it's a spaceship. That's a classic UFO. And that's me. Headphones. Look at that. That's amazing. How insane is that this was created on Earth
By
just
nature.
by nature? It's so different than
No,
anything
it's
else.
updated.
It makes our mind go, what the fuck?
Yeah,
It's updated.
Crystals? How? What?
The moment something becomes a tourist site, men already making money off what they create.
Wild.
So in this
That's
beautiful thing,
In this beautiful thing, the person who was braiding my hair was thinking about the silhouettes on the 95 Air Maxes and shit like that, Nikes and shit. So goddamn, I'm having a headache right now.
I would say a lot of straight lines, but I've also studied Terrence enough to know he's going to
The person who did his hair was thinking about a whole bunch of straight lines before they started the party.
Again, that's right. The moment you look at it,
The moment you look at my goddamn braids, you know I got a headache. The hairstylist was thinking too straight.
electron microscope,
So
you see
right,
all
this
the
is part of where we get into.
right. So they're not precisely straight. Is your point?
And in fact, let's imagine that.
But the Earth isn't precisely circular, right?
No.
No,
Man, it's nonsense.
we're saying
Next.
the Earth isn't precisely
Otherwise-
circular.
But it was
Which
specifically
part?
used scientific terms used in framework.
The,
Yeah, but it's
the spiral
geometry
arms
is its own
of
proof. Supersymmetry
Earthness
and geometry
for the
allows you
actual
to visualize, like you look
liquid
at the ocean and you see
that
the
the
supersymmetry
Earthness
associated.
is
I think
floating
what he's saying is you're
amongst.
talking about a thing and you're using the term supersymmetry. He's saying that supersymmetry only applies to a very specific thing. Because
Supersymmetry.
they're math.
It's
No,
like
they're math.
it's
So the
straighter
science,
than
like I said before, have a
straight.
discrete symmetry.
Man.
You can only line up the blocks and all of those things. You can't put all of them together and tell a full story to where they fold into each other.
I don't think he's disagreeing with you with that. I think he's disagreeing that
You're using an observed term of art, and you're using it incorrectly, and you're going to pay a penalty.
Yeah, yeah, tell me that.
This is the thing where
Okay, Uncle Buster Nephew.
and then
Okay.
someone's doing commentary and they
Check that nigga.
Why are you doing this? You don't even know what that is. Like you incorrectly reference something that's very specific that we've been talking about for a long time.
If you're getting intimate with your lady and you're into rough play and she's not wearing any clothes, you're going to make it joke.
Bro, you only ain't getting intimate with these big ass swollen cotton balls on the side of your goddamn jawline.
Ever
Get those
since
bust them
the
pimples.
ever since the real World 212,
Oh, pop
that
them shits.
fake World
That big ass cyst, the hell is
That
that?
doesn't have anything to do with what you did. Right. So
This cyst ain't got shit to do. That's something to do with what the fuck you eating. Check your health.
Oh,
Yeah,
you just got one gotcha.
Question in the world of physics, in the world of
In the world of physics, my hairline might not survive after these damn braids.
is there a super symmetrical system, geometric
That can get my hairline together after I take these tight ass braids out.
system ever
Come on,
reproduced
get
in
those
the-
color
Yes.
captions,
That's right,
Google.
yes. I've never seen what super punk radar.
Yeah, but that's not that's on a plane. That's not
That's gibberish.
geometric. That doesn't scale up.
Terrence, you have an entire way of thinking that is completely foreign to everyone that I know. And I try to understand what it is.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's not.
No,
I don't think he's saying this is a negative.
no. I didn't see it as a negative.
What I'm trying to say is, if the reason
If they call me a
Like the
content creator,
Stella.
had they been watching me and then created some sentiment where it's like it's okay to be challenged and
They're
doing it in
like
some
the
healthy way.
Stella.
I don't like what y'all doing, Masons and Jews. Come better than that. You come get me. You don't use puppets. Come get me. Or
They're
I will
really-
shine light on that darkness too with this weak ass curtain, which is why I put the curtain in my other
They're
video.
really
Obviously.
Terrence Howard and
What's the
like
world
spit them out.
is that
I know how to see character.
clear rules.
This character is trapped.
We agreed to leave.
No, you come get me. You don't have no puppet up here doing this.
We agreed to submit to certain
not
things.
genuine.
We were decent to each other, and that system is in the process of collapsing. Right? Now,
I'll be
well,
invaded.
You're not intelligent to me, dude.
LeBron jumping up.
Which is a whole bunch of rhetorical
when
questions.
we play poker, as many of
You old goddamn spade blackjack at the poker table here, face it over on that. Over that. Let's play 9 ball, 8 ball last. Hey, let's use your hand for it, face. Get over on that. Oh, little bill, man. Get over on that. Oh, goddamn, build a blockhead.
And I'm sure you're thinking about something else.
No, I'm thinking about an objective function. I'm thinking about something to be minimized. In effect, normal human beings think about physics and equation, right? Science equation, Schrödinger equation, all this kind of stuff. Physicists don't
Stay
think
safe,
that way.
but stay
Permit me
dangerous.
an analogy.